After 9 years of competitive League of Legends, Europe once again holds the title. If you'll indulge me, I've been around for nearly 10 years of professional League of Legends, and I'd like to talk you through my story of trials and tribulations being a fan of Europe. Because hey, we won Season 1. Fnatic took down Against All Authority at DreamHack in Sweden, and yay, we won Worlds. Does it really count? The true conquerors of the planet South Korea didn't even have a server, and to the rest of the planet, League of Legends technically didn't even exist yet. We stepped forward into Season 2, and I put my faith behind Moscow 5 and CLG EU, and I was let down. We stepped forward into Season 3, and I was very fortunate enough to turn my fandom, my love for League of Legends, into a job. I got to step in front of the camera and share my voice and thoughts and feelings with you and everybody else in Europe. Moving into the World Championships, Fnatic took down Cloud9, only to fall to Starhorn Royal Club. So I get let down again 2 years in a row. Now, I'd rather forget about 2014 because despite a strong alliance here in Europe, we just kind of went kaboom. You're starting to see a trend. You're starting to see some feelings where I'm just hopeful, but let down. That is until the true euphoria was born. In 2015, both Fnatic and Origen stepped up to the plate to challenge the world. They made semi-finals. They went to Brussels in front of thousands of fans. In front of me. And they failed. They sucked. So I gave up. That's it. We're done. Europe's good. Fine. We're not the best. We're not going to win. If we're fighting for second place, that's what we're going to talk about. Because you know what? Europe, they're always hard to kill. They make playoffs. Europe can get behind a bunch of misfits that nobody believed in, that nobody could thought make the distance, make the strongest team on the planet work for it. But I was always faithful. I was always a fanatic of Europe. And even though Fnatic made finals, the European team faltered at the final step. I was done until 3.5 weeks ago. G2 Esports made the world bow to them. They already made Europe bow. The kings of Europe conquered the planet. And from this European fan, I just want to say, thank you, G2.
The champions from Europe. It's Moscow 5, BenQ.
Moscow 5, BenQ. They are one game away from qualifying themselves for that grand final.
I think this is the first time we have seen them not be able to answer a strategy. Your first semifinal match going into a best-of-3 between Taipei and Moscow 5. There goes the exploding cast. Looks like they will initiate this fight on. The turret goes down. Darien gets caught out. He can't even ultimate the crescendo, stopping them from using the abilities. Diamondprox goes down. The inhibitor is open. Taipei Assassins look to take down the last Nexus turret, and they will drop Moscow 5 from the League of Legends Championship playoffs.
Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Reckless goes down. Zatai gets a bunch back, but Huni, the double, the triple kill, the quadra kill for Huni.
And Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals.
Welcome to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship semifinals.
This is the fight of the game.
The teleport is coming down for Smeb, and the dragon looks like it will get secured. Picked up by Fnatic, but Febiven is forced away. Smeb will not find the kill, and Febiven jumps in the pit. They've traded AD carry for support, but Febiven's down as well. And the cool, calm, collected KOO Tigers will pick up their first victory. Fnatic get aced and lose the Baron. Febiven's in trouble. He's been bounced up, exhausted, and he's down. That's the last hope for Fnatic. And KOO Tigers are 2-0 against Fnatic. And the fire of Fnatic on home soil looking to be extinguished. KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base.
Game 1 of the semifinals. South Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Origen. What a round right now. He's still running away through the wards. Pops Summoner Teleport. Wolf and Bangi in pursuit. Peke goes down. The fight resumes 3v5. Soaz can't even kill off EasyHoon. This will be the game. Flow, but has the gray health. Niels will go down to Bang. Takes the wrong state. And oh, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
O técnico, Young.
Here comes a play on the Faker, exhausted. Zon keeps away from the wall, not quick enough to get slow. There's a flash to chase. First blood into Perks. Going for Peanut. Now Minty on the wrong side of this one. Pops the shield, won't matter. Peanut flash to chase. Gonna get that one picked up. Bang next one to the block, but he's gonna survive. Right now, Huni flashing out of the Nexus turret, hoping to take them all down, and he will do so. No one dead for SKT, and the dominance continues. The Perks and Faker looking to take him out. One more shot, the flash, the auto. It should be a trade kill, but Trick is dead. And the European LCS's G2 Esports have tied up the series.
The championship. G2's redemption is nice, but SKT going through the crucible of the mid-season invitational to lock it down as the best team in the world. Are you ready? And they're taking the entirety of the fight. Hillsong tries to get away, but Whipple's already going to be brought down, and Broxah and Reckless stand only to fall. Whipple first as Rookie makes the dive into the back here now as well with the ultimate. Caps trying to get himself away, but he's only going to be postponing the inevitable. Jackie Love continues going further into the back. Reckless already down. Caps going to be following him now as well. It's a clean ace for nothing. Broxah and Fnatic need to take down the Baron. It is going to be ultimately secured by Broxah as Rookie goes into the pit to pick up one. Won't be able to find the second. Shut down over to Fnatic. Caps mowed down by the Shy and Ning as now Broxah's in some trouble over the wall. Goes the Alistar, and Fnatic will be aced as Jackie's in the base. Reckless is down. Broxah's away. IG are on the Nexus, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.
Oh, I mean, it still hurts. Every single one of those still hurts, and I can put myself in my own shoes when I was watching at the venue or somewhere else. Every single time, they got close, and then they just kind of completely fizzled out.
The thing is, for me, the ones that sting the most are the earliest.
Yeah.
2012, I distinctly remember Moscow 5 sucking in the semifinals. Alex Ish playing on Gragas in mid back when he was AP and insta-giving people. He missed so many casks. I can see casks being missed at inhibitor turrets. And after that, I just came to expect EU to lose.
Yeah.
That you just become numb to it. You know, like the hope is there, but it always felt like I was playing for second place. It felt hollow.
Yeah, playing for second place, because I always thought EU's really good, you know? They're good. But I never thought they are so good that they can win the whole thing. And throughout many years, I think the heartbreak was even bigger because they got so close.
Yep.
And for me, that clip of 2015, when Worlds was in Europe, when two teams got to the semifinals, when OG came out of a very
Brussels,
strong
no less.
in Belgium, in Brussels, and then OG was up versus SKT, and it was a disaster. And then Fnatic, the 2015 Fnatic, was up
18-0 summer Fnatic
up
against
versus the
Fnatic
Tigers.
Black, of course, being Origin with Peke, and so it was like those. That was the golden year. That was the year that EU had to beat.
Yeah.
And I think we've just started it. I think 2019 is there, but you know it's much further forward because I cannot quite put myself into the world where we have the best team in the world. Like this has not happened, right?
No.
We're in uncharted territory.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can say that, but like it's a thing, right?
Of course you can. And it's weird because for so long I was like, okay. And it was kind of fine with it, you know? It's like, if it never happens, it never happens. We're still good. We're still doing our thing. And I think this G2 victory, it awakened a lot in us.
Yes.
G2 himself, they probably knew they could do it. But also, Mithy has come out and said, I believe again in that we could make this happen as a region, that we could win a world championship.
So I went into MSI thinking that G2 could make finals but weren't going to win it. That was my expectation.
Same.
I saw them lose to Fongbu Buffalo, and I jumped ship.
Me too.
I got off, and I was like,
I'm not getting back on.
That's it. You know, I'm donezo. If they can't even take PvP, then that's it. There's no ways they're going to win the whole
PvP
thing.
is amazing. I think that's
no
what we gotta-
disrespect to them whatsoever, right? But it was more about like reading G2, and then all of a sudden they get that insane series versus SKT. I don't think it mattered who was in the final. I felt like they were going to do it. after making the bracket stage.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I think they played phenomenal in that final. But for me, the SKT Game 5 felt like the watershed moment,
Yes.
right? That's the one where you felt, now they got to push. And I like that they did it in their own style. They played the Syndra for perks. You know, they played the Pyke again in that series. It really felt like it was something that was theirs to take, and they put it all on the line.
They absolutely did. They didn't hesitate. Game 5 against the best team in the world, and then they smashed Team Liquid. I mean, just fantastic. And we have the best team in the world.
They did it.
I did not anticipate that from Teddy, and already on the board, SK Telecom. Khan's coming in with a slicing maelstrom into all of G2. Caps is already down. Perkz follows. Now Caps turns his attention to Khan. Faker's running low. He needs to get some regen. Whoa! He is popped by Caps. Caps is throwing out every single ability and turning his attention to Khan. It's a quadra kill for Caps, and G2 goes all the way to the steps of the fountain for a pentakill as G2 equalize the series at 1-1. Here comes Faker as well with the follow-up stun. It's a double. Deep Flash is available. Teddy has used it. That's Mickey's ultimate. Slicing Maelstrom, though, has done so much work. Jankos and Caps are obliterated. The Nexus is being focused. SK Telecom lead the series 2-1.
Rare straight into the picks and bans for Game 4. And remember, if SKT win this, they are in the final.
Obliterated. Massive. Manages to steal the knob. Faker turns around.
This is the G2 classic. They never go for conventional when trying to end the game. They're split pushing right now.
Caps and Wonder are on the Nexus. They will not go quietly. The Nexus is being focused, but look at Faker. Nexus 1 or 2 more hits. Many more hits on. Wonder forces Game 5.
There's the Pyke cover coming out from G2. Oh, they lock it in!
The top lane Pyke is back.
Oh, here's Wonder. Faker's got flash available. He's rooted in place. Caught by Lissandra ultimate, and he's killed from below. G2 Esports have been gifted and donated a Baron from SKT. That's a dunk from Wonder. Death from below for the double, for the ace, for the Baron, and the base. The gap be damned. Where were you when the West rose up? Europe versus North America at the MSI final.
It's 11-2, and G2 cannot be stopped. Team Liquid members are falling fast and furious. G2 Esports will take Game 1. It is Cap who says he can get the kill and sends it back to Lissandra. In they go as he's still slicing Maelstrom, and it is just that, slicing up Team Liquid. Nice juke by Cap, but will be hit a little bit. Nice double stun comes in, ult comes in as well. He's got a lot of a flagrant to play around with. They find that first stun, they find some daily, but Ignite means he will get the solo kill in the 1v2. And Caps tries it for Jensen, and here comes Mickey! G2 slaughtering Team Liquid. And G2 will pull back. That's a big stun. That's a big engage. There is no chance TL comes back from this. They're already on to the Nexus turrets. This is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from Europe.
Let me take you on a journey, one of hope, fulfillment, but ultimately, despair. We start going to China, to the LPL, where Rookie, the star mid laner of Invictus Gaming, plays. You know, it was just a few months ago when he himself was lifting a trophy, when he was celebrating. But celebration wasn't the first thing on his mind. Deep down, he knew that would be the last time he would lift a trophy internationally. Because it was moments later when he discovered himself that G2 would be your MSI champions and that the era of Europe was upon us. We go across the Pacific to North America, the home of the best AD carry to ever play in the LCS. He will continue to add trophies to his collection, but there are two that will evade him, MSI and Worlds, because the era of Europe is upon us, and because in this moment, he realized there's a man with 10 years experience. He wasn't good enough to beat a man with 3 months to his name. We move on to Korea. Faker, the best player to ever play professional League of Legends. Look how happy he was then. A smile on his face, joy in his heart. But even then, he knew that his time was coming to an end. Because not long after, this was the scene. And you think he's crying because he lost a world championship? No, no, no. That's because from this moment onward, they would be calling him Baby Caps. And Faker, with that look in his eyes, knew that the LCK, its time was over. The era of Europe had begun. Players around the world shed tears in the wake of G2's dominance. But here at the LEC, as champions, all we have left to do is dance.
Wait.
What is your region?
Ew! Ew! Ew!
Yes!
Excellent job, Inter!
Rogue, definitely a team we have to look out for, but they have a tall order.
Vitality reminding us that they've earned their spot at Worlds.
Misfits show they may be out of playoffs, but they are still very much here to play.
SK Gaming will make playoffs in their first split, and they prove that they belong amongst the best teams.
Fnatic, they came to dominate.
Upset somehow won the Penta!
Perfect ingredients for how to make this team work.
OG have cut down Fnatic.
This is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from Europe.
Welcome everyone to the opening day of the LEC Summer Split. All 10 teams go into week 1 with the dream. Are they wearing Versace gowns? Okay, I'm sorry. They are currently held by the people you saw there, MSI champions, G2 Esports. Also very nice to know is that Norskaren's family, they've traveled all the way from Norway to watch him play today, including his grandfather. We see him there, who is turning 80 in just 3 weeks. So that is absolutely lovely. And this is our wonderful studio. We are so happy to be back. Hello, everyone. I'm Shox, and I'm joined here by Vedius and by Frosk. After we shook it out, let's just say it. We were shaking it out just for the victory.
We had to shake off some of the excitement that we had coming into the split because, of course, it's not just about G2, it's about the entirety of the LEC. We have 10 teams, we have stacked competition, we're ready to get into summer for that fight, for that top spot in Europe.
Throughout the conversation, you know, people will debate, is Europe the best region in the world? It doesn't matter. We're a world-class region right now. You have a measuring stick in G2, who are the best team right now, that how hard you hit them shows how hard you can hit internationally.
And think about the spark that G2 G2 has caused now domestically. Mithy said just the other day that after seeing G2 win, he realized that the rest of them could do it too. And now there are hungry teams that are fighting for that top spot and want to prove themselves on the world stage.
Yeah, definitely so. That is exactly what it is. The teams that are now fighting for Worlds, they now have something huge to live up to, because you can't turn up at Worlds being the other two representatives, if we include G2 in that most likely, and just not do anything. The bar is set incredibly high. Before we dive into more of what we're going to do today, I do want to look back to spring for just a second to wrap up everything. G2 are champions, OG, a very nice second place who had great development throughout the split, and Fnatic third.
I mean, the reality is you couldn't write a better fan fixture in terms of all of the favorites colliding at the top. It's like Origin, Fnatic, G2, but that doesn't count out the fact that Splyce, Vitality, SK, Schalke, they had really good moments throughout the split.
We had some amazing storylines. The upsets from XL, the crazy plays from Selfmade, so many awesome stories, and you can only hope that it's going to get even better as we now have the MSI champions in our league.
Yeah, let's see what happens today, and let's check out what we've got coming up on the first day of the LEC Summer Split. Now, first up, as an announcement, due to a delay outside of the team's control, the match schedule has changed, with XL Esports and Schalke 04 now facing off in the last game of the day. So we've got a little switcheroo over there, but what are we most hyped about coming into day
that
one?
Middle game, Sharks. I'm looking forward to Rogue
Misfits?
versus Misfits. You know, everyone's talking about the top teams, the Origins, the Fnatic.
What?
I want to see these two going at it, because the last time Misfits played Rogue, they lost.
Mate.
And now Rogue has a revamped roster,
Mate.
new players, new talent. It's the same Misfits.
But we have Fnatic versus SK.
I mean that is true.
That's like round 4. Let's go.
The team they haven't been able to beat yet. Well, we will talk about each team in depth throughout the day, but we did want to put the spotlight on some key roster changes. A lot happens, as it usually does, between spring and summer, so we wanted to take a look at some lineups individually, take a look at the changes and what we think of them. And I want to start out with Schalke 04. This time around, they have put Trick in the jungle. That is now a shared position between Memento and Trick, but today Trick is starting. What do we make of that?
Well, you saw on social media, it kind of felt like around the Schalke camp, it was quite obvious that there were issues in the jungle, especially with confidence. So maybe not even comparing Memento's playstyle towards Trick's playstyle, you have the inject of kind of new morale, and that can really reinvent a team.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Schalke looks now with the addition of Trick, largely because something we talked about was the first half of the split. If you only remember that part, this roster looks amazing.
Yeah.
And arguably, you'd hope that Trick comes in as an improvement to what was the second half, where we saw Schalke really fall apart as a team. So hopefully with this new invigorated player in Trick, we don't get to see LCK, we see the old MVP Trick make his return to the
That's the thing. No longer LCK Trick, LEC Trick.
We'll see if that is who turns up. And it is, of course, the Schalke special. Last year, they also changed their jungler in the half of the year, and they got all the way to the finals. So the only way is up. Secondly, we have Rogue. This is
Speaking of up,
a pretty intense. The only way is up. Clearly for Rogue, unfortunately, had the worst split out of any team, I would say, in the spring split. Don't have to beat around the bush with this roster, and they made some drastic changes.
Yeah, they've brought that Ultra Liga squad in now. The team that had a lot of success domestically within Poland is now made its way to the LEC stage, and I already talked about how I'm very excited for this roster. In particular, the man in the mid lane, Larson. The last time LEC fans will have seen him was when he played for H2K back in 2018. He was the guy that helped that losing squad secure their very first win against Splyce. So him returning to the LEC stage, I'm excited to see what he can do.
I did peek on the Polish league just to kind of get a feel for this roster. Now, all 5 of this lineup did play there, so you can kind of get expectations of their playstyle. For me, Woolite and Vander were really the big strong point. I know that the team puts a lot of emphasis behind Inspired as a jungler. I'm a little bit hot and cold still, but I really want to see how Woolite, Larson, and Inspired now measure themselves to the brand new LEC competition.
I'm actually hyped to see this lineup playing, especially versus Misfits in their first game of the summer split. The next lineup I want to talk about is XL. They, in the spring split, they had a couple of upsets, I would say, but they would never grow beyond that we've seen out of spring. So they made some changes. The question is, how happy are we about them, Frosk?
Oh, I'm going to say it's more of a sideways turn than necessarily what I wanted to see. I like the fact that they gave assurances to brand new talent like Jessica. Now, in an interview, Kasing said that he wanted to focus more so on his gameplay, and he felt like he was micromanaging a brand new ADC. By rejoining with Hjarnan, he no longer has to focus on what the ADC is doing. He can trust Hjarnan to do that, and he can focus entirely on himself.
For me, why I'm a little disappointed in this roster is because it feels like it's counterintuitive to what the goals of XL was, which to me very much felt like growing and development of new talent. And the fact that they replaced Jeskla for Hjarnan, a player who I feel we've seen his ceiling. Yes, in the short term, he might add value to this roster, but in the long term, I'm not entirely convinced that these changes will benefit XL. So I'm hoping that they prove me wrong, but right now, I'm not bought into the changes that they've made.
In any case, Mickey will not be starting today's special. Will still be in the mid lane for this lineup today, so we'll see how they can do. Finally, I want to talk about Misfits. I think we can all agree the biggest disappointment out of any team just because of the expectations put on that super team. With these guys in your roster not making the playoffs, you got to make a change.
Yeah, expectations were that we'd see some differences in this roster, but all the changes happened behind the scenes, the infrastructure. Coach Moose is back on the scene right now. They've kind of changed some of their coaching staff, but on top of that, they've added a couple of key players just behind these individuals so that if this 5-man squad doesn't work out, then there is pressure and young talent ready to take that spot.
That's my concern. Sometimes players need the carrot, sometimes players need the stick. Right now, running a 10-man roster, this feels very much like a stick. And at this point, when the expectations are so high for Misfits, I'm just afraid that that pressure might be that the guillotine is about to drop.
All right, we'll see how they deal with that pressure, but true champions normally do well when they are under pressure, right? This is why I haven't lost faith completely in Misfits yet, but can we agree this is kind of their last chance also from our perspective?
Yeah.
I think that's actually fair. At some point, you can't give Misfits the benefit of the doubt, especially with different rosters. This feels like it keeps happening to them, that they have these great moments, but they're unable to find that consistency over the course of an entire year.
Yeah, exactly. Now, a lot of changes in terms of teams, but also in terms of what we may see on the Rift, or possibly not. It has been 3 weeks since we saw play at MSI. 3 patches are now what we're starting with in the LEC, and we wanted to take a look at some compositions that we've seen around the world so far, starting with the LCS and what Team Liquid ran.
Yeah, so this was the representative in North America that went to MSI, and we wanted to see how the adaptations they made returning to the regular season. Turns out there weren't really that many changes from what we saw in the MSI meta. You're still seeing flex picks like the Sylas, you're still seeing safe top laners like the Kennen, early game aggressive junglers in the form of Olaf, and a very solid, not really investment-focused bot lane like a Xayah Rakan. So this is very MSI, this is very kind of expected, but on the other side, we are also seeing a lot of variation and creativity coming out from the likes of LCK teams. Right?
Yeah, it kind of feels like the guidelines have been set. We keep saying early game, mid game. There's so much gold between the Scuttle Crab, between the tower plates, between how quickly people are getting 2-item power spikes. At the LCK, they're just trying to color in differences, compositions creatively. They're looking at things like the Camille's and the mid lane and things.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the Damwon comp, I believe, in just a second. Do you feel like this is the right approach from both sides? They are staying true to that early game and mid-game prowess that you should have, but are they just getting a bit more creative with it?
I mean, I think it's about adaptation in the long run. The fact that you've seen Sona and Taric be split up now, and they can work with the Sona, the Tahm Kench. That Lux support is making a massive splash right now.
I love the fact that we are seeing kind of both styles where there are these kind of meta champions that do kind of fit the mold and are still high in priority, but also creativity is being rewarded. Things like the Camille, like the Lux, I think is awesome to see. And what makes me even prouder as a European is that like G2 led the pathway, you know, with things like the Pike top. We don't really talk about the Vayne top, but it was there as well.
No,
like,
that didn't happen. What are you talking about?
But like this creativity, like as long as it is focused around being able to gain advantages either early or kind of spike in the mid game, I think that it can offer you a lot of success in how the game currently works.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped just overall about how the meta is going to play out and how the games are going to play out. I think we're going to get some very high impact and high action games, but we also have to welcome a new Yordle's best friend to the Rift. It is Yuumi. It's a cat. Ender, how does she work? Meow.
Well, Shocks, meow, right back at ya. Why don't you watch and find out yourself? Well, Yuumi is the newest addition to League of Legends and is already seeing pro play around the world. She's a champion that can be extremely oppressive in the hands of a pro player, but tends to struggle more in normal play. To find out why we'll be seeing Yuumi picked, or more likely banned this weekend, let's break her down. First up, let's talk pros and cons, starting with Yuumi's W. The ability to go untargetable for as long as you want is incredibly powerful. In lane, she can use this to get to safety if she's ever in trouble, and in team fights, Yuumi never has to worry about getting assassinated, which makes her very unique against other enchanters. Yuumi also boasts a high effective range. Because of the way her Q and ult work in tandem with her allies, she's able to catch people out with a slow or root from far away. Again, among other enchanters, enchanters, and many melee supports, she stands out for the range and reliability of her pick tools. Take this game between Victory 5 and Bilibili Gaming in the LPL. Yuumi attaches to Olaf, a frontliner, and works with him to land a Q for an 80% decaying slow. When Olaf runs in, Yuumi can also cast her ultimate in order to reach further into the V5 backline. Yuumi excels in mid-game fights like this by teaming up with her frontline. She can also speed them up to help them close the gap and put herself in a better position to use her Q and her ult to help engage the fights. But Yuumi can also get creative with her summoner spell choices. Because of Yuumi's attach mechanic, she doesn't really care about flash. This means she's freed up to take double combat summoners. Any combination of exhaust, ignite, or heal will prove effective, although you'll most likely be seeing heal with exhaust. But the summoner spell fun doesn't end there. Marksman paired up with a Yuumi support should be able to take teleport because Yuumi will follow the TP of an ally she is attached to. And your bot laner won't be missing out on heal either because Yuumi's got that covered. As for her weaknesses, Yuumi has poor peel tools for an enchanter. Yuumi's Q will only slow if it has traveled for at least a full second, and her ult is a delayed route, which means that if you can close the gap quickly and CC her attached ally, there's not much that she can do about it. Yuumi also has very poor defensive stats. If you can catch her out of range of an ally, she should instantly go down. But Yuumi's biggest weakness in normal play is her reliance on allies. It is important to know how Yuumi's Q works. The range on the spell is a fixed distance from her attached ally. This means that as her ally moves, the range of Yuumi's Q moves with it as well. This can be problematic when an ally steps backwards, causing her spell to fizzle out. But it can be also incredibly oppressive if her ally walks forward to make sure her Q is unmissable. Now, on patch 9.11, Yuumi's strengths greatly outweigh her weaknesses, making her scary enough to see in solo queue, but she only becomes more terrifying in pro play, where her reliance on allies stops being a weakness and instead becomes a strength. So don't be surprised if you see plenty of Cat and Book this weekend, Shocks.
Yeah, I won't be surprised at all. I hope we see it, but what is, yes, if I fits, I sits. That's what that is. What do you think? Are we going to see a lot of Yuumi?
I'm expecting a high presence of Yuumi. I'm estimating around the 80% mark. I reckon some teams haven't put a huge amount of focus on her or a focus on actually trying to deal with her. So they may let her through the draft, and hopefully we see some kind of creative stuff coming out in the bot lane.
We will see that.
Giga broken.
Giga broken. I
Would
love
you say
how
that she's
like,
meow P?
Right meow.
I think like the emphasis falls on the P there, and I don't think that's what you're going for, so maybe need to rethink that joke. Any case, last week, you guys at home, we asked you to vote for who you think will perform the best in summer in our player ranking. This is similar to what you guys did before spring, so let's take a look at the results and who was in the top position for each role respectively.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
I mean, he can play Morgana support.
Yeah.
He can play Pyke top. He can play Syndra mid.
Wait, he can't play jungle though. This is rigged.
This is rigged.
You
And
cheated, guys.
this is a little joke, obviously. The actual rankings for the top positions look like this, and one hasn't changed. What do we think about this?
I think recency bias has had a bit of an effect on our fans. Remember, guys, that you are voting for who you think will be the best by the end of the split.
So they're right.
And it seems like the expectations are that every single player will be top of the all-pro list by the time we reach the end of summer. And for us, I think you put it beautifully when you say what team ever has had all of the best players all at one time.
G2 Esports.
Apparently G2 Esports, which it's a safe bet because they dominated spring, so of course they'll dominate summer. But yeah, just a thought experiment. Think about all the League of Legends team. When has a League of Legends team ever had the best player in every position?
So you're saying there's a chance by the end of summer?
There's a chance.
There is a chance. Someone or a couple of people I want to talk about in particular is, of course, Caps. He has been the prodigy here for a couple of years, but I think in the last year and a half, maybe, he's really come into his own. And he's confirmed that with, some games against Excel, but also some games at MSI. He was a two-time MVP here in Europe and then got the MVP for the MSI final.
What I think is the most impressive thing about Caps is that while many fans like to joke about, craps versus claps, the thing that you can always say about this guy is he went from a World Finals to a different team to an MSI championship. Very few players, if any, have that kind of an accolade behind them, that you have that much talent, that you can go to a completely different team and turn that team into an international victor.
Is it going to get better?
It's just the idea that, internationally, we used to say, yeah, he's pretty good for a Western player. But in tandem with the likes of all G2, but Wunder and Caps in particularly, now it's, wow, Western players can be very solid. And that guy reminds me a lot of Caps, not that guy reminds me a lot of Faker. So kind of that redefining what excellence looks like.
Yeah, and you know, the fans at home voted for it, but I think every single member of that G2 squad was fantastic at MSI, and we'll see how they now do domestically, because that's always the question. Yes, you can win that championship, and you can win that international championship, but many teams have gone on to not win anything after that. Quick gamble, do you think that's going to happen to G2?
Well, I'm optimistic in the Golden Road. The ability to win both domestic titles, MSI, and the World Championship.
Woo!
SKT have came close to it, failed. RNG came close to it, failed. G2 now have the opportunity. Well, I'm biased, but I believe. We'll see if they can actually pull it off.
I like that you put the disclaimer. I'm biased, but I believe. Now, the first game that G2 Esports has is against Splyce. Splyce, for me, in spring, actually quite impressed me at several moments in time. I feel like they developed as the split went on. Unfortunately, only made it to round 2 of the playoffs, but I'm pretty excited to see them in summer.
I actually think if you're a Splyce fan, you should be very excited about this team, because yes, Splyce did kind of the classic thing where they settled into the 4th place position, but it felt like they actually turned a page, that you were seeing dynamic new strategies for them. And yeah, it was a single best of 5, but this team has so much potential in terms of the ceiling. Very young players, not inexperienced, just young players outside of that mid lane, and we just don't really know where the growth or the ceiling is for that squad.
And I will say that the Splyce coaching staff as well have this ability to naturally grow talent. And I feel like last year, even though when we saw Splyce not do well in playoffs, in the Gauntlet, many considered them to be favorites, and they pushed a lot of those teams to the very brink, nearly qualifying for Worlds. And I feel like coming into this year, the fact that they already finished 4th at the beginning of the split, and now they're moving into this split with the same roster, with the same staff behind them, I feel like all you're going to see is more growth from the squad as they've all better aligned on how to play the game.
And I do want to put a magnifying glass on 2 key members from Splyce particularly. Now, we'll get to Kobbe in a second, but I do want to start with Xerxe, because the early game for Splyce usually isn't complimented a lot because they do have one of the longest game times, but whether the early game is bloody or whether it's controlled is basically entirely around this guy, and he is a very creative and very unique jungler, not just in his champion picks, but in his pathing. I think he's severely underrated.
Yeah, I think he's an exceptional player. These are some of his stats from last split, and you can see that he was sitting there in 4th place for a lot of them. The likes behind players like Broxah, like behind players like Cole. Like, there were a lot of competition in the top end, and the fact that he was having so consistent early games, unfortunately they just couldn't quite transition it into the mid game, and hopefully coming into this split we're able to see more of a development in that area from Splyce.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that. Another guy we always have to talk about when we talk about Splyce is Kobbe, who did wonderful again, I should say, in the spring split. What do you guys think about our whole late game carry only? What does Kobbe qualify as for you right now?
I think if people are saying that he's just about late game, they really haven't been paying attention to Kobbe. He was voted our all-pro ADC, and he pulled out things like the Draven, like the Vayne. He did try to play for that lane phase when he was given an opportunity, and then diversified his play pool further by pulling out the Vel'Koz, the Veigar.
I was really impressed with how Kobbe developed last split. I feel like that he wasn't necessarily the flashiest player in the early game, but you only have to remember a couple of his Vayne games from last split where he really did pop off and carry his team. And again, I think that the reason why Kobbe was put into those positions where he looked like that late game AD carry was because they had so many issues in their mid game where all of the responsibility fell on this man to be that carry. But I think that if they can shore up some of their mid game issues, then I think that we'll see a lot more consistency from the rest of the Splyce.
Can you elaborate what kind of mid game issues was Splyce dealing with?
So the biggest one for me was their inability to make decisions and execute upon them. So like if they had control over the early game when it came to playing around Baron or setting up for it, they knew they had to pressure it, but they would never actually do it. They would just dance around a lot. Oh, we need to make sure we have the perfect setup. And if they didn't get it, they took too long. And then it got into this really awkward situation where they didn't have that same early lead that they had before.
Well, 2 of the most important pieces when it comes to the mid game are going to be things like the support and the mid laner, because often these positions will have a lot of pick tools or hard CC tools based on them. So if you want to be decisive, it's not about just moving your ward line, which Norscaron then needs to be in position, needs to understand understand exactly what he's doing, where he's going, because he's no longer just a, you know, we're going to kill the 2v2 and I'm going to protect my ADC. He has to kind of lead the charge there. I think as Humanoid and Norscaron get more experience, get more like tempo with this team, that's when you're going to just start to see the mid game cleaned up for Splyce.
Yeah, and I hear you guys talking a lot about Norscaron and Kobbe and Xerxes, but are we not in a meta where the solo lanes are incredibly important and you're going up against G2 Esports? So what do we make of that?
And that's exactly it, Shox. That's my biggest concern around this team, because we need to move away from talking about Xerxes and Kobbe, and the focus now needs to be on Humanoid and Visage Hachi. The solo laners have so much more impact than they did, especially from what we saw at MSI, and being able to control the mid lane and move that pressure to everywhere else on the map is very important. So we need to see a better mid-jungle duo, especially if they want to compete with the likes of Caps and Jankos, who just had one of the, well, the best tournament of their career.
The best tournament.
Yeah, so Frost, what are your expectations? What will it come down to? Or is G2 going to do one of those things where they just drop the ball in the first couple of games because they're still rolling out from MSI?
I mean, if you were going to beat G2, we were talking about this, it probably would be in the beginning of the split because burnout is a factor. We don't necessarily know how much the team has been practicing, how like their nose to the grindstone that they've really been going for. So maybe they drop a game
I
here.
mean, they've been at a restaurant, they've like put on suits, they apparently buying Versace
They went out to
gowns.
dinner.
Yeah, so they're doing all that, but I think that's kind of because I'm sure they know what they're doing and they're fully prepared.
One of the big things that I spoke to Grabs about was that they spent so long playing on patch 9.8, I believe it was, and now there's 3 new patches that they have had to pick up. So the thing for me that they've been very clear about, which was that it might take us a while to adapt, but we're hoping that coming into the start of the split, we're still looking very strong.
There's also the fact that Splyce have shown that when they have time to prepare for an opponent, that's actually when they're the most terrifying. We always credit, I mean, we just talked about their 5-mans on the roster, but we also always credit the support staff behind them.
Yeah, definitely so. And what is so exciting about the beginning of the split is that we don't know what is going to happen. And as we are just a couple of minutes away from our first game, let's take a look at a first episode of EU Rising with our MSI and LEC champions, G2 Esports.
When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't stop. Yo, with a high and a low.
Okay, so you've got G2 as your first game, actually.
We stand on the bones of the ones who came before us.
The goal is to dominate. We made this roster to make teams really scared of us, right?
They find that first stun, they find some damage, but Ignite means he won't get the solo kill, the 1v2!
G2's character, it's solo lane domination. You're in for a ride when you play with G2.
They are being taken down right now. G2 unwilling to be stopped. That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh my gosh!
When G2 enters a game, we don't aim to win. We aim to traumatize.
He has been awaited!
We are the bullies, you know, like the school bullies, stealing their lunch money, you know, and just taking the game away.
Mithy gets chunked out, the knockup, and the dash away from Mickey. Now Wonders are going to run down the rest of the team.
When facing G2, I would sit here right now having absolutely no idea what kind of game I'm about to play.
When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't stop.
They were counted out, but here in the Ahoy Arena, OG have cut down Fnatic.
You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me
Origin are crumbling to G2. Europe kneels to its champion, G2 Esports. The world awaits G2.
This is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from Europe!
I already feel a huge boost in the confidence of my region and of our matchups against international teams.
We all really proved that we are pretty strong. We can look to reclaim the throne this time around.
We proved last year that we are contenders, and now it's time for us to go to Worlds.
Last split we were really disappointed, but this split we were gonna tear the LEC apart.
This is new era for SK Gaming. In summer we will only get better.
Trick is the type of player we needed in spring. With him, we will secure playoffs this split.
This split will definitely be our redemption.
The league has gotten stronger as a whole. Every team is able to contest every team.
So who wants to kill the king?
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, and day one of the summer split. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender as the kings of Europe. Oh, hold on a second. The kings of the world! G2 Esports take to the stage. They will be challenged by Splyce. And it's a tall task. What a tough task for Splyce.
Oh, it absolutely is. You know, Splyce has always been one of those teams peering on the edge, trying to make it into that top 3, to make it on towards a Worlds run. G2 is tough competition to go against for their very first game. We heard it from them in that video, too. They're not excited about it either.
You're playing G2 Esports first, and I think with Xerxes was like, beep. So let's turn to the draft. We're about to get into game one. And how much has changed since MSI? There has been a few other leagues that have started up already. So what can we anticipate from the draft? And will we see any unique picks?
Honestly, we expect very similar drafts from MSI. You know, flex picks, strong solo laners are always going to be the best. But I love that you bring up those unique picks, because Wonder at MSI we saw bring out so many different things, and actually heard from the G2 camp that he had 7 completely unique to him champions bringing into that tournament. I like to call them the 7 wonders of the LEC, but we saw some of them. We saw 2. We saw the Vayne. It wasn't really that impressive, but the Pyke, that was all his, and he crushed with it.
And I absolutely love seeing the Pyke has actually been picked up in multiple other leagues. I've seen it in NA, I've seen it in LCK. It hasn't been used to G2's effectiveness, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely not.
What about the kitty cat, Yuumi?
Oh, yeah.
Permaban, permapresence, like insta.
I mean, I'm going with permapresence. I don't know if it'll be banned necessarily every game. One thing about the champion is that it does look terrible when it falls behind, but as you can see here, G2 Esports not actually even willing to go for the first pick, and a part of this might be of the fact that they did play on 9.8 for so long. They have not had as much time as a team like Splyce to play the newest champions in the game in Yuumi.
And let's see whether or not it's going to hurt G2 Esports. We heard the analyst desk talking about how Splyce and their support staff have been one of the better teams at coming into a week, coming into a patch, and being prepared, being researched. So we're waiting for the second ban here. For Splyce, it will be Irelia, targeting what is effectively a triple flex on the side of G2, as you've seen Perkz running that many times in the past. 1 ban left for G2 Esports, and we know Akali has been hit by the nerf bat a little bit. I'm still seeing her played, so want to see if she's going to show up at all this weekend.
Yeah, typically Akali we'll see fall down towards maybe the second rotation of picks as more of a niche option, but I like to see G2 Esports ban away the Xayah here. This is one of the champions that really benefited from the Essence Reaver buffs. 5 AD, you can meme it all you want, but it still is going to be impactful, and obviously G2 want to split up that from potential Rakan as well.
All right, so let's see what the final ban from Splyce is going to be, and then Andrew, I know it's a difficult task at the beginning of a season, but what champions are first pick worthy, first rotation worthy on the current patch?
Well, I was going to say G2 could just go ahead and hit the random button and lock it in, but the Sylas, they don't even give me the chance to. I'm actually interested because usually you would expect G2 to pick up the Ryze themselves when that is available. They use that flex option to great effect here, but with the Sylas themselves, they can steal that Realm Warp and make some similar plays that we've seen from this team in those hype late game situations.
Exactly. No real changes then as far as the priorities from MSI just yet. At least in the pick phase, obviously ban phase, a little different. Into the Ryze Rek'Sai, let's see what G2 Esports decide to throw down. A little bit of a confused face there on Jankos as Grabs and the rest of the squad are now deciding on these picks.
I mean, the Jarvan seems like the most likely option to me. Match early game pressure with more early game pressure. And speaking of these two junglers, this is actually a patch that I think Rek'Sai really likes. Even with some nerfs coming in, the change of the Scuttle Crab to make it not spawn until most junglers hit level 3 makes junglers like Jarvan a little bit worse. They spike on level 2, whereas the Rek'Sai, you hit level 3, you're gonna love to tussle in the river.
Yeah, definitely the case. And talking about fighting and tussling, where does this Neeko go?
Anywhere,
it's so difficult. The thing that is exciting though is it means it's still fun to watch. It's still exciting to see G2 Esports on the Rift and not 100% know where these champions are going.
See, if G2 is not the team playing, I would say it's most likely top lane with the Glacial Augment build, but this is a champion that Perkz actually really likes to pilot himself down in the bottom lane. You know, we have two of our mage players in this game between Perkz and Kobbe, but Kobbe doesn't want to go for that because the key that worked for Splyce in the spring split was late game scaling 80 carries for Kobbe, and the Sivir is an excellent choice.
Yeah, definitely the case. Late game support, if you can survive long enough against a team like G2 Esports. The next ban is going to be Alistar, so a smorgasbord of champions in multiple lanes being taken off the table.
Yeah, and the Alistar ban is purely because it hard counters Sivir. You know, when you have the headbutt plus Pulve, she can only spell shield one, and if you spell shield, it's just really not effective at all. She would get into a lot of trouble.
And of course, another support ban after Alistar's taken away from the pool. Thresh now targeted towards Norscarin. Technically speaking, Pyke is still open. And I'm just excited about it because I loved seeing what Wunder could do on the champion. I want to see how the rest of this draft plays out and whether or not it's something you would even consider.
See, I would consider it, but only if you're planning on putting the Neeko in the bottom lane. Because if you look at G2's comp right now, they are lacking a bit in physical damage. So, you know, standard teams would say, okay, we have Sylas mid, Neeko top lane, then we have an 80 carry to make up for that. But G2 do have the bonus of having that extra flexibility to sculpt every draft and wait until what they see Splyce go for next.
Yeah, exactly the case. One last ban then on the side of G2 before we end to phase 2 of the picks. Taking their time, and it will be the Jace taken away. Seen a lot of Jace out of every other major region that has started up. Still an incredibly powerful pick at all stages of the game.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing with Jace now that he has been knocked down just a little bit is it's much less first rotation bans, and he does sneak into the picks a little bit more, but it really is the scaling on his Q that got hit. It means he can pressure you much less in that 1v1 matchup as he gets points in that ability.
And of course, Rumble now locked in. Does this give you any indication into what Splyce might think is happening in that top lane, as I assume that's Ryze mid Rumble top?
Well, here's the thing. Vizicsacsi has played the Rumble top before. I expect the Rumble to go into the top lane, but there's also been some rumblings in Challenger solo queue about that Rumble in the mid. So we'll wait and see, but the expectation should fully be Rumble up top.
And of course, now that we've got the Lucian locked in here for Perkz, gives us an indication that Neeko was likely in the top lane into Wunder's hands, as well as Caps taking on that Sylas. But now Gragas is being hovered for a few seconds before it switched away to Braum. And the only reason I mentioned it, you did your research, Ender, and you thought it could have been in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cap's actually been playing a lot of full AP Gragas in the mid lane, but also even if it was support, Mikyx plays a lot of full AP Gragas there too, so why not? Of course, looks like Splyce will finish it out with grabbing the Rakan themselves. Of course, this champion did receive some nerfs to make his engages less snappy and less reliable, but it is still going to help set up for things like the Equalizer and all the ricochet damage that a Sivir can do.
Now, the G2 Esports comp is something I was somewhat expecting. Obviously, we've seen them much more recently than Splyce. What do you make of the Splyce composition? The Sivir Rakan duo, not something I've seen yet here in Europe, and then the Rumble in the top lane.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think they have a lot of cool options. Specifically, whenever you see Rumble, you think, you know, early mid-game fights around objectives like the Dragon. You hit level 6 and you have the Equalizer, you can TP down, and this team has a ton of area of effect damage to try and scrap and to try and fight. But one thing they do have to look out for is that G2 have a lot of power picks across their lanes. They have a ranged top laner in Neeko who should push out, who should win. They also have the Lucian Braum, a very powerful 2 versus 2 that should have the upper hand down bottom side. So I think Splyce have to play a little more cautiously and try to absorb the early pressure of G2.
All right, and that's something Splyce can do well. We've seen their early game be some of the most impressive from the spring split. They've got the caliber and the ability in the players to do so.
They absolutely do, and one of the best players for them in the early game is Xerxes. This jungler has so much ability to impact the map.
Well, a lot of ability indeed. Will Xerxes and Splyce step up to the defending MSI champions? The 2019 LEC Summer Split Game 1 starts right now between G2 Esports and Splyce. It has finally started here in Europe, and I can't wait to see exactly what these teams get up to. One of the things I want to talk about immediately as G2 Esports are moving into Splyce's territory, using Demacian's standard, pushing some vision forward. Haven't placed a very deep ward just yet, but let's talk about this laning phase. You mentioned surviving early, playing safe, not conceding too much. In terms of where the lane priority or push might lie, what should we expect of the next few minutes?
I think side lanes for G2 you expect to be pushing out because, again, you have the range of the Neeko, and it's actually not going to be the Glacial Augment that's a little bit more popular around the world. Wunder has preferred this press the attack on hit style of Neeko to really bully in that 1v1. You'll probably see him go for something like the Wit's End as well in this specific matchup. But top lane, bot lane for G2 will be very successful early on. I think if Splyce want to do something, it would be playing around this mid lane. Because Caps doesn't have a cleanse, you could root him up. Xerxes has the Hail of Blade, so he does have the ability to impact earlier on.
All right, so there's the expectation setting, and now it comes down to player execution. And that's what we're going to be watching. And much like the analyst desk mentioned as well, it's always interesting coming into these opening matchups where the team that went to the international event in G2 may be less experienced on the subsequent patches. Because obviously Splyce not only got to watch from home, but has been playing on the live servers, and in theory has had an earlier time to play on the more recent patches.
Yeah, it's been an interesting discussion about G2's return to the league because, a lot of people say they're not practicing as much necessarily, but I say they just won MSI. It doesn't matter. This team still should be coming in very high form. And yes, they might not be as experienced on the current patch, but this team is certainly good enough to give, a tough time to any team here in the LEC.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So let's keep an eye. I want to definitely see how Vizicsacsi's Rumble does. It is a very, very old school pick, and these early stages of the game into Neeko, always going to be a little bit brutal. Ranged harass and auto attacks going to be challenging to deal with. 11 CS to 5 after the first 2.5, nearly 3 waves. And Xerxes, if this wave continues to be pushed, will have some opportunities to jump onto Wunder. It's very difficult to catch this Chameleon because of her kills.
Yeah, looking from Xerxes' early game pathing, I don't think he's actually interested in ganking Wunder. I think they're going to be sacrificing Vizicsacsi for a lot of this early laning phase. If you wanted to gank top, he could have gone red Raptors, then Krugs for a gank, but instead he went red Krugs and then started pathing down. So looking to cover the pushing Kobbe and Norscaron more so, then try to bail Vizicsacsi out of the tough top lane.
All right, and I wonder if any opportunities will present themselves. Perkz and Mickey running this Lucian Braum bottom lane. Duo that we did see a whole lot over in MSI. And Xerxes, after picking up the Scuttlecrab, does spawn a little bit later. If you haven't kept up with the patch notes, he'll be in position to contest. Notice Jankos in the bottom half of the map as well.
Yeah, and because Jankos is down here, actually, I think Xerxes has a good chance to look to take control of both Scuttlecrabs. He's going to be seen on a ward pathing up towards the top side of the map now, but Jankos went for a full clear early on. Now he has a red smite, so he may actually try to find Xerxes in the jungle because Xerxes, of course, hasn't gone for the reset just yet.
All right, not just yet. Starts the recall literally as you're talking about it. Going to be able to pick up his first complete jungle item. And every time I look at the minimap, Kobbe and Norscaron with the early push, but Chachi's just getting bullied under.
Chachi's getting really bullied, and if he doesn't go for a base here and TP back in, keep your eyes on Jankos. There was a blue side ping on towards the Splyce Krug camp that should be spawning around the 430 mark. Now Jankos clears this Scuttlecrab and can now path up top lane because he knows he has the support of Wunder. What he doesn't know is that he was actually spotted out on a ward, and Xerxes has some idea about it.
All right, Xerxes, fortunate because of that Rek'Sai passive, will find Jankos. Jankos has a ward up in that top Krug camp, as you mentioned. So Xerxes is going to have a lot of information, but instantly backing away, not quite willing to pick the fight yet. Look, Chachi's still defending a minion wave underneath his turrets.
Yeah, it's very problematic here. Jankos lands the smite, and Xerxes is just going to be trying to get scraps here. Notice, too, that Caps has now pushed up this minion wave as well. Something G2 did so much at MSI was move Caps toward the top lane and look for turret dives. It has to be something on the minds of Splyce right now.
Well, definitely when you can unlock Wunder, he can unlock the game for you, and that's something that has happened a lot. No kill secured. Splyce down 500 gold thanks to those CS deficits, and with this control in the top half of the map, Jankos is really just having a field day running over Xerxes' jungle. It was a smite by the Krugs.
No!
Xerxes, unfortunately, does not pick that one up, so Jankos able to walk away. And the only small circumstance here is that Kobbe has a small CS advantage over Perkz.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, if Rek'Sai's E was not nerfed, Xerxes would have had the damage, he would have gotten the smite down and gotten the Raptor, but unfortunately now Xerxes going to be a level up over Jankos going to be a level up over Xerxes.
Yeah. So what you just said, muscle memory doesn't help you there most likely. Or
I would have made the same mistake.
Small miscalculation. A little bit of a fan of Halo Blades Rek'Sai there. Ender, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. It's the best rune for him.
There we go, and that's why Xerxes picked it. But of course, we did see, as I mentioned, Kobbe and Norscaran just continually shoving in, and these junglers, they seem to be playing on the same side of the map the entire time. So good information sharing, good spotting. And now, again, with Humanoid being pushed all the way under the tower, Caps is potentially the first to roam, which I think is why Xerxes doesn't start the fight.
Yeah, there's a couple reasons why Xerxes can't fight. First of all, mid lane and top lane are getting pushed in very far for G2, so even when the fight was topside, Vizicsacsi couldn't really help him. Second, Jankos went for the challenging smite, whereas Xerxes went for the chilling smite. That means that Jankos has the on-hit, damage that he's going to do in these duels. He also does a mini exhaust on towards Rek'Sai as well, so all fights should go in Jankos' favor up until I think level 6 is when Rek'Sai really gets a lot of power and could turn things around.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to that point, but thus far, this was sort of the game plan. Stood on top of a ward, the recall will complete there from Xerxes, and what I was saying, during draft, Ender, you were mentioning that Splyce really just wanted to sort of mitigate, play slow, play controlled, but Norscaran's in a little bit of trouble. We'll be able to dash backwards. Now Kobbe gets away. No summoner spells used just yet. Kobbe actually, I think, spell shield up that little attack from Perkz. But the wave is pushing forward, and as I was mentioning, slow and steady, scale up, get your items, get Chachi through this early phase where he was down 15 odd CS at one point, still down 10, but that feels so much less bad as time goes forward.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially once you start getting up some of that flat magic penetration on the Rumble. You're going to do a lot of damage against relatively squishy targets on the side of G2. Shouldn't be able to build up too much magic resist themselves. I would like to, focus in on the bottom lane for just a moment, because we finally saw Perkz and Mickey pushing up, taking an aggressive trade, but that's because they had Jankos with them. Early on, we expected them to win the fights, but because Jankos had a much higher focus on setting up his top laner, Wunder, it allowed Kobbe and Norscaran to push in the wave and use their teleports to consistently apply pressure.
All right, those teleports are on cooldown now for everybody across the map. And looking at the objectives, Herald's going to be up in the not too distant future, and we've got an Infernal Drake. So I want to talk a little bit about who do you think could make the first move here? Because one of the old school stories is don't mess up a dragon fight against an equalizer from Rubble, because that can be game changing. You're not getting a chance just yet as Chachi does shove Jankos out the way.
Yeah, I think the times of Rumble instantly winning a fight around Dragon based on his ultimate are a little bit gone to this point, but it is fair to say that in a 5v5, when you stack an on-hit Nico in Wunder against Vizicsacsi's Rumble, that Rumble will certainly win out. So it is an interesting situation here where Splyce would prefer to find a fight, but because their jungler's actually on the back foot at the moment, it's difficult for them to engage anything until Vizicsacsi's TP comes up.
All right, so keeping my eyes on that, about 3/4 of the cooldown has already been used, and you can see Xerxes, he's just waiting in the wings. It feels like he's shadowing his lanes more than anything right now. Was, covering in the bot lane as Kobbe and Norscaran looked like they could get jumped on, obviously covering top lane there as well. So the right place at the right time. We're getting closer to 10 minutes, that gold lead still slowly creeping up, around 800 gold, and Splyce, I think, are not going to be too disappointed with this. Assuming they do not concede kills or turret plates, that can allow G2 to accelerate the game.
Yeah, the best news for Splyce is that right now Kobbe has about a 200 to 300 gold lead over his counterpart in Perkz, and you know that Sivir will scale into the late game fights with that AoE damage much more effectively than this low range single target damage Lucian will. So Splyce are certainly comfortable at the moment, even though they are down 1,000 gold. The difficulty that you face though against playing against G2 and against a team comp that is built to play, very skirmish heavy and have the split push style is that these small gold leads early on will balloon and get bigger and bigger until you can find that final 5v5 fight.
Especially if you look at the minimap, there's one plate missing in the mid lane. We'll get to that in a moment as Jankos has the opportunity to get in behind Norscaran. 2 more shots, will get the stun. That's a dash away to the side. Sivir ultimate is just enough movement speed, so they trade 1 ulti for 2. Technically, Splyce's favorite trade.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think it was actually a very interesting gank there by by Jankos. We see Wunder actually proxying the minion wave between Vizicsacsi. But I think that gank was actually just to burn a flash. They never intended to get any sort of kill out of it because Caps was going for a reset at the same time. I think the idea for G2 was if you can burn a flash, that means the next time Caps runs mid after that reset, you can push the wave and then find the collapse. But they didn't get the flash, so now they get stalled out a little bit more.
So planning a few steps ahead. Seen that a couple times. While we saw Wunder proxying that top lane, you can see Vizicacsi's equalizers on cooldown. Just before he finished the back, he actually dropped that ulti, shoved the wave back out. It's 2/3 around again, so almost available. And Haunting Guys and Teleport is up. So that sort of timing window of starter play is up. But it may be too late because that's first blood to G2. Jankos has just led the way, and everywhere Jankos goes, G2 are able to respond quicker.
Yeah, Jankos used the early game lane pressure, and then now at the 11-minute mark as well, more lane pressure. Just spot out Xerxes, invade into the jungle, find him out and easily kill him, and that first blood will result then in an Infernal Drake. The worst thing that could happen to Splyce, get snowballed on like this.
Oh, Realm Warp is now coming in. That was actually hijacked away. Caps doesn't get rooted into the tower though, with one tower shot. Humanoid's gonna try to turn this one around. The Kingslayer is running back, Rune Prison comes out! The overload! Humanoid solo kills Caps.
Yes, he did. Caps went way too deep under the tower. I have no idea what he was doing with that Realm Warp, and Humanoid punishes him for it.
Oh, really nicely done. Humanoid turning Caps' aggression against him, and that was one of the players that we had our eyes on coming into this matchup. Whether or not Humanoid's growth and development from Spring Split could make him more competitive against the fields.
Yeah, because I felt like Humanoid's entrance into the LEC, it was all right, but it wasn't anything special. It was very average, and in a very stacked role like the mid lane, that in itself is good for a team, but for Splyce, who wants to push into that top 3 and, make some sort of contention against these top teams, you need to have a mid laner that can stack up against the likes of Perkz.
All right, you do indeed, and right now, there's an engage on the mid lane. Norscarin not gonna find anything. Really easy escape as Jankos was just standing behind Mickey. And Splyce, by the way, they got 1 kill on the board. They also rotated their duo lane top, and now they've got themselves into a predicament where they can race for first tower. Wunder's gone to the bot lane, and there's a lot of shenanigans afoot as there's at least 3 or 4 members of each team in the top half of the map.
Yeah, Vizicsacsi now actually going to sacrifice some CS down bottom lane. He's going to walk back down there now, but you see Splyce want to find this 5v5. They make the call to back out in the end, and gonna get forced out of the river. That's gonna give a lot of control over to G2, who now have pressure in mid lane and could threaten starting up the Herald themselves.
All right, 1,000 gold advantage to G2 Esports. A number of plates fallen, 2 apiece in the top lane. Vizicsacsi finds himself 25 CS down from Wunder, and Cobby's only a minion wave up, 7 and a bit. Humanoid around 10, nearly above Caps. I feel like this Infernal Drake would be worth more than the kill, especially as Humanoid has no flash, flag, drag, dunk. Wunder comes in with the autos, momentary blip.
Makes them wait for it.
And G2 pick up not only the kill, but they get themselves a bunch of plates, and this should be Tower First Blood as well.
Yeah, just 40 seconds on those plates going down. They're gonna be able to pick up all of them. G2 with a massive power play in the mid lane. We'll watch that one more time, maybe, because Jankos went for like the smallest EQ flash I've ever seen, but it was very good.
TV lane. This is already going to be a chase. While there's an engage up in the top lane, Norscarin cannot chase Perkz. What was that? Suiciding. Now down to the bottom lane. Pop Blossom. Not going to be enough. Caps picks up the kill. All of a sudden, Splyce, they bite off more than they can chew.
Oh, Splyce, what are you doing? It was close, and then all of a sudden, a very big misplay. Top side, they get TP'd on down bottom lane, but this is what G2 do so well. They just keep fighting you everywhere on the map, and they don't give you time to think.
No, they really don't. And remember, G2 set up the proactive plays early on. That's what allowed them to pick up first blood. Now they've punished the decision-making after Humanoid wins the 1v1. He was flashless, he was ganked within 60 seconds, and that opened up the tower. Fortunately, it didn't fall for Splyce, but they're down 3,000 gold because of moments like this.
Yeah, just a TP ward put very deep in the lane. You can see Vizicsacsi thought the play was going up towards topside. He has no support, but he greeted for that extra turret plate. And I hate to break it to you, buddy, but that is just not worth it as Caps got that kill.
No, absolutely not the case. The only benefit for Vizicsacsi is he's still holding onto his TP right now. He's got himself the equalizer available. So if there is some big team fight, Splyce need to dig themselves out of a hole. It is a significant gold lead. And it's a little disappointing because just pulling that grand entrance a little short from Norscarin, not finding Perkz, who, fair enough, was actually able to dash away as well. So all credit, miss and dodge. and G2 turn around to get the counter kill.
Yeah, I mean, there are also those recon nerfs we talked about, making it easier to react to plays like that. So Perkz had more of a window of time to avoid that initial engage, and ends up spoiling that one for Splyce.
It does indeed. You just saw the graphic on your screen. Next game, by the way, is going to be Vitality versus Origin. That's because Schalke versus Excel is the last game of the day. There's more information on why that schedule change happened over on Twitter at LOL Esports. Rift Herald was started while I started that little update, and there was enough threat and counter threat for Splyce to bail out. Humanoid used the Realm to do so safely.
So what we're seeing is classic split push versus teamfight comp ideas going down right now. Splyce are bringing everyone in towards this top side of the map to try and take Herald, to try and take a fight, to try and get something, because right now Wunder is continuing to push down that bottom side, get a larger and larger CS lead, but they have to act quickly because Wunder could TP into a fight.
All right, Wunder's got that available. All members of Splyce are up here. Looks like the engage. Norscaron zoned away Perkz for now, but Kobe's already low. The culling is deleting Splyce where they stand. Xerxes goes. That's a flash pop Blossom. Not really going to do a lot, but Humanoid's left alone. The Rift Herald is unkilled, and only Visit Chachi remains. That was a fantastic fight for G2.
Chachi's trying to become one with the Wolf Camp, but it is not enough as Perkz picks up the ace. While he's doing that, you have Caps pushing in on towards that mid lane. G2 blow wide open.
This is exactly the performance that you expect from the MSI champion to start their summer split campaign. It has been a controlled and calculated push to build themselves up nearly 7,000 gold leads.
And they've also come back in with exactly the same style that they were playing to such success at MSI. It's strong solo lane picks, it's the ability to split the map, push lanes, and play for a split push, but also when the time is right, you can group up because of the gold lead they got from the laning phase.
All right, let's take a look at this replay. So it's just before the Herald engage.
Yeah, Kobe gets dunked with so much damage right there. He does flash out, but unfortunately, Wunder teleported straight on top of him. By the time that you reach this point in the fight, you realize G2 just collapsed from so many different angles. Splyce were searching so hard for that 5v5 that they put themselves in a position where there was no escape.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think, by the way, when I'm watching this game, all credit to G2. They're playing very well, very calculated. But I almost wonder if Splyce are worried about the plot armor. In many ways, when teams came up against SKT in years gone by, because it is SKT, you second guess, you doubt, you have these questions. Seeing some of the plays from these guys, like Chachi's just gonna get soloed.
Well,
seeing some of the plays, Norscaron missing the ultimates, you know, Chachi getting really bullied. Xerxes been completely pushed away. I wonder if the guys are in their own heads just a little bit, because I expected a little bit more from Splyce, and this is a very strong team. And now all of a sudden, Kobe's just going to kill that.
It just doesn't stop, Trev.
It doesn't. 11 kills, 18 minutes. Jankos has been everywhere, 0, 1, and 9, and the rest of the team's backing him up.
Yeah, and you can just see what G2 do. They control quadrants of the jungle. Right now, it's that northern side. They're going to get one inner tower. They're going to get two inner towers. Splyce are relegated to standing inside their base, and we're just 18 minutes into the game.
Beautiful, beautiful performance. At 14 minutes, G2 had around a 1,000 gold lead. 4.5 minutes later, they're about to break open the base. They've got themselves 9,000 gold. There's an engage. Chachi's down again. The Equalizer can't even kill the minion wave. And now Humanoid's forced to flash defensively. The Inhibitor's going to get killed before 20 minutes. Tanglebops will lock them up. Not going to follow on the Flag and Drag. Here comes a Pop Blossom. That gets the stun. That gets 2 more kills. Still a minute and a half before 20. And G2 get the inhib.
G2 speedran games last split. They're looking like they want to speedrun this entire summer right now. 19 minutes into the game onto the second inhibitor tower. This is the best team in the world.
Absolutely no doubt. Inhibitor in the mid lane will get chunked to 70-odd% before the rest of the squad start to back away. G2 Esports. Well, I tell you what, this is a statement. If ever I had seen one, and they're coming, they're showing, they're not done. MSI was the start. We'll have to see how far they can go.
Yeah, it's almost hard to say anything to that. G2 doing so well so early on. Now I'm just waiting, you know, what is the next big thing they're gonna pull off? What's the craziness that will come our way? Because that's been the fun of this team, right? Is that it's not just that they're the best and they do it in a very calculated and, you know, controlled way. It's the fact that they always feel like they bring something unique and a new element to play.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And the decisiveness is just something to behold. It's beautiful. they can not only kill the entire enemy team, but they can take the inhibitor at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Splyce just don't have the health bars to ever, walk forward and provide a front line for Kobbe. Kobbe's got 2 items. He's like, guys, I'm doing all right compared to Perkz, but it really just is not enough. Everything around it isn't working for Splyce.
Yeah, we talked about that gold difference. You can see the big spike there. It was up for a moment, just before 15 minutes, and then just flew away. Second Dragon of the game picked up. And this is the opening game of Summer. After this, every other LEC team will take to the stage, and they'll be watching this game, taking notes, and trying to figure out how to topple this behemoth.
I mean, Frost said it on the desk, G2 is the bar now.
Yeah.
When it comes to international competition, we never had that before. We never had a victor. So now G2 comes back home to Europe, and your play against G2 will give you accurate details of how you would perform internationally. Right now, it's clear that G2 is just the best.
For anybody that didn't manage to tune in just before Ready Check, we had that celebration of EU and G2 esports. And in preparation and in research, one of the things that I giggled to myself about was one of the first teams that popularized this very aggressive, very proactive style was Moscow 5. Well before your time, young one.
I was not playing League of Legends when Moscow 5 was a team.
And while Splyce are under pressure, their motto was see hero, kill hero. G2 have perfected that. They're diving under an inhibitor turret at 21 minutes. They've taken it. The culling is going to push Humanoid away, and G2 Esports will take their 3rd inhibitor of the game. Wait for some of those super minions to conga their way in, and then take down the Nexus.
Look, Splyce have all 5 members up, but this is just one of those points where you sit back and say, this is just a G2 thing. Perkz splashes in.
He does indeed. He dashes away from Norscarin as well. The Rakan engages are simply not good enough. Wonder's going to look for the Pop Blossom, and it will just be enough to farm. Cap steals away a Realm Warp. Now, will that be used stylishly? Realm Warp starts to channel underneath the fountain. Oh, Perkz and Caps go all the way in. All for one and one for all. Splyce get themselves 2 kills. Make that a 3rd. As G2 Esports are now being run down. Caps is running for his life. Electro Harpoon's burning him down.
He's turning around. Caps going back in.
Oh, my word! With the help of Wonder, the Solo Rainers from G2 Esports do not care and turn it back around on Splyce.
G2 literally ran it down into the fountain, but Caps and Wonder are still strong enough to get the win. They go for another.
They are indeed. Cersei gets his ultimate hijacked, adding insult to injury. G2 Esports catch off onto Kobbe. He's the last Splyce member standing, and he will not be able to stop this. The Nexus falls. G2 Esports obliterates Splyce.
Quick shot, that's still the same G2, the 1 MSI.
Maybe they are better.
Oh no.
I mean, that is fantastic. That is just really, really impressive. And there is no doubt that anybody coming up against this team for the very first game is going to have a tall task ahead of them. I expected more from Splyce, and I know this team can do better. It is just a matter of time, and it's a matter of not playing G2 Esports. So we need to see, right? It's very early days, but all credit to G2, they played extremely well.
Yeah, G2 absolutely on fire, still sticking with the same style that brought them home an international trophy and doing it in such a clean way. They continue to impress.
I really, really liked as well, as the team walked across, seeing Mickey giving Kobbe just a hug there, of course, former teammates going up against one another. In G2, they start off their summer split with a bang. 22 minutes, 45 seconds. We'll have to see if they can keep defining how to play the game in the current meta, because their decision-making and their drafting, it's just phenomenal.
It's so good. And the scary thing is that they play a style that is not easy to execute. It's heavy pressure. If you make one mistake, it sets you back multiple minutes in terms of progress in a game. So the way they play is almost like testing their limits, but playing at a perfect level, a near perfect level, in order to have these games that end so quickly.
Yeah, big smiles on the side of G2 Esports. Ekos looks a little serious there, despite the fact that he sort of unlocked everything. It was his pressure that allowed the other laners, and vice versa, to play so forward and so deep in Splyce territory.
I mean, just imagine how terrifying it is to be Xerxes in this game, because Janko's just always in your jungle. He has his lanes to support him behind you. He walks in, he steals your Krug camp. So you say, okay, I'm gonna go down to my Raptors now. Okay, he does that too, and then he kills me when I'm over by my Wolves. Like, what can you do against that?
What can you do? And we're gonna have to start talking to all the other teams and players as well. Like, what can you do against G2? You know, that is the question. Who will stop them? Can anybody stop them? And who's going to rise up to the challenge? Those are the questions we're going to have to find out over the next 8 weeks, and I don't know if there is an answer.
So, I mean, somehow you have to slow them down early on, but even then, we've seen them in, 50-minute long games make insane decisions and have those good calls. So it's not even as black and white as don't let them snowball on you. You also just have to be able to beat them even at the 30, 40-minute mark.
Ooh, okay, we've actually got something fun now. Let's check out actually some plays from the view of Caps specifically, because you can actually watch Caps POV as well as everybody else if you go check out riot.com/ProView. So here's his POV of the Herald fights.
Yeah, so he already used the equalizer. Actually, he's going to hop in here and solo out Humanoid on the side. I was wondering actually if you were going to see him, go for the tower dive underneath, but this is the turnaround. It's so good. You see he's laughing while doing it, and the shield actually runs out, but he knows that the Flame Spitter is down and Rumble was overheating. So Rumble actually can't do anything in this fight. Caps is able to sustain up to use his shields, just obliterate Splyce.
I mean, it's actually a bit demonic seeing him smiling through all of this. The healing from the W and then just the max range skill
and look,
shots.
he steals the Rek'Sai and gets another one. It's like, okay, now I guess we dive the fountain. They're not going to show the
Unbelievable.
You got to show him inting into the fountain.
No, it's tactical. Anyways, you can watch his POV, absolutely everybody else, riot.com/ProView. It's time for Key Player of the Game at LOL Esports on Twitter. Jankos, Caps, and Wunder are your options. It's the top half of the map. I have to vote Jankos.
Yeah, I'm going to say don't let that last highlight reel play from Caps fool you. Jankos was the true MVP.
Yes, absolutely the case. We're not trying to persuade you or convince you of what to do. I can see an interview is ready though, so as soon as we're actually going to head over right now to Law and Splyce's coach.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you, Duke, for joining me. I guess starting the season against the MSI champion isn't ideal for you.
Let's say it's a good warm-up, but for sure, like the game was, we knew the game would be hard. We got a bit a taste of the medicine that every top team has been taking for a few months. It was pretty wild. They went full early game, and I think they were one, if not the only team that can draft like this in Europe. But they just don't do any mistakes. So.
Can you tell me about the turning points of the game here?
There was a point where, I mean, actually the first 10 minutes were pretty fine because they had 2 double TP advantage, but they didn't do much. We were expecting them to do Inferno pretty fast, but at some point, Caps had one mid-prio, and we I think we lost a bit of focus. We got caught in the jungle, and then we saw the mid-dive coming on Humanoid, but we were not fast enough to defend it. Starting that, once they started to, basically to start their snowball with their comp, it was really, really hard to stop them. Yeah, so I would say the mid-dive most likely is the problem.
I see. And in the video before the show, many players were talking about the fact that it's special playing against G2. Can you tell me what is special about it? You were mentioning the early drafting. Is there something else?
As a coach, it's always special to draft against G2 because there are a lot of champions you can ask yourself, can we just give this champion to Caps, for example? So, for example, Sylas, we were asking ourselves the question, but at the moment in the meta, there are so many broken picks that you have to just take a decision on which champion we're going to give them. So here we did Sylas against Ryze, while also putting pressure on the jungle with the Rek'Sai pretty early, with an Elise ban. Yeah, so the draft is already really hard against G2, obviously, and then afterwards they play a really fast-paced game. They don't necessarily really play on side that hard. They usually really group and force with a lot of initiative on the map, and it's really hard to react if you're not prepared.
And it's something all of the teams will have to work on this split. Now, more about you. You went back to Berlin. How was it seeing your players again after the break?
It was great. I think last split we had a pretty good run. Unfortunately, we lost against Fnatic in I don't know, quarterfinals. I don't know how we can call this, but
round 2.
Yeah, we are pretty optimistic for this split. I think this is a really good group. We are really working well. So yeah, we're just happy to come back, and we'll already giving our best in training. So even if this game obviously didn't look too good, but that's how League of Legends is in a snowball meta, I would say. But yeah, I'm pretty optimistic.
We'll see if you have a better chance against Vitality tomorrow. Thank you, Duke, for joining me.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, Vitality will take on Origin. Stay tuned, guys.
So that sort of timing window of starter players up. But it may be too late because that's first blood to G2. Oh, Realm Warp is now coming in. That was actually hijacked away. Caps doesn't get rooted into the tower though with one tower shot. Humanoid's going to try to turn this one around. The Kingslayer running back. Rune Prison comes out. The overload. Looks like the engage. Norscaron zoned away perks for now, but Kobe's already low. The culling is deleting Splice where they stand. Xerxes goes. That's a flash pop Blossom. Not really going to do a lot, but Humanoid's left alone.
Well, you didn't say anything, but...
Ready. He was ready.
Oh, the Shine rookie. It's for your highlights, guys. It's for your highlights.
Yeah.
It's just for the highlights.
It was worth.
G2 Esports catch off onto Kobe. He's the last Splice member standing, and he will not be able to stop this. The Nexus falls. G2 Esports obliterate Splice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the opening day of the LEC Summer Split. In our next game, we'll see if Vitality can come back strong as they face off against Origen. Now, when we talk about Vitality, it might be easy to think back to the fact that they didn't get all that far in the playoffs, but overall, they had a really strong split, and they were actually in the #2 position at the top of the table for most of the split.
Yeah, they certainly were. And I think a lot of that came off the back of players like Cabochard and Jizuke honestly having great performances typically throughout the regular season. That did kind of dip off around week 8, week 9, the latter half of the split, and then they really crashed and burned coming into playoffs. Fnatic even choosing them over SK.
To add insult to
And I think it's kind of a mix of issues here. Yamato came out, he said that this one's on me, the preparation, the internal things happening with the team that kind of let them down at the very end right there. And I also think it was in tandem with the bot lane in particular. Attila and Jack Troll not meeting expectations and really underperforming when it counted for their team. And I think if, Yamato has managed to refresh the team, get them on the right foot, and Jack Troll and Attila go back to their high highs, then suddenly Vitality become that very scary team that they were for 7 weeks of the LEC.
And you talk about refreshment, we know that they did boot camp with RNG over in the LPL, and you've often said, Frost, that it's very easy to get scrims against the other LPL teams because they're just happy to play anyone, and we can see here, they said that this was a very successful and proactive time for them, and they're feeling very invigorated coming into the split.
I've been in that facility. It is absolutely incredible, so huge shout out for Vitality to look for a boot camp like this and really try to make up ground that they felt they lost in summer. Now, the good news is you can get a lot of scrims in China. The bad news is I'm not sure the quality of scrims really matters sometimes because I've scrimmed over in China. Those teams just go hard. They go hard in the paint. They flash at like level 3, they try to all in all the time, so Vitality should definitely be on their toes and ready to play reactionary games.
Yeah, we'll see. I do like the fact that Yamato and the team, they took that step proactively. They had those connections and they went to China to go through that kind of training boot camp because they knew it wasn't what they wanted out of spring, because Yamato came out and said, this is the year we get a title after that breakout year with our rookies. They're not there yet. There's a lot of positives. You mentioned it already. Cabochard probably coming off the best split of his career.
Yeah, I mean, he was voted as second in terms of the MVP. Many were looking at him as being the primary carry for this squad and kind of turning their attention to, if they were going to have a good run at playoffs, this would be the man that they had to enable and play around to find success.
What I think is really important, though, is a lot of Cabochard's numbers were boosted or inflated by the fact that he got Urgot virtually every single game. Like, Vitality were very quick to recognize how strong that champion was in the spring meta, and it's not really the same case anymore. And that's not to say that Cabochard can't grab the next big champion, but it's not as clear cut this time around. So I want to make sure that Cabochard is able to continue his stride with different tools and different weapons.
Well, when push comes to shove, I expected a bit more from Vitality in spring. Of course, there were unforeseen circumstances, Jizuke not being able to play every single game and things like that. But I do want to see them take a bigger step forward in summer. What do you think they mainly have to work on?
Well, that bot lane needs to be something that has to be fixed coming into this split because they were the main point of weakness that was often punished during the regular season.
Well, they're up against Origen in their first game of the summer split, and for them, the spring split was a fantastic success. They returned to the league with a second place, a finals appearance where they eventually fell to G2 Esports, but for a brand new team, for a brand new organizational structure behind that team or that team name that we've known, I think that was an incredibly impressive first split.
I don't think it gets better. The only way that gets better is if they actually won the LEC trophy, and everyone's going to remember the 0-6 that Origen had against G2, but G2 just went and won MSI, so I think we can forgive them from that. And if you're a fan of Origen, you should feel incredibly proud and incredibly excited to see what this organization has next.
Yeah, it's also fun as event. Sorry to cut in, but the fact that they don't, you know what you're going to get, and you know that they are going to improve as the year goes on.
I have nothing but applause for this team and organization because it felt like that they built the structure first and they relied on the kind of already fundamentals that they had after their success with teams like Astralis, and they kind of relied on this fundamental to develop what looked like the seeds to sprout beautiful flowers. And right now they have some very pretty flowers that are dominating the European scene, and after already securing second place, you have to hope that they can only go up from here.
But who will be the most beautiful flower? Because I think that's what Origen really need. To me, this idea of being a chameleon, they can kind of pick where and when and how they're going to beat you, because they can kind of change or carry their playstyle on a whim depending on who they're facing. And I want them to pick a crown jewel, if you will, or a beautiful flower in Vetti's words. And if that's Nukeduck, if that's Patrick, if that's Alphari or Cold, just really dedicate some resources to it. Personally, I'd love to see Alphari pick up that mantle because I think right now he's a really good weak side top laner, and where he doesn't get a lot of resources, he really holds his own. But we know Alphari has that ceiling that if you put the resources into him, he can be a superstar.
It's very hard to predict what the teams are going to do. There have been a couple of changes in other teams as well, but if you look at the fact that they fell to G2, do you think this team is looking at it in terms of, well, we have to get so much better or we can never beat G2, or is that not something they should focus on?
I think they have a benchmark that they can work towards now, which means that they have very clear ideas of what they're lacking and what they can develop on, which I think only helps the team. But I definitely think that they are hungry to at the very least be in a position to challenge for the title, because the fact that they got 6-0'd by Origin in the playoffs, that's got to leave a sour taste in their mouth, and they want to grow to a point at the very least to be able to challenge G2.
Nice slip of the tongue by G2, but you know, maybe you could argue that it was Origin beating Origin.
One of my concerns for Origin is that it feels like you have such strong minds in this team and strong voices. You know, we've spoken a lot to Mithy. I think everyone really respects and reveres his intelligence on the scene, but with so many kind of subtle changes to the meta or different champions, it feels like sometimes it takes Origin a while to really find their pocket and how they want to play the game and where they're prioritizing. So I think they are a team, at least in spring, that showed that they were a bit slow to adapt to certain situations or adapt to certain patches. So between kind of the meta that's been established at MSI to these 3 patches to now starting, I don't know if Origin are going to hit the ground running or if it is going to take another warm-up period for them to really find their groove and agree, okay, this is what's strong right now.
Yeah, we are still waiting for a minute to get on stage. There was a little issue, but with that, then let's preview the match at hand and the teams versus each other. Origin versus Vitality. Let's start with stylistically in the meta. How will these match up in these fast-paced games?
Well, I'm hoping that Vitality do hit the ground running. I think that why they found so much success last split was because of their solo laners in Cabo and Jizuke, and I think that if they focus around them in a similar way to how G2 do, I think they can find a lot of success early.
And I think if there's an Origin victory, it's simply because you have the experience of Nukeduck and you have the star power of Alphari. They're able to control those side lanes, and then slowly but surely Origin just grind Vitality down.
All right, we are ready to go. Both teams return to the LEC with the same lineups as in spring, and they are looking to hit the ground running starting tonight. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Shox and Floristius, talking about gardening on Origin side.
Gardenius.
Gardenius, that's much better than my name. Talking about hitting the ground running, actually, both of these teams started Spring Split in very different fashions. Origin were a little bit slow out the gates. They ramped up. They got better literally every week. Vitality, on the other hand, they hit the ground at a sprint,
boom,
but then ran out of highway and fell off the edge of a cliff and literally out of contention.
Yeah, Vitality were literally the second best team in the league. They were in the #2 spot by a lot for the first 7 weeks of play, and then they just lost every single game. They went into playoffs, and it really fell apart for this squad. But we've heard with some moves going over to the LPL and working with RNG as well, this team has had the chance to try and practice and improve.
So what's going to be the biggest benefit for Vitality outside of just scrimming Chinese teams that they can bring home, you know, from sitting in the Origin bootcamp?
Well, #1 has to be actually just scrim time against Uzi, because you look at this bottom lane from Vitality, and we've seen them do very well in the past, but in the spring split, they were very underwhelming. And I think that if you have time, you know, get dedicated practice time against one of, if not the best AD carry players in the world in Uzi, you can pick things up, you can bring it back, and hopefully come back with a better A game.
Now, what's that going to do up against Origin's bottom lane? I mean, where are the pressure points here for Vitality? Just a quick update before you answer that. Origin are just fine-tuning some of their audio levels on stage, as of course they're about to play their first game of Summer Split. But yeah, to bring it in, you know, where can Vitality attack to try and take down the Spring Split second place squads?
I think the Vitality formula that worked for them in spring was always playing through top lane. You know, Mowgli putting a lot of time up there, making sure Cabochard gets counterpick as well is going to be absolutely crucial. And I believe Vitality also selected red side for this game, so we expect that. But at the same time, Origin is a team that with Alphari, you can leave him alone as that weak side playing top laner and try to funnel a lot of resources into the bot lane.
And talking about that top laner, I mean, Cabochard ended up picking up, you know, second spot on the pre-Summer Split player rankings. Wonder was first, Cabo was second, Alphari was third, but they do very different things, don't they? Their style of playing and the way that their team plays around them. is drastically different. So I want to see if the draft reflects that as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at someone like Cabochard, you think very similar to Wunder, where he's playing lane-dominant champions. In a lot of ways, he actually performed as well or even better in some laning statistics up against Wunder, you know, who went on to perform so well at MSI, whereas Alphari has always been the player, even when he was with Misfits, now with Origen as well. These teams have more of a focus on the other areas of the map, and he's comfortable taking a low-resource type top laner and just not giving up kills and trying to hold his own while not giving up much of an advantage.
And of course, I mean, Origen as a team, they're sort of the jack of all trades type of squad. They have demonstrated they can play a variety of styles. They've demonstrated that they can, you know, play different types of compositions as well. I want to see what this team has been able to digest and adapt from the MSI meta. As well as now these last 3 patches coming into Summer Split, and whether they've got any new tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think it's actually really cool to see how this team drafts and how that ends up affecting how they try to play out a game, because you have a player like Cold that can maybe go for something like a Rek'Sai or a Jarvan and play very aggressive early on, or maybe go more control and go back towards the Karthus. You have a mid laner in Nukeduck who can play a split push style or a team fight control mage style as well. You keep on going down, you even have a player like Mithy who's comfortable on pick supports or hard engage.
All right, now let's turn our attention to Vitality. What do Origen do to unlock or defeat this style from Vitality, assuming they come in with that same strong solo lane focus that tends to end up in a bit of a 1-3-1 type of style with both Cabo and Jizuke, who love to play side lanes?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are Origen in this game, you take what you saw Vitality in the spring split, and that was their bottom lane sometimes going over aggressive. Instead of trying to match the fight in the top lane in that sort of 2v2, instead, you can try to rely on some of the oversteps we saw from players like Attila and Jackdaw in the past, and try to get, you know, one of your up-and-comers, Patrick, really to snowball him ahead.
All right, give me some champion picks now. Players are just about ready for draft. Second game of Summer Split here in the LEC. What are the priority bans? We saw some unique targeted ones. Is Yuumi blue side banned the entire time, by the way?
I don't think so. I think so. One of the things about Yuumi is that she doesn't have a ton of terrible matchups, I don't think. You can pick hard engage against her and she will struggle, but we've seen in other regions around the world, you can definitely first pick this champion. And as long as you give jungle resources towards that bottom lane, you can try to avoid the hard engage bad matchups.
And of course, we saw the Yuumi banned blue side first banned by G2, we can assume, because they've had less time to play with her or practice or get hands around it, potentially. Now let's see what happens in this game. Ryze, Draven, Aatrox taken off the table. No Yuumi as of yet, but Draven 2 for 2. But of course it is the players that have excelled on that champion.
Yeah, it's all the Draven mains. It's actually really interesting how in the LEC we have like 4 or 5 players that just love the Draven, even though it's not a super popular pick around the world. But it goes to show that here in the LEC, it's all about early game and lane dominant pressure. That's what makes this region so exciting, because it gets very explosive very early on.
Cat in a hat, cat in a book, cat in the hat. Come on, don't ban Yuumi. Don't ban Yuumi. I really want to cast a Yuumi game. Vitality have 1 ban remaining. Sylas was the final ban from Origen. Vitality in the last few seconds. I mean, maybe they're discussing it as well. Maybe we'll find out on mic check.
Come on.
I really want to see Yuumi here in Europe. She is banned away. And that means now first pick to Origen.
Yeah, and ooh, instantly going for the Sejuani. All right, this is a more, control style jungler here for Cold that he's going to be picking up.
And what I've seen when Sejuani's been locked in other regions, the likes of Camille mid lane
I knew you were gonna go there.
In priority, because we discussed it. What would need to happen to lock Camille in if that happens?
Well, it's an interesting one, because the Camille is all about controlling the river when you pair it up alongside a Sejuani. So I'm not sure. It really just depends if it's something that Origen have practiced and if it is something that they want to do. But I like this even more. At the end of the spring split, we saw Sona Taric in Rotterdam come into play. We never saw it split up, I don't think, and Origen are going to be the first team to do so as they lock it in alongside Tahm Kench.
I have seen a Sona Tahm Kench played over in the LCK just a couple days ago. It's going to be Siva paired with Taric, and neither of the solo laners are locked in here yet. I actually think that Sona Taric, Sona TK game also had a Camille mid, if I recall correctly, but I would need to double check that. Let's take a look at the bans and talk about those solo lanes because they both need to be locked in for both sides.
Yeah, I think what Vitality need to be aiming for here is a very flexible option with their 4th pick right now, because if you do that on red side, you can, in theory, get 2 counter picks. You have the option once you see what Origen want to bring to the table to match up against that, and they're going to try and take away some of the very lane oppressive options at the moment, both sides actually, with the Nico as well as the Renekton being moved away.
While we've got some time, tell me what Sona Tahm Kench is going to do different to Sona Taric, because I think we know Sona Taric, but this is different.
Yeah, it is. The idea here really comes down between these two supports, where Taric is a level 6 type of champion that wants to use his ultimate as a delayed, very powerful team-wide defensive tool, whereas Tahm Kench with his W can come online a little bit earlier for those defensive properties and try to, pull Sona out of bad situations, but it will not have the same team fight presence as a Taric will.
Got it. Earlier activation, slightly less bigger 5v5 power, so you're just trading power in different locations.
Yeah, you also have the Tongue Lash too, so a lot of times we saw with the Taric, he would be farming in that lane because Sona would be going for the Kleptomancy and the Spell Thieves as well, so Tahm Kench rather can do sort of a similar thing with his Tongue Lash.
All right, let's see how this works out. Of course, denying Tahm Kench from Jackal. Not that he would have played it with Taric locked in. Taric, I'll switch to Taric. Gangplank is going to be the final ban now, and Attila will need to lock in one champion for one of his solo lanes. We're anticipating that Olaf to go in Mowgli's hands. Once again, fits his playstyle as well as that of Vitality's, and they've got themselves some insurance in Sivir if the game decides to go late. Jace found himself in the ban pool in game 1, and it's secured here, most likely for Cabo in the top lane.
Yeah, very interesting to see Vitality go for the Jace again. Of course, Cabochard loves this champion, but their first 3 picks seemed like they were aiming much more for a team fight style where they sort of ran in towards you. Instead, now I'm thinking the Sivir Taric should be playing a little more safely around the mid lane and setting up wave clear options, because what we expect now from Vitality is to pick a mid lane option with split push potential to play around those solo lanes, and you might get it.
And exactly the case. Camille locked in with Sejuani.
But how did you know?
Not surprised. If anybody has watched LCK, or that's where I definitely found it out, this is something we're seeing a lot. But now, what do they pair with it? There's still a solo lane to lock in.
I really hope they just put a top lane to mess with you.
I'll be really disappointed. but we also saw Camille Fiora. That was a thing that we've seen a couple times. And if it's not going to be a little bit more engaged power in the Jarvan, expect that to land up obviously in Alphari's hands. There's a lot of go, go, go. A lot of team fight and AoE to back it up.
Oh, absolutely. You've got a lot of circles or hexagons with the Camille as well. A giant rectangle too with Sona ult. So you have all the AoE to start off fights, and you have, that snap ability to try and catch people out before the Taric ult can come down and protect you. I think that Vitality see maybe they need some answers to this hard engage 5v5, because the Azir with his Emperor's Divide has very strong self-peeling options trying to thwart that initial engage.
But is it too slow? The amount of time my mind, I see Jarvan and Camille coming online versus the likes of an Azir. I have a little bit of fear in that matchup. So let's look at the team comps holistically and step back. What's your take?
These are pretty wild here. Over on the side of Origen, I mean, the obvious, thing to point out is the Camille in the mid lane, but you have heavy team fight options. I think scaling into a side lane, Camille has very strong options as well, but you see so many melee champions next to a Sejuani. That means very strong early game ganking abilities, whereas with Vitality, you see 2 very strong early game champions towards the top side of the map. We should expect to see Mowgli play through Cabochard and get him ahead.
All right, unlock Cabo, he can unlock the Azir and the Sivir, and that's how you can unlock the win. It all sounds so easy when you put it that way, Ender. It all sounds so easy. This is a very different type of team composition to what I was anticipating from Vitality. And we see both Andre and Yamato Cannon giving each other a hug as they are meeting for the first time in the Rift here in summer.
This is going to be a good one. I'm really excited to see how these two teams clash here, especially with the Camille in the mid lane. I was wondering, is this just an LCK thing or will it be brought out here? Well, seems like Origen have been doing their homework and they came in prepared.
I want to see the results of Vitality's bootcamp over in China alongside RNG. And the finalist from the spring split, Origen. What can they bring to the table with a very LCK flavored draft? It's Origen taking on Vitality. HQ Berlin, Germany. Every time we go into game, you guys give me a lot of volume and love, and it is very appreciated. And as soon as we're onto the Rift, Vitality are already heavily invading. They've moved 4 members all the way forward into the blue buff, but now they're split up. Nuturk and Cold didn't quite see if they spot him on the way out.
Yeah, this is something you'll see a lot with Olaf paired alongside a very strong top lane champion. You try to split the map early on and invoke vertical jungling. That's why you see this deep ward. But Origen, maybe they want to try to do something against it. It is very difficult though, because Olaf at level 1 can reset his axes and duel just about anyone.
Yeah. And that just makes it very difficult to win any of those fights, especially when you've got 2 supports at level 1. While they can
Look what
be
they're
powerful.
doing, though. They're actually sitting their AD and support in mid lane for so long. They have teleport on Sona. They're really trying to force him away.
All right, so really defending their jungle. Do you like this decision making? And of course, the cost is Attila is left alone in lane. He's going to get a couple autos and start shoving.
But here's the thing. You're not actually losing anything because the lane should push into you. But look at this. This play from Attila is actually really smart, I think. Okay, maybe he's going to turn it around. But we used to see back in the day when lane swaps were popular, you would walk forward and try to pull the minion wave in towards the bush. And what this would do is you would get the minions on the enemy side to bunch up and focus fire your front line and push back into you. That's what I thought he was going to do. Instead, they end up just pushing it out and trying to put some more pressure down.
I also anticipated Patrick and Mythy be a little slower to the bot lane, so actually they haven't missed any of the experience, and they're going to start farming up. Just one of those CS has been missed for now. Sona Tahm Kench, while it is a slightly different flavor to Sona Taric, we've seen the Relic Shield. We anticipate Mythy to start picking up some of those CS using the charge as early as possible, but what's the tempo of this duo and when we expect them to start turning around the aggression?
Look, it's going to be very slow for a long time, but not with Mowgli. He saw Cold pathing down towards the bottom side. I want to get our eyes back on him because he's forcing Cold away from the red buff. Both junglers do have Smite, and both bot lanes are coming, but look, Jacktroll and Attila have hit level 2. Mythy and Patrick have not done that.
No, definitely not. So that small advantage in pushing the wave maybe does give them that temporary advantage. By the way, Cold's pretty low. He's going to get the smite onto the Krug. So now Mowgli's coming in. Undertow's available. Big exchange at the moment, fighting inside the Krug camp. Patrick's coming back. Mowgli, what is this decision? He's going to flash over the wall. Eats a power cord on the way out, and that was absolutely not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Mowgli's decision-making for a while there, and then as soon as he goes in towards the Krug camp and sees Cold get that, you just gotta leave, man, because there's nothing else left for you there. Mythy and Patrick had hit level 2, the mid lane wasn't being pushed in as hard, so ends up forcing away his flash and will cost him later on.
Yeah, it really did. As we flash to the top lane, Cabochard goes into hammer form, jumps to the skies, puts the hammer down on Alphari and shoves him in. Small CS advantage as Alphari is catching a very large minion wave underneath his tower. And as it stands, even start, but it was Vitality making the first proactive moves, and again Cabo stepping forward, popping the Scryer's Bloom and just getting some additional vision.
Yeah, you know, Cabochard does have priority in this lane, but he went for a very interesting rune choice. Now, I was trying to check and see, are people taking Unsealed Spellbook on Jace? I really haven't been able to. You know, there's a lot of Kleptomancy, summon Aerie in the top lane if you want to harass against some of these melee matchups, as Mowgli forces Cold away and will get that Scuttle Crab, but this is either a mistake from him or a very different idea, and what the Spellbook would allow you to do is switch over to something like an Ignite if you do want to have kill pressure around certain thresholds. So if Mowgli did want to set up for a gank in the next few minutes, you know, Cabochard could switch that TP over to Ignite and have a little bit more all-in performance.
I actually quite like that because Cabochard is sort of the tip of the spear when you think of Vitality. It's sort of him or Jizuke that tends to be the defining member of their wins. So if you add that additional versatility to arguably your best player, and then on a champion that can define the early to mid game, you know, it can work, assuming that was the reasons for it. As we catch comes down bottom, Mythy and Patrick being shoved in.
Yeah, they are, and this is what you expect in the matchup with Sivir just pushing in and Patrick just trying to pick up as much Kleptomancy procs as he possibly can. Now, I do think it's worth bringing up the mid lane matchup because we talked a little bit in Champ Select about this Camille in the mid lane, but not actually in this game. And what you'll see a lot from Camille is pre-first base, you get pushed in, especially by any sort of ranged champion like this Azir. That would happen. As soon as that first base comes in, especially once you get the Tiamat, you can all of a sudden start pushing in this mid lane. And why Camille has such a high impact in games as a mid laner is because her early game scrapping and skirmishing is very powerful. It means you have a very high ability to find these 2v2s and control the river and try to fight for crabs.
Oh, Mowgli's got no flash, remember. He's going to get jumped on. He's going to get caught. Yes, you got the scuttle earlier, but that is not a safe space to recall.
And what did I say? You can't control the river against a Sejuani plus a Camille. It's absolutely deadly. Now Jizuke has to dash away because he knows Nukeduck and Cold are both in the area. And what we're going to continue to see from this duo is Cold to play very close to the mid lane to allow Nukeduck to apply pressure and push out. And then once level 6s come in, you see a Sejuani or Camille appear on your screen and you're by yourself, you will instantly die if you're on Vitality.
Just think of all the mobility they've got in the kit, all the hard CC, and then the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, and to be clear, like this Camille does fall behind in CS early on, but it is the price you're willing to pay for that level 6 point when you can really try to find fights and snowball your advantage.
Yeah, it's a calculated loss because you totally mentioned those little exchanges in the river. So Jizuke now will have Mowgli pop up behind him. And he has built up a 17 CS lead. Nukeduck could be able to farm himself under the tower now. But Origin, as it stands, they were gifted that kill. They were gifted the flash from Mowgli earlier. And despite Mowgli power farming, I have to question the decision making.
Yeah, the early invade was an unfortunate one, I think, for Vitality, especially because you expect Mowgli to play aggressive, and it was such a good play for him at the start. But, you know, we said the flash was going to cost him. It did end up doing that in the end, and you see he still does have a lead up against Cold. You know, the gold maybe not going to say that entirely because of the first blood that did go Cold's way, but he still is able to apply pressure and invade, especially on the top side. He'll always be able to pressure top side because of how strong Cabochard is in these fights. See here, the tracking on towards Mowgli. Oh, he's just recalling there. Cold sees him. And you actually had Nukeduck trying to recall as well. This is just a greedy recall from Mowgli.
The Nukeduck recall maybe is what set it off. I think if there had been some comms to say Nukeduck is backed, he's recalling, that instead is a little overconfident. But seeing those level of plays, Nukeduck, by the way, stepping way forward, takes a lot of damage. He realizes Jizuke has no mana, so there's no possible turnaround. And of course, Cold is waiting in the wings.
So Nukeduck is really greeting to try and get his Tiamat finished. He has 1,100 gold at the moment. He needs 1,325, and he's not going to get it.
No, not yet. The undertows come out. Jizuke being so low on mana. Yes, Nukeduck was greeting, but there was a calculated amount because Jizuke would have needed multiple autos to get the kill.
Exactly, but he needed the whole wave in order to finish off that Tiamat. Now that's going to make it more difficult for him to push out the lane and to be able to apply pressure alongside Cold.
Is a 30 CS deficit too much? That is the lead that Jizuke has accrued for himself right now. And you can see it starting to show in those items, as you mentioned, the thrift shopping on that Tiamat, and nearly 400 gold the difference.
I think that at this moment, it is too much, just because Nukeduck did not get that Tiamat, as we see bot lane.
All right, see what happens. Patrick doesn't have access to the crescendo. Mithy's trying to get the Devour down. There's a gobble. Flash away from Attila. Jack Troll is going to be in trouble. The Cosmic Radiance comes down. That's a little bit of a damage mitigation. But here comes Mowgli. He's Ragnarocking and Ragnarolling. Mithy jumps on a Jack Troll. So far, it's the first kill for Vitality. Patrick and Mithy running for their lives. That's a defensive flash. Jack Troll's very low, and the heals from Patrick are doing work.
Yeah, Patrick has heals, but he doesn't have the damage to try and turn it around. Origin tried to throw everything towards this duo of Vitality, but Mowgli was waiting. Now he gets chunked.
Oh, he does indeed. A couple orders from Attila, as well as that undertow. Not going to be enough to pick up the kill, and Patrick getting close to crescendo. Jack Troll and Mowgli going back away. Vitality on the board of the kill.
Yep, they're able to respond right there. Mowgli is all of a sudden back in the game, using this Olaf to flash and pick up his axes to continue the fight on towards Cold right there. See Patrick actually really trying to step up and cancel that recall, but he's not going to find any luck.
And of course, it's important to note that the effective gold in the duos is in the advantage of Origin. You can see those CS numbers. When you add both of them together, it's around plus 500 gold to Origin, and this is how the exchange started.
Yeah, so Attila steps very far forward and gets hit by the Tongue Lash. This means Origin are going to call in the play, but watch when the Cosmic Radiance comes down here from Tarek. It's enough so that when he flashes away, he can't avoid it. Now mid!
Oh, there's the exchange. Jizuke's already used the Emperor's Divide, and with the help of Cabochard, that's the second kill for Vitality. They take the lead as far as gold is concerned. Cold is pushed away, but we didn't see the setup.
It's the MVP of Vitality, Cabochard, using that pressure and translating it into something else around the map. You can see he's not smashing his 1v1 matchup. It's a 5 CS lead, and he's sacrificing that so he can move down and get Jizuke ahead.
Man, it's such a unique game to cast because at 10 minutes, Vitality have turned this small mistakes from Mowgli around. They're up 1,000 gold. CS advantage is gigantic for Jizuke in the mid lane. But technically, Patrick and Mithy, with their duo and their double support items, they're actually ahead in gold. And we're going to see that kill in the mid lane. I mean, Nukeduck, he just went for the exchange and got shoved back.
Yeah, Cabochard was on the way. You see 3 control wards lining that river so that Cabochard can make that move down without being seen by anyone. I mean, Nukeduck probably thought he was just going for a reset, did not expect this Jace to just suddenly show up in the mid lane. Jace, of all people, has no CC, no hard CC really on that kit to try and set up for that gank, but he made it work.
Well, this is a good position if you are Vitality. Getting your sort of late game carry of Azir into a very comfortable position, despite the fact that Attila and Jack Troll did, struggle a little bit as far as the early stages. They're falling behind in gold, as I mentioned. 97 CS, starting to work towards those first items. Attila's going to be very confident and comfortable moving into the team fight phase, which is where Vitality can be a terrifying beast if any of those skirmishes and fights break out.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when we talk team fights, usually with Sona Tark in the game, they're on the same team, and you always give it to the Sona Tark because they can't die. Sona has all the time in the world to give off heals, but I don't think the same is true when you're paired with a Tahm Kench necessarily. You don't have that extra duration of the Cosmic Radiance to fight. Now Mowgli wants in.
He does indeed get so much damage onto Alphari. 2-level difference, but just wrecking him with those reckless swings.
Yeah, and the best part is he's up there while Cabochard is under tower going for the recall. So you can see Vitality very aggressive as individual players.
Oh man, Cosmic Radiance used here defensively. Patrick and Mithy once again chasing all the way forward. There is some support from Nukeduck coming down, and Jack Troll is flashless, and he will get taken out. The kill, is it going to get saved? No, donated to Patrick. Very easy 2v2. And all the training against Uzi does not seem to have helped just yet.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing here for Vitality. It is, again, their bottom lane that plagues them in that 2v2. After getting put ahead from a counter gank by Mowgli, they just go down and die, not having the flashes, not being able to survive. Fortunately for them, Vitality do always play towards topside, so Mowgli is able to respond with a Herald.
It's going to be so interesting to see how the mid game plays out. If this Sona Tahm Kench advantage will be enough to mitigate the Jace Azir advantage that's been set up.
So what actually happens here? Oh, it's just a crescendo, stopping the stun from landing by Jack Troll, and even though he does get down the Cosmic Radiance, he's still CC'd, he's still eaten, so he's not able to actually escape during the duration of that ult.
Man, it's insane. Just the more time that passes, the more scary this duo becomes. While that's going on, there was a battle for the Scuttle Crab. In the Smite fight, it was Cold that ended up winning. And Jizuke ends up using those Conquering Sands to slide away to safety. And Vitality, despite a minor gold lead, it's just, it's a shifting of power, as we've said so many times already. Top half for Vitality so far, bottom half for OG, but the one concern I did have, before the 2v2 happened, Alphari got wrecked.
Look at this play bot lane. Mithy goes in with Patrick.
Oh man, here comes Nukeduck. He's got the Hextech ultimatum. That will dodge the stun, but at what cost? Manages to get the shield up for now. There's the kill onto Attila. Just a matter of time as now Jack Troll is running for his life. Alphari completed the teleport. Will get himself a couple autos. There's a Mountain Drake available. While that is being focused, Cabochard takes the first tower. So they're trading kills for map objectives. Patrick and Mithy will defend mid.
Yeah, this is what we expected from these two teams. Vitality putting all their resources in towards Cabochard in the top lane, while OG go mid.
Wow, there's Jizuke running a little bit low on mana. He's got himself a few Sand Soldiers to work with. Can he send them forward? Defensive flash from Patrick, and Cabochard can't really find the shots to make it work. Cabo's teleports on TP as well. I didn't see if he TP'd him behind the tower, but it's starting to get very scrappy and fights multiple sides of the map, multiple objectives.
Yeah, Cold gonna go ahead and pick up the Mountain Drake, and while that engagement was going down in towards the mid lane, I think all in all it was very good set play there from Origen to use that Abyssal Voyage to come in from behind here, and you can see it wasn't actually Mithy and Patrick, it was Mithy plus Cold, so it's the hard CC of the Sejuani. Jack Troll and Attila run face first in towards the Camille, who uses her ultimatum to dodge the CC from the Taric. That means once that goes down, there's nothing they can do to try and battle back against 5 members of OG jumping on 2.
Yeah, definitely not going to work out in their favor, and that means OG, they're 4 kills up. They've got a Mountain Drake under their name right now and continuing to push. I mean, this Camille, now you're starting to see the strengths. Fallen behind, I was starting to get nervous. 40 CS deficit, which is still just about on the cards, is still a scary, sight. but the impact in those smaller skirmishes when backed up by Sona and Tahm Kench is really, really powerful.
Yeah, the thing I am a little concerned about for Origen is that they don't have much range when it comes to their team fight damage later on. They have a Sona, and that's just about it. So I think mid-game fights are where they really want to try and play explosively and use this hard engage to find, split fights and maybe single out some individual members. But the later we go into this game, the more worried I think for them.
All right, let's see if it's going to be more worrying for Origen or not. Mowgli's going to get caught by the tongue lash, uses the ultimate to try to escape. Teleport starting to be channeled. Jiizuke should be arriving shortly. Emperor's Divide is just about available. Gets caught by the Crescendo.
Oh no!
Anything can happen. Patrick pulls the trigger, gets himself an easy kill. And OG go 5 kills up.
Jiizuke was trying to go in there for the hero play for the highlight reel, and OG just slapped him 3 times in the face and knocked him down.
The question is, how do OG win this game as they push forward?
More kills.
Another poor place on the recall, and I don't know if I should be hypercritical or just sad as Mowgli's the victim again.
At that point, he's behind his tower, he's in his jungle. Now Vitality trying to find something, but it's 3v4.
Yeah, it is 3v4. Cosmic Radiance will buy some time, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Jack Troll goes golden for now. Cabochon pushes all the way forward in the hammer form. The Devour is so well timed from Miffy. That keeps Patrick alive. Cabo goes golden for a second, but counter golden. All of the stopwatches are being used, and when time will stop, it will be Origen that win the fight.
Vitality just cannot kill Patrick. This man is immortal. Look at him. He's got his stopwatch. He got a Tahm Kench. You can't stop him.
Patrick and Miffy are playing this duo fantastically. 3-0-3 on the Sona, and they are doing everything right.
Oh, they absolutely are, and they just need to keep pushing the pedal to the metal here. Usually you think of Origen as the more calm, calculated team. They set up for maybe a little bit later in the game. No. They decided they're going to go hard and heavy. They go for the Camille in the mid lane. Patrick now on the Sona is 3-0-3. They have all the CC. Just throw it at Vitality and try to knock them out early.
And I'm going to go back to the question. How do Origen win this game? You don't have a traditional tower pusher. Obviously, you've got the split pusher in Camille. That's one option. But it's definitely a non-standard type of comp when it comes to getting past inhibitors and then the Nexus.
Yeah, it's a combination of now, once Reno approaching the 20-minute mark, using Camille more in the side lane with their teleport, and just grouping up death balling and finding fights. You have so many key ultimates, they're going to go for another.
Well, there's your death ball example. It's going to be enough to push Jiizuke away. Abyssal Voyage used. It's not the hugest of cooldowns, but it is technically a failed engage. It's going to be just under 2 minutes before Miffy can use that one again. And I'm looking at flashes other than Miffy. There's a lot of flashless targets that are available to pick actually on both sides of the rift because of this, the constant skirmishing.
And it's way more worrisome for Vitality not to have summoners than it is for Origen to be missing them, because they have a lot of defensive tools. They're the ones that are also going to be wanting to play on the aggressive. They're the ones that will, trap you inside a Cataclysm. That will catch you out with their Crescendo, and you won't be able to react to anything if you don't have that flash. So Vitality have to be very cautious, and I think have to put very forward vision as well to spot out the engages from Origen before it's too late.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Jiizuke, you absolutely want that to happen, right? There was an example of him teleporting down a few moments ago, getting caught by the Crescendo, and just getting done. So we're getting to 20 minutes. It is still an incredibly close game. 1,000 gold separates these teams. Cabochon on this Jace. He's got the Black Cleaver, Ghostblade completed. He's up 30 CS. Maybe he can be the pressure tool that Vitality can leverage while the recalls are completing here on the side of Origen. Nukeduck again playing very far forward. He's clawed his way back into the game. And once this game wraps up, we'll see Rogue versus Misfits.
Yeah, I think now looking at Vitality, they are not down that much. It's only about 800 gold, and this is a team that I don't think likes to sit on their hands. They don't like to take things slowly necessarily, especially when a team starts to beat them just a little bit. So when we see Origen trying to group up and force 5v5s, I almost half expect Vitality to try and do the same, to try to match them, which wouldn't end up benefiting them in a game like this with a composition like this until they can get a few more items to come online. Because later on, 2-3 items here on the Sivir and the Azir especially, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage from range that Origen will not be able to match.
Yeah, and I guess if the sort of wombo of Cataclysm, Hextech Ultimatum, Crescendo, if that doesn't find targets, the consistent damage from Azir, Sivir, Jace is going to be very, very hard to deal with. Now, admittedly, every time Origen have pulled the trigger, they found the kills. So, all credit to them. This tower secured by Nukeduck will even it up at 2 towers apiece. While that was happening, Vitality secured themselves that Cloud Drake. Cabochard doing pretty well at just pushing in these waves again.
So the main benefit Origen have right now is that they win team fights and they win 1-3-1. And you might say, well, Jace is actually beating Alphari down bottom lane, and that is technically true, but because Origen have such a strong core, you know, Patrick, Mithy plus Cold, as well as that Abyssal Voids, they can push up and then make plays.
Yeah, just like that. Initial Fissure comes out, a lot of damage, but Cosmic Radiance, once again, Jacktroll's been very good with those Cosmic Radiances every single time, securing the important members, timing it correctly, not waiting to pull the trigger, but it's used defensively and running away.
Yeah, they do get Jizuke's flash right there, and this is a very smart play from Origen, because the next thing they need to tick on the box to winning the game is knocking down this mid lane outer turret. This gives so much safety and control over Vitality's own jungle that if they can keep it up, they can really stop OG from trying to find these aggressive plays inside their half of the map.
And we have to keep an eye on the teleports, because not only do you mention unlocking the map, but there's 3 teleports currently on the side of Origen. Spellbook for Mithy, so he can pick one up if necessary. 3 currently on the side of Vitality, and Cabo sitting with a cleanse for now. Obviously, he can cycle through those summoner spells thanks to his own spellbook. But the Baron dance has begun, and for the first time in a little while, Origen are pushing some vision into Vitality's territory, as the observers are highlighting right now. There was a line of defensive pink wards for OG on the northern quadrant of the map there by their blue buff, and they're slowly starting to etch that just a little further forward if they want to play around any of those objectives in the next few minutes.
And all Origen want to do is play around objectives and play around fights. What is causing them a little bit of uncomfort, you know, they're getting
discomfort.
Them a little discomfort, there you go, is not having this mid lane tower down.
Yeah.
Because again, they don't have the siege tools. You have 4 melee champions and a Sona. That's not necessarily the best when it comes to sieging.
And you can almost argue, maybe it comes down to the 40 CS advantage that Jizuke was able to accrue. You know, he was able to farm himself up to a pretty comfortable spot. By the way, if we're looking at itemization, Patrick on this Sona has got himself the Lichbane after Archangels, and he, with the help of Mithy, will just about take this tower down. One more power chord will do it. Here comes Vitality, defensive flash. That was greeting for the tower, but it might just be worth it. Cataclysm will get interrupted by the Emperor's Divide, but there's just not enough survivability. Jacktroll's Cosmic Radiance was unavailable.
Oh, get back in here!
Jizuke, get back here!
Patrick with the triple kill. Baron is spawned. We're just 22 minutes into the game, but it was the 5v5 around the mid lane that Origen used to blow it wide open.
Ain't nobody escaping Origen's baby cage, and after 4 kills, they turn to Baron.
Oh, it just falls apart like that for Vitality. Origen get everything. They even send Nukeduck to take a tower down in the mid lane as well. The team fight came to fruition, and they pulled it off.
Ender, you said it 5 minutes ago. Vitality need vision to prevent the Origen engage. And unfortunately, even if they had that vision, it didn't matter. I can't wait to see the replay. I want to look at where the wards are, because OG just found their opening. They got the tower, the Baron, and a huge advantage.
Yeah, now sitting at a 6,000 gold lead as well. The Mountain Drake too to help out with the sieges. You know, this is when they really want to split up the map, because again, with 5 people, you could look for a dive. I think that might be getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but if you can send Nukeduck and Alphari to side lanes with that Baron buff, the siege should not actually be that difficult.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, Baron plus all the kills in the tower, the gold lead jumps to 5,000. I want to look at the minimap at this vision. Oh, once we get...
Oh, we got a fun little camera angle to start off. See, it was actually Vitality that walked in first. You know, Jacktroll flashed forward with the stun, but then you see, oh, that's Sivir. Attila tries to get into this cage. They use the wall very well, but unfortunately, it is not enough. Origen have enough damage, have the CC to chase them down and then pull them back over the wall. Jizuke not going to be happy about that one.
I went back to check as well. Origen's pathing through the river was in between the control ward and the deep wards, so a number of Origen members just snuck up towards that mid lane tower.
Look at this!
And they got there quicker than Vitality could expect. Cabochard will go down, Cosmic Radiance will land up to Jizuke. Now he's in a 1v3. Crescendo catches him out. Mowgli's going to arrive. Attila's going to get teleported on top, and it is all falling apart. Vitality are trying to chase the loss, trying to turn the game around, and it is simply not happening.
Look at them go! They're not going to stop!
Simply too far. And as I was mentioning, Vitality made the call, maybe with some misinformation, and as it stands, Origen 16 kills to 3, but in the most Origen way. Look at all of the kills and assists. 12 out of 16, 13 out of 16, 10 out of 16. Every single member of OG is involved in most of their kills.
Yeah, and they're involved in all areas of the map too, because while the rest of OG is chasing down for the extra kills, Alphari TP'd into a wave that Nukeduck had prepped in the bottom lane. Before Nukeduck TP'd into that fight, then Alphari picks it up, gets that inhibitor, the rest of OG is top lane, so they're just systematically taking Vitality apart.
And Origin come back to the LEC after being crushed by G2 in the Spring Split Finals. The two finalist teams making very big statements to start their Summer Split campaigns. Inhibitor in the top will fall after the one in the bottom, and Origin can now start to back away. It is a different style of team comp, but it has been executed very well in the Origin camp.
Yeah, I don't think Origin want to recall. They have one more minute with the Baron buff. They're looking to end it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Crescendo is available. Hextech Ultimatum's a couple seconds away, and Cataclysm will be used if necessary. The tower's going to fall, but with that Lich Bane, as well as, you know, Camille just hammering away, plus Joven as well. These structures fall so quickly. They're not done yet, Ender. I think we're in for the final siege.
Yeah, OG are setting up for it. They have 3 different mini waves coming in. That's the Crescendo.
And there's no Cosmic Radiance. There's no get out of jail free button. Jizuke forced to flash defensively. Hextech Ultimatum locks in members of Vitality. So far it's a 1-for-1. Tarek for Camille. That is a very good trade. But the rest of OG, they take down the first Nexus turret. Jizuke takes a chunk and he tries to turn it around.
Vitality were sustaining on the Fountain, but OG were sustaining with their Sona as well, so they're going to keep it going for quite a while. Jizuke trying to push back in there, because if Vitality were going to win a fight, that was their best chance before Origin had gotten back to base and bot. But with the last seconds of the Baron buff going away, Origin have taken all 3 inhibitors.
5,739 gold Baron power play. That is exceptionally good use of the buff. And it is just moments away from the game. And I was trying to say beforehand, the 2 teams that made finals, they are coming into Summer showing they're prepared, they are ready, and they are not messing around.
No, they're not. And if you would be as kind to direct your attention to Patrick's itemization after we see the damage dealt over the entire game, you might notice that that's a 906 Sona with a death cap, a fully stacked Seraph, you got a Lich Bane as well. Yeah, hurt.
It really does. And I mean, and again,
Attila.
Here comes Mithy and Cold. I mean, that's a Tom Kench Sejuani running down Sivir. Edge Essence Reaver simply doesn't matter. Mowgli, no flash available. Woohoo! That damage! Eating the power cord.
I'm telling you,
Patrick.
he hurts.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. The moment Patrick fired that spell away, turned and burned, and Mowgli drops.
I mean, Patrick's doing that much damage with just a harp. I don't even know how that happens, but look at him go.
There we go. Flash Crescendo. Patrick's playing with a confidence that is beautiful to see. 17 kills already involved out of his team's 20. Kill participation through the roof for Origin. 11 kills to Patrick as the last Nexus turret is being focused down by Alphari. Jizuke is just toying with Origin right now, and the ace for Patrick in Origin. They take down Vitality. Extremely impressive performance from the bot lane of OG. After hearing Mithy talking in the preseason videos about refinding his energy for the split and seeing the 2 of them play a very unique new bottom lane. They played it so well.
Yeah, I mean, when you remember back to when they played against Fnatic and G2 back in Rotterdam, they had all the answers to the Sona Terra combination. This time, even though it wasn't a new champion necessarily, they were willing to split it up. So the practice has definitely paid off for this team, and it is not a slow start like they did in spring. They are right out of the gates.
Yeah, right at the gates, new comp, confident play. And that is, again, a strong statement. Now, let's not discount the fact that there was some questionable decisions on the side of Vitality. Mowgli, in particular in the early game. Some of the engages in the mid game trying to avoid getting, shut out. I say it's like chasing the loss. When you are losing, you want to just try to get away from it, try to push it out and force fight it and backfiring. It didn't work in that Vitality style. It's still showing through. It just didn't work today.
Yeah, and I think we saw some of the same problems from Vitality from the spring split. Bottom lane, after getting that first kill handed over to them from Mowgli, they died in the 2v2 because they didn't have their flashes up and they stepped too far forward. So there are these same issues that we were hoping were going to be fixed coming to the season, and it's clear they need some more work before they can be, the second best team in the league like they were for so much of the regular season.
I agree completely, and we just saw scenes on stage right there as Andre, the coach for Origin, just greeting several members of Vitality. Of course, he used to coach several members of Vitality, so having a chat and ushering them off stage. Vitality, not the statement, not the game they wanted to make. We got Jiizuke and Andre, as you mentioned. But all credit to Origin. You know, this was them, this was their game, they took control. Despite having problems in the top half of the map, it literally did not matter. Despite Camille in the mid lane falling 40 CS down, they found the skirmishes they needed. They were extremely proactive, especially with Tahm Kench.
Look, what did we say? We said Alphari was a very good weak side top laner. He had a bad matchup. He didn't fall too far behind. They had a unique flair coming in with the Camille mid lane that they showed they knew how to play. Even if you fall behind in CS, you have such powerful team fight presence. And then the bottom lane, again, went as expected in favor of Origin. They came in with all those same ideas and executed.
Well, you talked about the team fights. I actually want to take a look at the one that led to the Baron for Origin. And if this one starts where I'm expecting, it's just in the mid lane. And look at the vision. OG sneak their way through to catch them unawares.
Yeah, Vitality think that they have the chance to force this hard engage. And I think, like, to an extent, you have some cool ideas here. Trying to use the Emperor's Divide to buy space for the extra damage you're going to be pumping out with the Sivir and an Azir. But unfortunately, there's just too many tools that Origin are throwing at them. So they can't survive. You know, even if the Cosmic Radiance comes up and they're invulnerable, there's still 3 more high-impact ults that will follow it.
I absolutely love seeing Jiizuke getting bounced back because of the Hextech ultimatum, of course. He was flying over the wall and just cannot get away from it. So Origin and G2, the finalists from Spring, will be playing tomorrow in our match of the week. It'll be the final game of the day. One of them goes 2-0. One of them will pick up their first loss. Key player of the game at LoL Esports, Nukeduck, Patrick, and Mithy. And this is really tough because kill participation was so high. Like, they won as a team, even though individuals, you know, did have to make some cool plays.
Yeah, you got cool champions in the mid lane. You can value that. You got tons of damage from that Sona, or you have the Mithy Tahm Kench that was flying all over the place and making some big plays.
Well, let's see exactly what Mithy and his Tahm Kench has to say as he's standing by on stage with Law.
Thank you very much, guys, and congrats, Mithy, on the first game and bringing some new spicy stuff to the bot lane. We saw Sona and Tahm Kench a few days ago in the LCK, but can you talk me through this bot lane? How do you activate it, and how risky is it to play it?
Honestly, I don't really know that much. It's just they had Taric, so we thought, let's just take the Sona away, and, you know, we just rolled from there.
Okay, so now, can you tell me more about you? How was the break for you guys, and how strong can we expect Origin in Summer Split?
Went back home, and it was actually a very nice time because all of my friends had a break too. Usually that doesn't really happen. So yeah, it was nice hanging out, and then we got back to the preseason, and we've been hanging out a lot as a team. So yeah, it just feels pretty good to be with the guys, and the mood is pretty nice right now. So yeah, it's just fun.
Really sweet to hear. I read an interview about you recently, and you were talking about the fact that self-reflection is very important in this environment as a player. So what did you learn about yourself during the break?
I mean, I guess during this break, it's mostly just realizing that you know, we can beat the Asian teams, and that there's a lot of things that I can focus on, and I'm just really grateful that my team right now is at a spot where I don't really have to think too much about where we're going and what we're doing. It's more individual now, where we just have to get better at our own mechanics. So it's just working well together with like the situation I'm in right now, where I can just focus on myself and I can rely on the guys to, you know, make the right calls. So.
And you had a great showing on the first split, so I can imagine that it will be even better in the summer. Now, facing G2 tomorrow, any first thoughts on that?
Not really. I mean, it's just another team. We're going to prepare the same way, and if we get a win, that's going to be a pretty good position for us. So yeah, I'm just excited to play them. Hopefully they're good. Otherwise, it's going to be boring. So
awesome. That's the best way to see it. Thank you very much, Mithy. And we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be a brand new Rogue lineup taking on Misfits. Stay tuned, guys.
Oh, Mowgli's got no flash, remember. He's going to get jumped on. He's going to get caught. Oh, man, here comes Nukeduck. He's got the Hextech ultimatum. That will dodge the stun, but at what cost? Manages to get the shield up for now. There's the kill onto Attila. Capo goes golden for a second, but counter golden. All of the stopwatches are being used, and when time will stop, it will be Origin that win the fight. Cataclysm will get interrupted by the Emperor's Divide, but there's just not enough survivability. Jack Shot's Cosmic Radiance was unavailable.
Oh, get back in here!
Jiizuke, get back here! Jiizuke is just toying with Origin right now. And the ace for Patrick in Origin. They take down Vitality.
Hotel. Thought a little bit of space would help us see it. Now I see it. On the bed and I close my eyes. Think about those perfect nights in Phoenix. I still feel it. But there's no relief. It's weighing on me. It's taking its toll. There's no letting go. Damned if we do. Damned if we don't. Sometimes I wonder if we do it all along. So what are we gonna do with all this love? And in 12 years' time, when we smile, when we think about us, hey, our timing is a mess, but that don't mean that it means less. And if we have to say goodbye, 'cause it's for the best, what are we gonna do with all this love? Yeah, with all this love. With all this love. With all this love. Are we gonna box it away? Save it for when it rains in LA. We need it. We need it. Oh, maybe we'll wake up one of these days to the biggest mistake we ever made was leaving. And I'm thinking, so what are we gonna do with all this love? And in 12 years' time, when we smile, when we think about us, oh, our timing is a mess, but that don't mean that it means less. And if we have to say goodbye, 'cause it's for the best, so what are we gonna do with all this love? Yeah, with all this love. With all this love. With all this love. So what are we gonna do with all this love? With all this love. So what are we gonna do with all this love? Oh.
welcome back everyone to the LEC studio where we are about to dive into Rogue versus Misfits. But before we do that, Ender, Verius, and I are going to tell you who the Kia player of the game was for OG versus Vitality. It was Patrick with 66% of the votes. Do you agree with that? Would you have chosen anyone else?
I thought that the two best performing players were Mithy and Patrick. I felt like Mithy demonstrated what the new Tahm Kench can do. When you play it very aggressively, it's got a lot of damage in it, and it carried them through the early laning phase, but Patrick definitely compensated as the game progressed and really dealt the damage on that Sona.
Yeah, it was a team effort between the two bottom laners, but Patrick was doing all the damage, he was doing all the flashy stuff, so of course you got to vote him for the MVP.
Also, just say it again, pretty excited for OG versus G2 tomorrow after how OG played out that game. However, our next game is Misfits versus Rogue. So we see the return of Misfits Gaming. They failed to make playoffs in spring with their star-filled lineup. It was honestly one of the biggest disappointments we have ever seen from a team of that caliber and players of that level to not even make it to the playoffs. So we maybe expected some changes coming in. They are starting with the same roster, but that is not all there is to it.
Yeah, they've got the 10-man roster now, so they have players behind them in every single position. And importantly as well, they also brought in the Moose full-time now working with the team. Some more changes behind the scenes in terms of coaching staff to hopefully be able to direct these players more. Because I think when you have 5 names as big as you do on this Misfits team, you're going to have a lot of conflicting opinions and ideas of how to play the game.
Yeah, one of my biggest criticisms for Misfits at the beginning of last split was that I felt that this team would struggle to find alignment on how to play the game. And I felt like that what we saw throughout the split was that not only could the players disagree, but there was also coaching staff that couldn't help everyone find alignment. So the introduction of Moose, I think, will just kind of set the record straight, and everyone will have to follow the game plan that he puts into place. And if they don't, there are young, eager players behind that are ready to take their spot.
Exactly, because I honestly expected to see some changes. I don't know which face I would necessarily move out, but there had to be problems with this team, behind the scenes, or at least in terms of who wants to play the game a certain way. And I think that when you have this team and they don't perform, 2, 3, 4 weeks into the season, you must make changes because you don't spend that much on a Misfits roster and not see results.
No, absolutely. We have people waiting in the wings like Leader, like Kirei, like Dan. We'll see if that happens for Misfits. But their opponents, Rogue, they have made a lot of changes straight off the bat, also in their starting roster, really plugging and playing a lot of the members from their Ultra Liga roster to play in the LEC. You know them very well. Ender, you saw them also in EU Masters. What do you think?
Don't talk about the EU Masters.
Yeah, so my experience with them was really garbage because they came in... No, hear me out. They came in as tournament favorites. They were supposed to win the whole thing, so I'm like, all right, I'm ready to see them play. And then they only got to play 3 games because they drafted hard scaling in every single game and didn't make it out of group. So their performance at EU Masters was really not good. But I don't think the problems necessarily stemmed from individual play. I do think it was much more of a draft issue, and when you look at their regional performance at Ultra Liga, you have a lot more faith.
I'm really excited to see this roster, especially going up against an unchanged Misfits. The last time these two teams played, it was Rogue that came out on top, and I think that with their new player Larssen in the mid lane, I'm very excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, indeed. Just to name a couple of others also, Woolite is someone we know very, very well here in the EU scene. We're also seeing Inspired, but you have said it. Larssen, is he the next EU mid, Verius?
Well,
is he the next superstar?
I believe that Larssen could be. This man is making his way to the top of the LEC mid lane ladder. And that's not just coming from me, that's coming from his completely unbiased coach. Larssen is next in line to continue the legacy of talented EU mids. The reason why so many people are excited about this guy is because of his performances throughout 2018 and 2019, and he's only a young player hailing from Sweden. So let's have a look at exactly why he is so special. Last split, he spent it dominating the Ultra Liga, even earning himself the title of MVP of the split. He typically liked to play these control mages that had high impact consistently throughout the regular season, and he was often unrivaled. As you can see, he even earned that MVP position, and he sat at the top of the local league. He even had a performance here in the EU LCS back in 2018, where he really drew a lot of attention and names. In particular, he won H2K their first game of that split when they were down 0-13, and it was thanks to extremely impressive performances on the likes of Azir and Vladimir. I'm really excited to see this man coming to the split, but not because he is the next Caps, not because he is here to kill you, but because he is here to control you. Now let's see if he can control the upcoming talent as they go up against Featherman and Misfits. Dracos and Frosk, take it away.
Thank you, Vedius. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dracos, joined by Froskeren.
Did they just see my slide? Sorry, I was off my mark. I was like, oh, toss, Vedius.
Just slide in.
It's day one.
It's not a DM, Frosco. You're allowed to move graciously. Well, anyway, it's Rogue versus Misfits. We are getting ready. I think a lot of questions on both sides. For Rogue, it's how good is this Superliga roster really? Or rather, not Superliga, the Polish League roster. On the opposite side, Misfits Gaming. Why did nothing change? Where is this confidence coming from? Because as someone who's watched Misfits struggle for the last few seasons, I do really want to see them kind of make everything out of this roster that they can with such star-studded talent.
I think like front-facing, it might feel confusing that you see 8th place team, you like run it back, same roster, let's do it again, guys. But behind the scenes, we talked about this in Ready Check, there were a lot of adjustments with the coaching staff, especially Moosvi in particular. You can see him right there, standing behind his team, taking more of a on-hands role and really returning to the gaming house to help sort things out. And I think when you look at all of Misfits, like there's no reason why they shouldn't find success. There are so many tried and true, incredible talents on that roster, but for some reason the dynamic just wasn't working for them. So hopefully with the management shakeups, they're able to unleash this roster on the Rift.
And I just want to see exactly how all the teams are going to approach, because I do still feel like the 9-11 meta is quite young. Want to see what's going to come through. Obviously, Sylas is still crazy strong. If you have an all-star solo laner, they can't just pop off on that champion. But I still want to see the Aatroxes, you know, banned in every single game. I want to finally see him hit the Rift. I want to see what LEC players can do with that champion.
It kind of feels like in the first 2 games that we've seen the Yuumi, Aatrox, and Aurelia just are not being played. Curious that 2 Draven bans were thrown out there. I didn't really expect Draven to be that high priority. That said, we have another Draven player playing with us today in Hans Sama, so maybe the Draven bans continue. We just get all of our Draven players like front-loaded into the first half of the day.
Yeah, that's another. See, the thing is that I love this patch, playing it in solo queue, and there's so many hyphy champions.
Because you just love playing Cat.
I do love Catbook. Fantastic champion, will say. Can take my hands off the keyboard, just use the Q and the mouse, really. I actually have that bound to a mouse button, so that's yes.
Next level strats.
We'll save that for if Cat makes it through. I think unlikely, but there's so many high playmaking champions that I feel like are consistently getting targeted. Still a lot of the same offenders that we've seen in the past. It is the Aurelias, it is the Aatroxes. And now I want to see exactly how Larssen is going to approach this game.
So I do love the points that Vedius brought up about Larssen. The thing is I don't want people's expectations to be for him that he's going to come in and he's going to be incredibly flashy. I think he's a very stable mid laner. When I peeked in on the Polish League to kind of get a feel for this new Rogue lineup, the thing that I was really impressed with is his ability to kind of read pressure. Like normally with players with less like high-end professional experience, they're not as aware as everything that's happening on the map. But I feel like Larssen really was keyed into a lot of things. His ability to sidestep a lot of ganks, to set up pressure for his team, especially in side lanes, I was really impressed with.
With the music slowly building up as you made that point, I really thought you were going to end it with some kind of crazy over the top. And that's why I think he's going to be the best player in the world. That's how I expected it to end. But of course, we are getting ready. It is Picks and Bans, Rogue on the blue side, Misfits on the red. How will they approach this patch and this draft? That is what we're about to find out. Rogue, of course, massive changes. Misfits staying relatively the same. This is going to be a lot about setting expectations for both of these lineups and a potential shift in power in the LEC, as Rogue do look to make a name for themselves. Already the Draven banned away, the Cat banned away, the Bird Lady banned away, Ryze and Aatrox as well.
That would be an excellent duo for the Bird Lady and the Cat in the same lane in terms of nicknames possible, but fortunately not today. So the one that did slip through here is the Sylas, and so now it's the gut check. Can you pick up the Sylas, because can you use it as a flex pick between multiple positions like Prophet and Larssen? And we'll see where they decide to go.
Always wondering. Sylas feels like one of those champions where he is just so absolutely powerful if you have a dedicated Sylas player on your lineup, but we've also seen some teams take it and then not really be able to utilize it to full effect. Rogue, however, are not scared and will lock it in.
Inspire just like leaned over to Prophet's computer. He's like, no, Sylas. S1. There you go. Lock it in for you, buddy.
Look, you gotta, sometimes you have to put the pressure on. He's like, guys, I'm not sure. They're like, no. That Jace that they're gonna take away, no, that's fine. We'll take that Sylas. You lock that right in.
I'm really happy to see Prophet return to the roster. I think kind of the 2 core members that Rogue really made a lot of success with in spring was when Prophet was playing and then when they did bring in Vander. So I'm excited to see them kind of reunited on this LEC stage. I think Rogue, when they're successful, it's because Vander is on a playmaking oriented support. We hear all the time that he supposedly is a very loud voice. Haven't listened to the comms yet, so can't confirm that. But I can definitely tell when my eyes are looking at Rogue play, if he's on something like a Galio, they seem to be much more decisive and very fast tempo around the map. So I really want to see them get the firepower. Like something like a Nautilus would have been great for
I was
Vander.
gonna say, speaking of the playmakers, Nautilus now locked in. I think almost exclusively seen in the support role after those first few games in the play-ins at MSI that he did see in the mid lane, but would love to see it mixed up a little bit as Rogue now debate their options. But already a very long champion selection that each team is letting this timer tick down as far as they can before they lock in those picks.
See, I'm really curious that Misfits went for high priority on Nautilus. Like you're saying, it can still be a flex pick, so maybe trying to hide their cards a little bit, when I still feel that Rek'Sai is in a really stable position, a very strong position in this meta.
Now the Rumble locked in as well. It was seen top lane earlier today in the Splice game in the hands of Vizichachi, but I do think Rumble mid is an interesting option.
Yeah, we've heard the rumblings of it. I like the fact that they have the Sylas on their team this time around, so like Sylas will not screw us over on the other side by taking Rumble ultimate.
Yeah, Sylas stealing Rumble ult is the most toxic thing in the world because you pretty much play Rumble for the Rumble ultimate. Just get a better Rumble in your hands, but it will be the J4. You got a strong solo laner in the form of the Jace on the side of Misfits, and you have two fantastic form of Engage. Now, of course, it is Engage that Sylas can take away. We did see Faker stealing Nautilus ults earlier in the day and saw how oppressive it can be, but I like Misfits when they do have Engage options.
Yeah, and that does put a lot of responsibility on whoever the Sylas player is going to be for this Rogue lineup, because so far there's not a lot of really hard engage tools for Rogue. Yeah, you can drop down the equalizer and try to run up on to your opponent, but you are really looking at Sylas to grab these big ultimates like the Cataclysm, like the Depth Charge, and look for these initiations, whereas Misfits already have a really well-rounded comp. They have a good early game powerhouse in the Jace, really hard engage, so if that Jace starts getting snowballing, you're able then to immediately pull the trigger and start punishing teams if you find a lead.
I wonder if we do see the Jarvan used potentially as a solo lane pick. Jace in the mid lane, not something we've seen a ton of. I feel like it has to be utilized in the top lane, but whenever we cycle to a new patch, I'm always caught wondering about things that were flex picks in the past, or in the case of Jarvan, things that we've already seen used in those solo lanes. Cassio, Sona, Sivir going to be the ban, so two pretty solid late game threats limited from the side of Rogue. Misfits does not want to see them on the opposite side. What is the final ban going to be here as we enter the second pick phase?
Seems like they are trying to clear up that mid lane. Curious if that does mean that the Rumble goes in there. I'm not super familiar with a lot of Rumble's mid lane matchups.
I think we keep saying it because we're afraid that we're going to get that, like the classic, like, how did you guys not know about this one thing that like 3 people have been playing in solo queue thread on Reddit? But we have to leave the room for doubt, Frostgurren.
I've come to accept that heading into Champion Selects until things start really settling in the meta, that I just buckle up and I'm just,
we're along for the ride.
You teach me.
And that's an Elise locked in, so that's a Jarvan solo lane. That's a lot of AD on the composition. Elise will balance that out nicely with some AP damage in the jungle.
It does lend to very strong dive potential between the Jarvan and the Elise. We talk about this a lot, that when you're bringing mixed damage profiles, it makes it really difficult, especially in the early game, to try to do anything about it. Like, you can go home, you can buy your resistance boots, but then either the Jarvan or the Elise are still going to make an absolute terror for you. So the dive potential, very strong for Misfits if they want to use that Jarvan Elise together.
Absolutely, and of course on the opposite side we have a very heavy AP damage profile for Rogue between the Sylas, the Rumble. Bit of a split on the Kai'Sa, a bit of AD though in the hands of Rek'Sai, so it does balance out a tiny bit. And you talked about playmaking, engage, focus supports for Vander, about how much better this team looks when he is on one of those champions, and Rakan feels like it fits the bill.
Yeah, hopefully he has a bit of a stronger performance. I think like North Scarin really struggled to make the champion work earlier on today. I'm not super sold on where I feel Rakan really ranks, especially when Mithy showed how strong Tahm Kench can be into a lane. But it's also curious to me that so many teams have just completely moved away from Galio. He was hit on the recent patches, the 3 patches from MSI and to this point, so the fact that Rakan is now eking over such a very strong engaged champion is quite curious to me.
And I'm excited about a lot of things in this draft. I'm excited about Hans Sama back on Lucian. Once again, a very lane-dominant AD carry paired with something aggressive like the Nautilus, but on the opposite side, Inspired, a guy that we have not really seen on the LEC stage yet. He is so good at this Rek'Sai. We've seen him single-handedly take over games in the Polish League. Yes, was not as good in EU matches the most recent showing, but going to give him the benefit of the doubt as we head in here, say that he is a player that we have to keep our eyes on. Because you look at this draft, I feel like we're set up for some pretty explosive early games.
It kind of feels like teams right now are playing around the one item power spike, and as soon as they have that, everything, like you said, starts exploding, and we gear up and run full speed into each other. But otherwise, we've had some very slow 1 through 6s, and I hope that with the Rumble in this game, we get a bit more impact out of that level 6, level 11 with those big equalizers.
Have to see what the execution in the team fights looks like from Rogue. Once again, Vander, kind of that veteran voice that we expect to come through for the team and guide them in the early to mid game to make some of those bigger scale plays. And on Misfits, we just want to see what this version of Misfits is going to look like. How is their style going to be defined? Will it be the bot lane focused Misfits that we saw at the start of last season? Will they look lost on the map? Or will they show us something new? So many questions are going to get answered in this first game. Both teams, a lot of time to prepare coming into this season. New patch, some new faces on the side of Rogue. And I think it's time to find out exactly what form both of these squads are in.
Yeah, can Rogue find the success that they had in the Polish League and bring it to the LEC? And will Misfits finally live up to expectations?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rogue versus Misfits. Almost sang along during that. Turns out my mic was still hot. Luckily for you, audience, I didn't. Terrible singing voice. Now, Misfits grouped as 5 for the level 1. Seems like they've been seeing some cheese and scrims, and they want to stop it. But since it looks like we might not get a whole ton of level... Actually, I'm going to hold that thought. Frosco, we got a level 1 setup potentially coming through. Rogue on the invade.
Yeah, I think it's in response to Vander. Now, we did see this becoming more popular when the Rakans take the cheeky W, and then they can slip in underneath your vision, wait until the cooldown comes back up, and then catch you off guard. So you are correct. Misfits did 5-man stack, but I think it was in a lot of respect to the fact that not only has Vander pulled off some crazy Rakan stuff, but we've seen it internationally as well as domestically last split.
Of course, yes. Hylissang, Fnatic, known for those surprising, aggressive level 1s. It is kind of part of the identity, I feel like, of the LEC. Now you see Misfits going to opt for the leash here onto Maxor, get this guy started on the bottom side of the map. Set up now to play around top side if he wants. That's the mixed damage profile you talked about earlier. On the bot side, on the opposite side for Rogue, not going to get an advantage for themselves as they do also opt to leash for the jungle.
Yeah, and I expect the initial jungle pathings to be pretty soft and pretty quiet for the most part. It feels like the day has been, okay, maybe a bit of a gentleman's agreement in terms of our laning, and then on the initial item power spikes on level 6, that's when things really start speeding up.
Let's see. Top lane is an interesting one. Jarvan versus Rumble is a matchup that I have not seen in a good while. I like that Rumble is coming back, always an exciting champion, you know. Level 6 is going to be a big deal, but for those of you who haven't had to play against Rumble in a long time, still a very obnoxious lane bully. Flame Spitter, an incredibly powerful tool, and just a lot of actually just tons of damage built into that kit.
And I was actually curious what Keystone Soaz was going to take. So has the grasp. We've seen a couple of different iterations. I think it was Wunder that brought to the LEC by pulling out the Aerie and then trying to compete with Poke and like drop your flag multiple times. That was in a range matchup. My only concern here is he needs to be really conscious about how he plays around the windows when the Flame Spitter is on, because obviously he wants to get up close and personal to really make the most out of that Keystone. So props to Soaz there. He's definitely a legendary Rumble player himself.
You talked about the gentleman's agreement. Doesn't look like it's going to be one. The flash forward, the first blood for Inspired. We said keep your eyes on that Rek'Sai. Febiven did not listen, and he will drop.
But you can see why Febiven thought that he was okay to be there, because Maxlore was on that side of the map. So unfortunately, Inspired gets right in underneath him and makes it count.
Prophet now collapsing. They know exactly where Maxlore is. Febiven has TP back to the mid lane, but they will have a man advantage here. Inspired, no flash available. Larssen is going to step forward. Prophet on the way in. Febiven now running for his life. Maxlore can only watch as his mid laner is set to fall. Febby running, can form swap in a second, but the knockup is there. Another kill. 2 for the Rek'Sai. 3.5 minutes into the game.
And salt in the wound right there to immediately decide, let's punish it again. We know he doesn't have flash. He just TP'd right back into the middle of the lane, and Rogue sprint at Febiven.
Brutal start. You expect the range advantage for Jace to give him a little bit more in the early laning phase. And now it's Maxlor who's going to be picking up CS, so while he himself may have normally had a lead, the 2 kills on the Rek'Sai going to nullify that, and things are only going to get more difficult here for Misfits in this early game.
Yeah, taking a look at it, the thing about Rek'Sai is that you have to get used to her gank angles, her ability to get into the lanes by how she can use her tunnel, just catches Febiven off guard. But again, Maxlor was on that Raptor camp, so just a second later, he comes around that corner and they have vision of that type of gank. So, game of inches.
Absolutely. Now, stun comes in when we watch this one, and this is... It's just sad, because you're watching the Elise stand on the outside and slowly watch his mid laner die.
Yeah, the first gank I can forgive because I can see that TP into immediate punish on having the flash.
Fight fire with fire, Frostgurn. Hold that thought. We're going to dive a tower. That's what it's going to be all about. Maxlor throws the cocoon forward. Not going to connect. Woolite still alive under that tower. Flag and Drag goes in. Eyes on Woolite is going to drop down in the end. Spider only going to take him out, but Prophet level 4 still in the bottom side of the map. And Misfits fire back on a clean dive.
This is a completely different pace from the first 2 games that we saw, and I am very excited for it. So we said we were going to buckle in. I feel like I'm locked into a roller coaster right now.
Look, sometimes you want a game of chess. Sometimes you got to wrestle in the mud. Misfits and Rogue, they're looking to wrestle in the mud. Larson walking back to lane, but I don't think that's how the Women wants to go back. Instantly going to go in. No mana, though, on Febiven. Well, the form swap available shortly. Can get a little bit more damage out on the empowered auto, but the healing is there. He walks away. Oh, if Febiven had mana, he would have gotten the kill, but they just did not have the damage.
And disappointing, trying to punish Larson, walking back to the jungle, trying to find that footing back into this lane phase, and it's now a full reset as Inspired is here again.
Febiven.
He can't approach the wave.
He can't do it. He's thinking about it.
No,
he's going, he's going third time is the charm. The third time I approach the wave, he won't be here. But Prophet's there, so that will give it away. So Febiven is going to play with a bit more respect. And we have a brief break in the chaos of these first 5 minutes, Frostgurn. How bad is it for Misfits right now? Obviously, there's not a significant gold difference, but Jace being down 2 kills in the mid lane does feel like a bit of a hill to climb over.
I mean, obviously, it always feels better if your Jace has more gold. I don't think it's the end of the world or that the game's over. I think it's interesting that it's Inspired on the Rex side that gets the 2 kills. I mean, maybe you say it's completely different if some of that gold goes into the pocket of someone like a Rumble or like a Sylas. Although we'll keep our eyes on Inspired's build path for Rek'Sai if he wants to really carry.
Say Infinity, I dare you. Somewhere Ender will come screaming onto the desk. Very upset. Obviously Rek'Sai with Halo Blades very strong in the early game, so we have to see kind of how Inspired uses this lead and see if he can be the sort of player who will snowball his team to greater heights when he is given an advantage in the jungle, or if we're going to look back at this game and go, hey, I really wish the mid laner had gotten those kills. Now the knockup is going to come in from Vander though. Freedom to leap in and leap out with the Battle Dance. Walks a bit of damage, but Hans Sama very comfortably in control of this lane. And one thing that in the midst of the chaos we kind of glossed over is the absolutely massive CS discrepancy on the bottom side of the map. 24 to 67. Maxlor here on the bottom side will match the jungler, and Hans Sama going to keep pushing forward. He's going to try to stick around to make sure he gets the plate as well, so going to be a huge gold difference between the respective AD carries.
But I already really like the changes that Misfits have done. It feels like they went back to ground zero and they're like, okay, when did we find success? Well, it was when we played towards Gorilla and Hans Sama and really allowed them to be aggressive. So give them a lot of firepower, the Nautilus, the Lucian, and Maxlor is constantly bouncing, yes, in response to the mid lane, having a lot of pressure put on it by Rogue, but then making sure that he's giving power to Hans Sama and Gorilla that they can be so aggressive to open up invades like this.
And honestly, when you see that first play in the mid lane, you start to worry for Misfits, but then you look at the CS on the bottom side of the map, you look at how well things are going for Hans Sama, and you start to get that confidence back. Because remember, when we look at this lineup, there's obviously a lot of all-star talent here, but Hans Sama always felt like he was supposed to be the carry of this Misfits team, and he is in a massive advantage state. The second he buys, he's almost going to be able to complete that entire first item. They're not even going to wait for that item to come through. They're going to try to force something here. Hook goes in onto Vander, saving the Battle Dance. Can't try to walk away, but he's just going to get bursted down. Hans Sama grabs the kill. The CC layered perfectly.
Yeah, Vander had his flash right there, but didn't expect to get snagged up and to be locked down so successfully. So great work from Misfits bottom lane, and they have full control of any of the tower plates that they want. The CS discrepancy, 37 to 85, is only going to grow.
Have to see what the first back looks like for Hans Sama, because this is going to be massive. Now Inspired, you can see M. Larson posturing, moving towards the top side, ready to threaten a dive, but so as backing off, giving the respect that it deserves. Maxlor will take the solo Cloud Drake. It's going to take a while, but doesn't look like anyone is coming to contest there. And a 1K gold lead for Misfits, building up off the back of that bottom lane and the pressure that they have put down. Not quite the entire Blade of the Rune King, which, you know, may be disappointing for Hans Sama, but of course when you compare it to his opponent, You've got 3 daggers worth of gold there on top of a boots, 1,200 gold in items versus, well, a lot on the side of Hansama.
And Misfits can continue to play rather aggressively around their bot lane because Prophet still doesn't have access to his TP. Now, as soon as that cooldown comes back up for the Rumble, then maybe you need to change some of your thinking or your tactics about how many resources you are going to put down into that bot lane. Or there's the conversation where Max was like, okay, we've got the vision control of bottom side river, bot lane's in a great spot. Maybe this is now the time that I start to give some of my time elsewhere in that mid, in that top lane. So it does feel like Misfits are now back in control of this early game and kind of get to pick where they want to be, at least until Rumble has that TP and gets unlocked on the map.
And as he gets closer to TP, also important to note, has passed level 6, the Equalizer available as well. We have the ultimate coming in from Rek'Sai, so the potential damage here, as well as the potential to reset tower aggro. Soaz is going to have to play careful here. Of course, diving a Jarvan, never something you really want to try to pull off, but diving a Jace, perhaps an easier prospect as Inspired does posture on the mid lane. There is already the control ward there, so he knows he's safe to push forward. And look at that vision on the top side.
And this is Soaz just recognizing that he's weak side right now, so he needs to respect it, and you can see that he's constantly skirting down into that bush. He's trying to check, are they setting up for the dive for me? Because Misfits have made a very conscious decision. Everything is going bot lane. It's really on Hansama and Gorilla.
Grabbing so many plates in the exchange and now trying to transition some of that power into the mid lane. Then, of course, stepping forward. You can check out their perspective on ProView. But now a stolen ult could be a key to get the fight kicked off. Gorilla has to be careful about stepping forward. Early game, of course, Aftershock relatively the same as we saw it on 9-8, same at level 1 at least, but it does get weaker without convenient stats. Now the Equalizer does go in immediately, the Rakan engage, but the flash is out from Misfits, a perfect disengage on the backside, but still Rogue are looking for a little bit more. Gorilla steps forward, looks for the re-engage, we pause for a brief moment, contemplate our options, and realize that Inspired might just be going down. The flag and drag forward, so it's holding on to Cataclysm, is going to use it on 2, force out the flash, force the dash out as well from Larssen, and Vander will drop on the backside as Misfits take the fight.
And you can see what Rogue were trying to say. They're like, okay, we're just going to go towards where the Rumble is, we're going to play around the Rift Tail, get our bot lane away from Gorilla and Hansama and see what we can make happen around Sylas getting a hijack ultimate. Unfortunately for them, Misfits disengaged from the fight and then had more ultimates, more cooldowns to work with once all of the hard engage had been burned by Rogue without any sort of success.
And Misfits, of course, positioning themselves in such a way that they were incredibly vulnerable to that Equalizer. But they knew it too, and were so quick to pull the trigger to get out of that situation, because on paper, that was the ideal Equalizer. Choke point into the enemy jungle, that is the dream for Rumble. But when the enemy team can get out of it so quickly, when there isn't really any follow-up, when Vander misses the connect or gets flashed away from, you just don't get anything.
I kind of have the same rule about Rumble that Deficio has about Shen. Now, Deficio's rule on Shen is that anytime he's in a game, the first 2 ultimates are the most important. And if they don't bang, then you're probably going to lose the game as Shen. For Rumble, I feel like the first 2 ultimates are the most important. And if they're not absolute bangers, then it feels real bad from that point forward.
It's like a giant fire rock. You make it sound like he's dropping the base of banger.
That would be such a good skin!
All right, we'll talk about alternative career paths for our mutual genius later. For now, Misfits moving down to the bottom side. And once again, should be a pretty easy setup. Inspired is here as well. We'll see if he can move fast enough to stop this dive from coming through. Inspired on the way forward. Prophet still quite tanky. Equalizer does go down. They're moving away from the knockup. Inspired now looking, trying to find it. Soaz moving away. The flag and drag will be up shortly. They're stepping back, trying to move towards Maxwell. The cocoon connects. Soaz is still alive. Misfits are walking away. No! The Brave Seeker, the fadeaway shot will grab the kill.
Too much, trying to look for the fancy feet work and walks back into it. Meanwhile, top.
Vander's burning down. Of course, they're getting stat checked at this point. Hansama is simply too far ahead. Yes, you have a stopwatch, but you don't do any damage. Hansama grabs 2 in the process, and all too easy for the Misfits 80 carry.
And Gorilla is back in form. That was a beautifully executed dive with the stopwatch right there. I had a lot of issues with Gorilla in Spring Split. I felt like he wasn't living up to the hype. A massive name behind him coming over from the LCK to the LEC looks much cleaner this time around.
Absolutely does. Larssen now moving up to the top side. TP is coming in. TP responded to as well. Have to be careful. Prophet getting locked up. Gorilla willing to give his life over here. So it's not stepping forward, but just gonna throw out the Dragon Strike. Doesn't have the flag. Larssen is on the backside. Have to be careful on this one. Cataclysm now coming in, stealing the Culling, trying to hide behind the minions. Larssen moving forward. Goes Golden, right on top of it, trying to make it out. The shutdown comes through, just point and click on the Kingslayer there as Larssen will try to walk away, but meanwhile the Rift Herald has been summoned mid lane. Misfits responding with a play of their own. Lots of towers going down. Only 13 minutes of the game. The plates were still up. Massive influx of gold in the favor of Misfits. A 4K lead, but now Vander wants to turn it back. Inspired stepping forward. Knocked up. Febiven now in trouble. He's going to move into the middle of the team to give his life so Maxlor can escape. Good punish from Rogue, but still massive lead to Misfits.
Now that said, there is 2 massive shutdowns given to the 2 primary carries for Rogue. It was Larssen who picked up the shutdown onto Hans Sama, and it was Woolite who just picked up that shutdown right there. So, okay, a couple of things. Gold traded really well back for Soaz because he made sure that he was there to get all of those plates. So this guy who was playing the weak side for majority of the early game now should be feeling very fat and happy. On the other side, again, the shutdowns into the 2 key players that Rogue needed to beat, and it feels like neither team is really choked out of this game just yet, and probably the next 2 fights will decide it.
We'll check out our Pro View replay from the perspective of Hans Sama, how he played this one out. Just good use of the dash there, and honestly, an unfortunate first stopwatch because it just meant that Woolite was going to tank the damage, and you can tell Woolite looking for the big play, but 3 stopwatches used, and Gorilla is able to walk out. So overall, Misfits bot lane domination. Not something we've seen since the start of spring, but always nice to take a look at it once again.
It's hard because recency bias, you just want us to take a step away from Misfits, but we need to cast our minds back. They had that like 15-minute game against SK where they just absolutely smashed opponents through that bot lane.
It's not Morgana Draven, but I will definitely take the Nautilus Lucian in terms of aggressive bot lanes. And while Inspired, I feel like, has looked pretty good in this game, while Larssen has gotten to look good, the bottom lane for Rogue has been suffering. Woolite put so incredibly far behind. You talked about 1-item power spikes being important for Misfits. Well, he's at 1.5. Woolite is not even at 1 yet, so the difference in power is just enormous.
And I do want to take this moment, because I know we've been talking a lot about Hans Sama and Gorilla. Shoutouts to Maxlore. I know that Vedius and I were quite aligned that when Misfits really did start to crumble, it felt like Maxlore was kind of that big breaking point, and that he just couldn't do what needed to be done for this team, and unfortunately, the jungler is the guy who always gets blamed. Solo queue pro play, never changes. Maxlore has been on fire this game as the Elise.
Few unfortunate moments in those few early minutes, but otherwise, you're right, has been absolutely on point.
His response has been very strong.
And we talked about how important this game is for setting first impressions, right? First impression of a very new Rogue lineup, and kind of a second impression, say, you know, another first impression. We'll give them the second chance for a first impression. I know you're not supposed to, but we'll give that to Misfits. And so far, they're doing well. Of course, matched in kills, but we've seen incredibly bloody games from Rogue and EU Masters where they have tons and tons of kills, but they actually can't generate a gold lead. And this is a bit of a similar situation as they are down 5K. Larssen does have to be careful here. The same level as Hans Sama. Difficult spot to be in.
And this Rogue lineup, or this iteration of the team, when they were in the Polish League, did find a lot of their success through their team fighting ability. So again, love that Vander's on a champion like Rakan. There's still that wombo combo potential of if you find a brilliant equalizer into an incredible Rakan ultimate, that they can very quickly turn it around. And this team did find success and were able to do that repeatedly. I think they had something like a 11-2
They lost a game.
Record?
Yeah, they lost a game in the regular season. 1 game on Rise.
The one that Vander wasn't there.
And now they move down to the bottom side. 4 members strong, 4 Misfits. Of course, only 16 minutes into the game. Still incredibly early on to have this big of a gold lead. Slowly building towards 6K, 5.3 at this stage. So there's no need to play around Baron right now for Misfits. They are free to just continue to push in on the bottom side of the map. And you can see from the gold difference that right now Woolite is scraping the bottom of the barrel. Needs 2 items under his belt, let's say, to be realistically a threat. And
that shutdown, he was basically like 6 feet in the ground. And when he got the shutdown bonus, he's like, okay, I'm only 5 feet in the ground
He was
now.
drowning, and now his head is above the water. And he's like, oh, I can breathe. Still very much underwater, but the head is, we're fine.
That is just a real feels bad moment in that itemization. Kai'Sa is scrambling here. And that's the thing, it means that Misfits have a really big window before Rogue find their teeth again with their carries.
Yeah, I'd say big is a soft adjective in this case. It is going to take a long time unless Rogue are willing to sacrifice CS for every other one of their laners to funnel CS into Kai'Sa, which is of course an option. Kai'Sa can be a massive threat. The Stormrazor is now completed, so closer to those first 2 evolves, but definitely an uphill battle for Rogue if they want to make a comeback.
Thank you, observers, for showcasing that incredible ward line that Misfits have there. So Misfits have done a really good job kind of slowing down the pace of the game. Obviously, you can't immediately turn and play around Baron because it hasn't spawned yet, while the gold lead is really speaking for itself about how out of control this game got. But as we're talking about, there's now this big window where Misfits can take a breath, kind of set their feet. Where exactly do we want to attack on the map? How cleanly do we want to close this out? They no longer have to play that fast, scrappy style. They now get to dictate when the engage tools are going to come in, at least until Woolite feels confident on that Kai'Sa, which he does finally have an item.
does finally have an item. Now, Hansam admittedly almost has 2, and you can see total control over the bottom side. I like that Misfits have been able to play this slow, systematic game, breaking down the bot lane tier 2 tower. Not something that we always saw from Misfits if we look way back. Historically, a lot of their weaknesses were in the mid game. Of course, tune that up, and recently we haven't even been able to focus on that point because things have just been falling apart so early on. So a good look from Misfits thus far. Double Drakes as well, so nearly flawless objective control. 0 towers taken for Rogue. You can see them grouping, posturing, looking to get something back as they know that the back timers have come in for Misfits. This is a very brief window for them to get anything done on the map, and right now all it means is a tiny bit of vision.
I just think what's concerning is that they have the level 11 on the Rumble, and so they should feel really good at this point in the game, but unfortunately because they're so far behind and because Misfits are so far ahead of the clock and they're able to get a lot of defensive itemization as well as their offensive itemization, you got like Merc Treads basically on every member, you have the Hex Drinker there for Soaz, that it almost doesn't matter even if they find the perfect engagement. You're also then counting on Misfits massively fumbling the next fight.
Yeah, we're looking for some clever picks, but Misfits really aren't playing a fast enough game to open themselves up to a lot of these opportunities, and I think you're completely right. Rumble ult, we haven't gotten to see, I feel like, the second Rumble ult yet. Saw that first one, was a little lackluster, and it just feels like Rogue have not been in a position to capitalize again, and Misfits splitting up the map quite well to never really give them that opportunity. You know, Equalizer is one of those ultimates that's just, in theory, so powerful. On paper, 1.5 AP scaling ratio, synergizes so well with flat penetration, but in reality, really hard to find a good opportunity to use it.
Yeah, and it's hard when your team's not ready to team fight because that's what Rumble wants to do. And Misfits are not only doing a good job kind of splitting up the map, taking the free objectives, but also making sure that they're not wasting any gold. These CS discrepancies across virtually every single lane, Hansama looking at a very close flame horizon on his opponent, just continuing to balloon out of control. And we're effectively waiting for the Baron to spawn. It now has. They got the Mountain Dragon for free. They can now turn and start playing around this objective and use this as the carrot to bait Rogue in.
And it does feel like the Baron waiting room at the moment. You highlighted the CS discrepancy. And, you know, I feel like we've hit it so many times, but just absolute dominance. Once again, when it comes to setting first expectations, has not been a good look from Woolite thus far. And now Misfits, 20 minutes, they're going to start with the Baron inspired. Can step forward, but without the rest of his team here, he may just get one shot. Of course, Prophet is on the backside. Are they just going to give this one up uncontested? 1k health. Equalizer goes down. Smite will connect as well. They see an opportunity to get the fight kicked off. Maxwell takes a lot of initial damage. Hansama knocked out of the fight for a brief moment with the stolen ultimate. Gorilla not going to fall. Maxwell still alive as well. No one in Misfits has died yet, but Prophet's going to find the burn. The Rakan engage is there. Rogue finding the turn in an instant, but Soaz wants to fire back. Prophet inspired. The last 2 members standing, trying to get to that tunnel, wanting to save the cooldown to get out, but cannot do it. 2 kills quickly picked up by Misfits.
And ultimately, it's still 3 Barons that Misfits managed to walk away, and not only that, but they have it on their mid laner, their top laner, and their ADC. So if they really want to, they can continue to split up the map, apply the Baron in all 3 lanes, and Misfits have now put their foot on the gas.
And for Rogue, it just felt like that is the moment where you have to go in. That is the most of your opponent's resources you're going to get them to burn without you kicking off a fight, but still, things so heavily favored in the Misfits camp right now. 10k gold lead after they break down this tower, absolutely massive. 3 dragons, the Baron powering them up. The next 2 minutes, it is a game of survival. You are getting punched over and over again. You were just waiting for the bell to ding so you can get a break before the next round.
But this was the decisiveness that we wanted from Misfits in Spring Split. Multiple times they would fumble in exactly that moment around a Baron, and they would throw games that surely they thought that they were going to win. This time around, it really sticks. And I agree with you. Rogue are saying, we have to go in now. But the gold discrepancy is what won out in the end.
And they just could not lock down a target. You can see so many low health bars, but they're able to walk away for a long time. And the rest of the team getting started, but very much Vebevin still alive. The Jace still a massive threat. Yes, one of the members of the team that has been focused out, but when left alone, when left free in that back line, just able to cut through so many health bars.
Also very cool for Maxwell, I believe, to get the cocoon off before going into the invulnerability, the stopwatch, right onto Larssen.
Oof. Well, no surprise setup for Vander. Or I feel like when teams get caught out by death brushes in any other region, it's like fine, but like in the LEC, it's probably not super acceptable because like Fnatic did it, and now pretty much everyone does it when they're behind, and you never want to be the guy that dies to the death bush.
It's just so hard because you don't have the gold to invest into the control wards to make sure that you can safely check your own jungle. And look at that damage!
Ooh. Traumatic experience for the Rek'Sai. can't even see what's going on. Just gets a sense of the tremors and is just getting shot so many times.
He was probably feeling that Infinity Edge like 2-0 early on in this game, and now he's like, nah.
The Black Cleaver now. Maybe a Knight's Vow. All right, Prophet. Everyone is getting chunked. At this point, realistically, we are waiting for another Miracle engage from Rogue, but this time it has to be even better than the previous one. Otherwise, Misfits are just going to keep moving forward, just keep kind of asserting their dominance over Rogue with this massive gold that they did build up in the early game, and it's interesting to watch the first 3 minutes of this game where you do see those repeated Rek'Sai ganks, and now to see where we are now, and I think a lot of people be kind of scratching their heads like, how did this happen? And it's Hans It's this bottom lane, the attention that they were given and what they've been able to do with it is they just instantly smashed through that tower and are now looking to grab an inhib as well.
It's the fact that Misfits didn't take a step back, but here's a step forward.
Big fat rumble flank coming in for Prophet. Buys a bit of time as well. So much damage goes in. Kai'Sa moving in as well. Misfits have overstayed their welcome. Prophet with a beautiful TP. The follow-up is huge for the side of Rogue. Febiven can try to step into this fight, but there are still 4 members alive and well. Rogue needed a miracle to hold on in this game, and they found it.
It wasn't the second rumble ult, it was the third one that got laid down from Prophet. Catching, like you said, Misfits off guard, overstayed right there, massive damage and great follow-up from Rogue. And again, this is where this team will excel. I expect this to be their core play style throughout the LEC until we start to see maybe some experience lessons learned for some of these newer members to the professional stage, but they excel in team fighting.
And it looked good. And Prophet finding that flank, the guy that we have looked at historically on the Rogue lineup to kind of be a big playmaker, finding those opportunities, finding that clutch equalizer, and just honestly just an absurd amount of damage done.
The unfortunate thing, though, is it meant that Misfits got to go back to base. They got to spend all of their gold, coming back with brand new shiny items. And it's still a massive climb here for Rogue.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 or 3 more of those before they're able to get back into the game. Or, 20 to 30 minutes of stalling. We'll see what they want to go for, but there's the TP on the backside.
And for all of the control wards that Misfits have placed into that jungle, good on Prophet to find the one area where they hadn't.
That was a Misfits barbecue. My God, Rumble does so much damage. And of course, the rest of the team does follow up, but that team fight felt like the Prophet story. But the good news for him is he got a lot done in that fight. A lot of items are coming through.
Yeah, look at the items that he has now.
Yeah, third items, admittedly, coming through on the opposite side for Misfits, but second items are there for Rogue, and that feels slightly more favored for them overall.
I'm really excited to see the appearance of Rumble. Globally, he's starting to pop up a lot more. We keep talking about him being flexed into a mid lane position, so I hope that we get to see it. I think that he's got a lot of interesting matchups, although unfortunately champions like Nico, Sylas also have decent matchups into him, so I was curious how much priority Rumble would get when these champions are still available, because you can really punish him in the lane phase if you get access to them, which is why I love him with a Sylas. And I think for Rumble to really work, that's what you need to see, either a Sylas banned or paired with that champion so Sylas can't abuse him.
Makes a lot of sense, of course. Top lane has been kind of summarized as so much about counter picks these days, especially when it's an aggressive meta so full of fighters and bruisers and pretty much everything but tanks at this stage. Now, of course, we did see the Rumble ult used on the bottom side. We're hoping to find that pick onto Febiven, which once again, it's not about making a bigger play, but buying themselves some time, maybe freeing up the opportunity to contest some of this Baron vision. Because right now, it does feel like with Baron spawn, Misfits can just start this at any time. Without the equalizer as well,
with the Mountain Drake,
really cannot contest this.
They're gonna try. Vander leading the charge.
Misfits giving them the respect, though. Of course, you have Febiven on the bottom side, so trying to force Rogue to be the team to make the hard decision.
Yeah, and should be noted that it's Febiven with the TP and not Soaz, so not all 5 members of Misfits can join this Baron pit if that's what Rogue tried to force.
Soaz in the mid lane, of course, Febiven on the bottom side. 3-member strong Gorilla looking to be that body wall, stop anyone from making their way into the pit. A lot of mobility on the enemy team, though. 3K. Gorilla gonna throw out the ultimate. TP's now coming in there, trying to immediately get the members deleted left and right. The jungler has now been taken down. They're gonna turn their attention off of the Baron. Febiven onto the backside, gonna look to clean up Vander. Easy kick pick off there in the midst of everything. Sylas caught in the midst of this team is not gonna be able to get anything done, and Woolite is simply too far behind. Febiven is just gonna eat him for lunch. Double kill coming through for the Misfits mid laner.
And look at where Rumble is. Didn't get to participate in that fight. You do not see that same damage graph where Rumble is doing 10,000 damage in the fight, and Prophet now picked off.
Too much CC, he can't get anything done. He does throw down the ulti, but gets nothing else. That is the ace for Misfits, and it's going to be the game win as well as they walk these minions into the base, as they take their time on this Nexus. Frostgren We wanted to know about first impressions. Rogue may have struggled, but Misfits absolutely dominated in their first game.
Going back to what worked for them. Excellent performance from the duo lane, Hansama and Gorilla. Gorilla in particular looked in strong form. Loved the response from Maxlore on the Elise. Yes, Feathervin was caught off guard initially by Inspired, but Maxlore managed to fight fire with fire, immediately started throwing down ganks. It got very scrappy, and then once Misfits regained control, had the reins, they were able to slow down the game and dictate it to the very end.
Absolutely, and you can see the moments where Rogue was more on even footing, where Misfits gave them the respect they deserved, where they backed off, they stepped away from that Rumble ulti. They were not looking to get caught in that Flame Spitter. They were not looking to take all that damage from a very strong Prophet. Of course, Prophet does get that one fantastic TP, a glimmer of hope for Rogue, but Misfits simply too far ahead, and feels like they got the sense knocked into them. They slowed down the game once again. They say, okay, we don't need to overstep, we'll respect the Rumble, and they just won it through in the end.
And it was two really good Baron setups from Misfits in that game, making sure that they understood when to turn off the Baron, that Gorilla was there to appropriately zone, their vision control was really strong, and again, it was kind of the Baron setup that we had some question marks about Misfits in spring, so I like the evolution not only in the individual performance, but in the team performance.
Absolutely. I think once the first impressions for Misfits thus far are good, of course, if you are Misfits fans, you probably had questions. You were wondering, same 5 players after what was an 8th place finish, but things coming together nicely in the first game. And on the side of Rogue, once again, young team overall in the LEC, used to the Ultra Liga. Different level of competition here. Have to see how they perform in their games to come.
I want to talk about kind of the importance of this moment right now. Imagine if Misfits lose this game. So imagine after coming off of an incredibly draining spring split, if you come into summer, you look across a team like Rogue, and you lose, I don't know if Misfits would be able to get over that hurdle. That would be difficult for any team. So I think a victory here means so much because it rewards the fact that the reset did come in, that they shook up the coaching staff, that they, you know, either had a cry, had the kumbayas, whatever it was, ate their Wheaties in the morning and got it back on track. I think this can create so much momentum for this team.
That's the Frostgurn formula for success, folks. Have a cry, have your Wheaties.
Cry while eating the Wheaties.
Win the first game of the season. Cry while eating the Wheaties. Of course, let's check out, once again, that Baron fight. 21 minutes. Feels like hugely defining moment in the game.
So this is the one where he tries to snipe out the Baron, and he's like, okay, if I get this Baron with the ultimate, it's fine. If not, we are forcing the fight. We need to do something now or lose the game. And Misfits initially pull away, but then immediately the turn on the Cocoon.
Oof. And Hansama, within inches of death, just barely manages to get out there.
Tighten it back.
Incredible. So much healing coming through as he found those kills, and good look overall. Of course, you can see the damage graph. A lot coming in from Hansama, a lot coming in from Feathervin as well, so good on both the 80 threats, and yeah, that gold graph tells us a story. That was kind of the, I feel like the Rogue fan roller coaster. It was like,
Rogue had that
a cliff
flip
right there
where you're like really excited. Just cut the
coming
tape.
back. Not coming back, folks. It was very difficult. Of course, reminder, schedule has been shifted up, so we will see Excel Schalke at the end of the day. But we do have Maxlore, Hansama, and Gorilla looking to become your key player of the game. You can give us your favorite at LoL Esports on Twitter. Now, the age-old rule was Hansama wins every time because he's adorable. But I do feel like Maxlore deserves a little bit of credit. Was everywhere on the Elise except for mid lane at level 3.
I think all of them had their moment in the spotlight. I personally feel like it should go to Hansama.
All right. I mean, hard to argue with that.
Because he's adorable.
No, that's the worst reasoning. Well, coming up next, we're going to hear from Rekkles as he and Fnatic look to get their revenge on SK Gaming. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
I think.
Good job.
Yeah, stopwatch.
I can come.
Nice. I
can give you blue, by the way.
Can silence me top?
No one in Misfits has died yet, but Prophet's going to find the burn. Draconic Age is there. Rogue finding the turn in an instant, but Soaz wants to fire back.
It's the fact that Misfits didn't take a step back, but here's a step forward.
Big fat Rumble Flame coming in for Prophet. Buys a bit of time as well. So much damage goes in. Kaisa moving in as well. Misfits have overstayed their welcome. Easy kick pick off there in the midst of everything. Silas caught in the midst of this team is not going to be able to get anything done, and Woolite is simply too far behind. Feathervin is just going to eat him for lunch as they take their time on this Nexus. Frostgurn, we wanted to know about first impressions. Rogue may have struggled, but Misfits absolutely dominated in their first game.
are here and welcome back. I am joined by Reckless this time. I'm so glad to see you back in the studio. How are you feeling?
Likewise, I'm feeling pretty good. It's always nice to be here in the summer rather than the winter when it's super cold and everyone's just a little bit, I guess, out of it after Christmas and New Year. So it's nice to come in for once and feel like we're in shape, I guess, as a team. And as for myself as well, like it just feels like we're probably gonna have a good start. So it's a new Fnatic, hopefully.
We'll get to the start later. I want to know, you ended up in third place. Really great, really, considering the start you had in spring. But I know it's not enough for you. So now that you had some time to think about it, can you tell me what went wrong in spring?
I don't think we would have won even if we beat Origin, which we probably should have. But I don't think we would have won anyways because G2 is just on another level when it comes to just like how good they are in comparison to the rest of us here in Europe. So I kind of felt like we should have won against Origin, but at the same time, I also knew that it was going to be tough in the finals. So I feel like we just didn't have it in us to win the whole thing. So maybe people even felt like not as motivated maybe for Rotterdam as they should have because of this. So hopefully this time around we can have like a better regular season so people that can actually go to bed believing that we can do this rather than just like having a win streak where we're sort of getting hope, but at the same time we're still remembering the losses in the beginning and the losses against Splice, and instead maybe just like an actual good split where we believe in ourselves.
Well, you were mentioning G2. I want to know, what are your thoughts on summer for Fnatic and yourself, especially considering what G2 is doing right now to everyone?
Well, I obviously want to be like the team that challenges G2, but I also feel like we were quite lucky to get even third last split, so it's hard to call like how good we actually are. But
you got it luck?
Yeah, I actually think we were pretty lucky to get third. I feel like we were not that great, and people just started slacking towards the end, and then we were kind of just going through the motions, and then with everyone else getting worse, we were kind of just getting through to the playoffs for free, I guess, and it just felt weird, the whole thing. So I would like us to just be like a stronger team and not kind of just like preying on others not performing.
Well, you made some new adjustments to maybe be the stronger team you want to be, and you added a new jungler. It's the first for Fnatic. You guys used to work with 2 tops last year. 2 jungler is the first. So talk me about Dan. How is he, and how good is he?
So people probably think that this is because there's something wrong with Broxah or there's some sort of disagreement within the team, but in all honesty, it's just we've been scrimming a lot against Academy through Spring Split, and we all thought that Dan was just a really good player and he deserved to have a chance at playing in the LEC. So now that we had some time in between the split, we figured that we should give him that chance. So we've been scrimming a little bit with him to see how good he actually is, and so far it's looking pretty good. So it's not necessarily about Broxah not being good enough or doing something wrong. It's just more Dan doing something right and being good enough to potentially play here on this stage.
Well, I hope it's what will bring Fnatic to another level. Thank you, Reckless, for joining me. And good luck on the game.
Thank you so much.
Now back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Laure. Wow, very introspective, calm, cool, and collected. Reckless ahead of their first game in summer. What was your main takeaway from that interview?
That he wasn't that happy at all with Spring, and that even though they finished in third, they didn't really believe in themselves that much, which caught me by surprise because it felt like the atmosphere towards the second half of the split was only positivity.
Well, I'm going to say that I am not too surprised to hear that, and I think when we think back of our expectations for Fnatic after their finals run at Worlds, we all had that same thought, right? We didn't know how they were going to do, and they were 3-7 after week 5. So I think he probably feels the same way in that he wanted to show bigger things throughout the split to get there.
Yeah, and I think when they were 3-7, there was a very real chance that they wouldn't be able to make it to playoffs. Even if they were winning the majority of their games, they did require some other teams around them in the standings to fall down. So I understand what he means when he says they were lucky to make it into playoffs, but I think they did prove they were the 3rd best team in EU.
I think that's true. I mean, you can't argue with the results as such, but we have to remember that they lost Caps and Soaz at the beginning of this year, and as an organization, Fnatic is never happy with a 3rd place. They're only happy with the biggest prize.
No, and it must have been very frustrating for them, not only losing to Origin in Rotterdam, but also sitting there and watching G2 win the first international trophy since well, since season 1.
Yeah.
And like Fnatic was supposed to be the team, right? They were supposed to be the representatives of Europe. They've won 7 splits. They made World Finals last year. Like this was the team that many EU fans would call like the pride of Europe. And then to have someone else claim that title, I mean, it's got to be devastating for this.
And the worst part wasn't even that it was just the someone else in G2. It was that their former teammate Caps left them, went to a better team, and then went the full distance without them. That's really what's got to hurt.
Yeah, definitely. Fnatic is a team that wants to be on top. I'd love to hear your opinion on the change that was brought in. Maybe controversial to some. Broxah now has a sub he's competing with in Dan. I want to know from you guys what you think of that specific sub, and if you would have seen something else change in Fnatic after Spring.
Yeah, so that was not the change I was expecting at all, because I thought Broxah was the #1 performer for Fnatic during the split, especially once they made that turnaround and made the push in towards playoffs. Broxah was #1. So when you hear that they're bringing up a 6th man to compete with Broxah for the starting roster, I immediately got worried. Now, some of that has been alleviated by hearing, Reckless talking about Dan and saying it wasn't problems with Broxah they were experiencing. It was just that they wanted to give Dan a shot.
I'm mainly just curious as to what Dan will bring to the team that's different, right? Because when I think of Broxah, I think of him as a very early game focused jungler. He's like the Lee Sin, the Elises. And we know that he can play around mid as well, which is what this meta would very much favor. So there must be something that Dan does or brings that is so different to what Broxah does that can bring about change and offer a different playstyle to Fnatic, which I'm very curious to see.
Yeah, we will look at their opponents as well, because if Fnatic wants to prove something, they can start by beating SK Gaming, a team they haven't been able to beat in Spring so far. And when it comes to the story of SK Gaming and their return to the European scene, fantastic job. Made it to playoffs with a lot of young Lions from the Mad Lions, pun not intended. A rookie of the split in Selfmade. Really good first split for them.
Yeah, Selfmade obviously being the standout player. I think they really did surprise a lot of people. There were a lot of new names. You expect this, rookie roster to maybe, be, pushing for a 7th place spot. But no, this team actually made it into playoffs. They actually competed, and I think a lot of it was because of Selfmade.
I think that what we found was that when AD carries came back into the meta, Selfmade didn't become a single threat. Crownshot then elevated with him. And the fact that those two could compete and become big carries for the team, I think was very beneficial. Unfortunately, it felt like that their champion pool and playstyle was limited, which is why I'm actually very excited for the introduction of Sakré. Because, Ender, you were a big fan of this guy in EU Masters, and I felt like that he was performing out of his mind and actually offers another carry position that this team can look to play through.
Look, I said it on the EU Masters broadcast. I'll say it again today. Sakré was the #1 player in the entire tournament. This guy was absolutely out of his mind. He played a super dominant style, a lane dominant style, where he averaged plus 25 CS differential at 15 minutes. Let that sink in, because that is absolutely absurd.
And to put you on the spot, is he going up against the weakest link of Fnatic?
I would say yes, in all honesty.
Last split,
yeah.
I think there's an argument to be made right there. I mean, a lot of even fans were calling him just an Aatrox one trick, right? Well, good news is that Aatrox is definitely back in the meta for Bwipo, but will that really be enough to compete against the young blood that's making his way to the stage? And when you're playing with a jungler like Selfmade 2, like, he was ganking Wurlip last bit, like, non-stop. We had the meme about 4 minutes in, level 4, he's coming up to top lane and he's ganking. Now you've got a carry top laner that you can enable and play through. Could this be the SK that looks to 3-0 Fnatic throughout the year?
That's already happened, I think. But anyway, Fnatic did begin the year with a loss to SK, but tonight they will look to settle the score and ignite the Fnatic faithful. Let's hit the rift.
Thank you so much, Shox, of course.
She's brutal.
Excited to see, yeah. A little merciless, I'll say. So maybe the 4-0 today in the world of Shox. Vedia's pointed out the other day, technically they never won that game. They were just about to win that game, folks. So still a 2-0 in favor of Fnatic as far as favor of SK, as far as the scoreboard is concerned. But maybe, we heard Reckless, very humble. Kind of undermining his own accomplishments, I feel like. And now I want to see what this form of Fnatic looks like. And it wasn't like I didn't suddenly become inspired. I just feel like they have to show us.
What's interesting to me is kind of the takeaway that I got from Reckless's interview is that it almost feels like it's more obtainable to go to Worlds than it is to beat G2 at this moment in time. And he was like, I want fans to go to bed and think that we could do it. I want Reckless to go to bed and think that he could do it. I want that fire and that confidence back. So looking for a very explosive game 1 from Fnatic, because I also agree with Reckless that you guys looked great at the end of the split. You should look great at the beginning of the split. It feels like all the kinks have been worked out.
Have to see. Fnatic, of course, on the blue side. SK Gaming on the red. Silas, Rakan already banned away. Aatrox going to follow up as well. And Cat. Damn you, Cat. I want to see you play so bad, but it's not going to happen. Now time to see what is going to go through for blue side. Inevitably, one powerful pick at least will be left up.
So the Aurelia, the Xayah, the Draven, all still available.
Do you ban Reckless's Draven?
So one of the, I think, kind of glaring similarities between the likes of Reckless and Crownshot, and Vedius did point it out on the analyst desk, is that there does seem to be, like they're masters of very specific champions, and that their pool aren't as wide as other ADCs in the league when you look at someone like Kaveh. Now, when they do get those champions, and Kai'Sa certainly can fit into Reckless's wheelhouse, they can be really devastating on them.
I'm not calling it yet. Until I see it locked in. There's the Aurelia. Okay, this is a champion that has been taken off the board repeatedly. Now we get to see what it's going to do in the hands of Bwipo and or Nemesis. Of course, the comfort of flex picks here. Bwipo's Aurelia, not one I'm terribly familiar with, but Nemesis, of course, knows his way around the champion.
And I have to assume that SK Gaming knew exactly what was going to happen there. There's a reason why Aurelia has been banned so frequently. She is such is so respected as a champion, so they must have an answer here in either the mid or top lane position.
But now with the Neeko and the Nautilus, SK responding with a bit of flexibility of their own. We did see top lane on hit Neeko earlier in the day, and I know you kind of like seeing that champion. I'm not a big fan, but you do enjoy the top lane Neeko.
Yeah, because I feel like you can still get, we saw Wonder play the Press the Attack top lane Neeko earlier today, and I still feel like you can get a lot of kind of bang for your buck from the champion. You don't have to go into the AP route with the Glacial Augment, because like Kennen, Gnar, and Neeko, they kind of do all the same thing. It's long range poke, and it's hard to find range champions up into that top lane. It's like Neeko, Kennen, Gnar, and Jace.
Yeah. Now, of course, the Sivir, though, locked in. That is a Fnatic special, something that we're used to seeing. Paired, of course, with an aggressive early game jungler in the hands of Broxah. Always good to see. But now, the response on the opposite side will be the Xayah. So, a little bit of safety there in that champion pick, but also a lot of potential for chain CC. One spell shield that might not be enough for Reckless on the bottom side.
Of course, though, like you said, he is the Sivir expert, so hopefully he'll be able to navigate this this matchup. In terms of focusing more so on Crownshot, it's interesting. When I look at SK and Fnatic, again, they have a lot of similarities. They find a lot of their strengths through their team fighting. I feel like SK are a bit more scrappy in terms that they like to fight a lot more often, whereas Fnatic kind of curate the perfect moment, the perfect punch, and then they just use maybe 1, 2, and then knock you out. So not as trigger happy as maybe SK Gaming are, but it's about scaling ADCs. It's about a lot of team fights.
The only time, or the only thing I'll contest you on, is that they are very trigger happy on teleports, specifically to bottom lane. Everything else, completely agree with, but
they
every
definitely
time
give a lot of resources to Reckless.
I wish I could say it was like Reckless on a specific champion, but no, anytime I see Reckless in a game, I'm ready for TPs to be spent on the bottom side of the map. Of course, for the top side, though, the Jace has been taken away. Olaf banned, the Braum banned as well. One final ban for Fnatic before they pass it back to SK. And SK Gaming on the red side. We'll get the luxury of last pick here, see exactly where some of these champions are going to go.
Feels like with the Olaf and now with the Lee Sin that they're trying to make sure that Broxah gets full control and full say about what happens in this jungle. He wants to be the guy who's setting the pace, who's being aggressive, as well as the Rek'Sai ban. So that's Quadra ban for junglers with Sejuani taken away on SK side, and they had to know that this one was coming.
Pretty much the only thing left, unless you wanted to get real creative, wanted to go for something like a Kindred. Karthus, of course, nerfed repeatedly over a few patches here since MSI, but not going to see it quite yet in the LEC.
Still technically a lot of flex picks coming out of SK Gaming. We can make our assumptions that it's probably a top lane Neeko, there's probably a Jarvan jungle and a Nautilus support, but they really haven't shown their hands until that final pick gets in, because all 3 of those picks can go virtually anywhere.
Yeah. The Thresh, though, now locked in, will give a little bit more safety to Reckless on the bottom side, of course, in the form of the Lantern, as well as the Flay to disrupt some of the engage potential from the Nautilus.
So this is a bit of an abstract interaction and kind of concept, and I'll cover it when I see it in the game as, yay, Gnar. Sivir is really reliant on, like, her wave clear is really important, but unlike the likes of like Lucian and Ezreal, because she doesn't have a dash inbuilt, she's more about reactive wave clear rather than proactive pressure. It's really scary for a Sivir when that mid lane is crashing in, for her to walk up and then just start pushing it and create a pressure point for a team. She has to wait for the wave to crash so she doesn't get to create pressure. By pairing her with a Thresh, with the Death Sentence, you're actually able to give Sivir the ability to create pressure points, because she can walk forward, abuse that wave clear, and then grab the Lantern back to safety.
Interesting now. So we'll see how Rekkles reacts around that, if he can get a lead and maybe forego some of those weaknesses, or if he is forced to play at kind of that standard Sivir tempo. But the Gnar has been locked into on the top side for Bwipo, will now go face-to-face with the Neeko. Azir, the response on the opposite side. Pyrean's going to have to survive here in the early game. We've seen what can happen when Aurelia gets started, just how much power that champion brings to the table.
So in talking with LPL teams when I used to cast back there, Gnar was kind of seen as the worst Kennen, but in the same idea where you really just want to abuse the range. And why the LPL teams felt that he was the worst Kennen is because you never really wanted to be in Mega Gnar. You always wanted to have the range of Mini Gnar and continue to whittle people down. Now that we've seen Kennen take a couple of nerfs, especially in how he can use his resistances for trades, and it's been moved onto his ultimate, so he's more about team fighting than laning. I actually expect Gnar to climb up into priority where more top laners are, okay, I could take Kennen here, or maybe I could look for the Gnar because I feel the trade-off is better.
And one of the things that I do love about Gnar is that even if you are put in a deficit, if SK wants to focus on that top side, as that we have seen Selfmade do so many times, Gnar still always has that potential for the ideal team fight, for that 3 seconds of hard CC, rank 16, just combine the Gnar with the wall up, get so much done in a team fight. But both of these teams poised for team fighting. You talked about the similarity in styles, and it feels like we will see that clash here on the Rift. Our 4th game of the day, and so much to see. How good are Fnatic? How good is Soccer? How good is SK? Now coming into the split, it is time to find out. Fnatic versus SK. There's not going to be any crazy level 1 shenanigans from what it looks like thus far, folks. Some of the Fnatic fans may be disappointed. Of course, something that they are legendary for, but as we keep our eyes on the early game, I see 2 champions in the hands of the respective junglers, Frostgren, that can totally destroy people in the early game.
Yeah, so which is why I'm actually really paying attention. Fnatic are famous for their level 1s, particularly their late invades, and any type of information that they get with where the enemy jungler starts, and how Broxah uses that, not just in the level 1s, but in the level 2 and the level 3. So they clearly see where the vision is. Now, how will Broxah manipulate that information to create a very practiced window of opportunity for Fnatic?
For now, will we see... Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Oh, I was baited. Apologies, folks. I got really excited. I was like, crown shots on the top side. It's a lane now. It's Nika. It changes the champion icon. I'm gullible. Hopefully, Fnatic are not as gullible. Crown shot just using ability, so any doubt has now been dispelled.
I got so trolled at MSI because what they'll do is they'll throw out the clone as like the support, and then they'll change, and you could actually be confused that there's 2 people up there.
Oh, that's actually my favorite Neeko tech. Of course, a little bit of a body block there, throws forward the Shape Splitter, hoping to force the Boomerang to bounce back early in the trade. Nemesis is going to get poked out here at the level 1, of course, really needing that level 2 before she's going to be able to threaten Pyrean whatsoever. But Pyrean getting level 2 first means he will have the lane priority.
Yeah, and looking for the Ahri, so again, versatility and flexibility in Keystone for Azir in particular, it feels like going for the Ahri, you are relying more on that poke as opposed to something like the Lethal Temple that we've seen run in the LCK. So it feels like Pyrean's looking at Nemesis and looking at Aurelia like, okay, we know that they're going to pick Aurelia. I feel okay taking Azir into this matchup, and I'm just going to hold her at an arm's length, and we're just going to play the slow whittle game as opposed to like the Sand Soldier in your face game.
Because I got to be honest, if you are in combat long enough to get some value out of Lethal Tempo, you're probably already winning your lane against Aurelia. Because that just, I think, if your ideal world is getting 4 autos against Aurelia and trading, you're probably dead. And that's something that Pyrean painfully aware of course. As we looked away for a brief moment, Aurelia is now horribly far ahead in the XP game and has the lane pretty much frozen in her favor, as now we have some aggression on the bottom side. Dream's taking a lot there. Level 2 capitalized on well by the side of Fnatic, and Broxah now moving into the mid lane. Level 3 Broxah dives, not something that I have seen in a while. Well, they go for it here. Selfmade now moving to the top side is going to be very late if they do try to go for it. The flash forward, the side step on the Cocoon though, could be disastrous. Now trying to dash to safety. and backing off. Selfmade does step back to cover, but they get the flash out in the end, traded for Broxah's.
Yeah, and if they're able to punish now Azir not having access to the flash, because that was a lot expended for Broxah, also losing access to the Scuttle Crab here. So Selfmade, Broxah, he took the gamble, he went for the flash, tried to find the cocoon, missed. Selfmade now gets to invade and really start dictating about where he's going to attack on this map, taking away and denying that Scuttle.
And I want to see exactly how Selfmade and Sakura interact. Of course, we saw Warlive for the entirety of last season, but now they engage on the bottom side a lot. He's going to be able to go down on Hylissang Aftershock, mitigating some of that damage with the TP. Bot side for Fnatic, as predicted in Champion Select. Now Nemesis though moves forward, a good side step from Dreams, but I still think he's going to get taken down. First blood going through for Nemesis in the end.
And because Pyrion had been forced back, Nemesis doesn't lose anything in return. You can see that the wave is actually neutralized into the mid lane, just about to crash into his tower, and Nemesis is going to take a quick stroll back to mid lane, pick up all that farm, and not fall any far behind.
He's going to miss 2 creeps of X. Nope, not. Never mind, 1 creep of XP. Excellent position for Nemesis to now be in. He's going to pick up the wave, will have a CS lead, is going to be incredibly comfortable. Finding an appropriate time to buy without the TP may be a struggle as he moves further into this lane, but everything is coming up in the favor of Nemesis right now, and anytime an Aurelia gets a lead, I feel like you just have to be scared.
Yeah, the good news is that Pyrion still does have access to his TP, that he's actually able to walk back into his lane, and he can try to play this one very safe, wait for that flash cooldown to come back up before looking for anything dicey. But I think Pyrion knew from the beginning that this was going to be an uphill climb, and he's not here to lane. He's here to pick up the farm. If he gets the opportunity, he'll look for it, but otherwise it's about playing safe now.
He's here to watch, you know? He'll wait. He'll get his time 1 or 2 items into the game.
Actually a really important ward, because so many junglers are using the mid lane cross pass so that they can get very quick access into the river, especially when a mid laner is pushed up. And because Pyrion doesn't have access to flash, he's just assuming that the wave will be near his tower, so making sure that he can get the vision to catch out Broxah when he decides to cross mid lane.
And of course, also incredibly important because when you look at who you're playing against, because Selfmade is usually the guy who dictates the pace of the game for SK in the early game. So not only are you setting up Broxah for success, or not only are you limiting what Broxah can do, you're setting Selfmade up for success with something closer to perfect information. But Broxah, despite that vision, has still found a way forward. Pyrion has to be careful. No flash available. The Shifting Sands is there for now. The step forward, the stun does connect. Where's Pyrion going to go? Shifting Sands, not used quite yet. Trying to buy a bit of time. Where's he going to go? Must have used it in the lane already because now he's going to die. Nemesis finds the kill. Level 6 coming in as well.
Just too clean right there. Has the phage, made sure that he lined up the stun. Nailed down Pyrion. He didn't have the flash, and you could see when Elise approached him that he was trying to dodge, but Broxah's like, I don't need to hit the cocoon. I can just use the repel and gap close onto you.
Yeah, just wait. Wait till you see the dash come out, but it looks like it was off cooldown. Selfmade can move to the top side. The knockup is going to be there. Well dodged there. Now going in onto Sakura, looking for the 1v1, but Selfmade is on the way up. Bwipo in Mega Gnar. SK going to give him that respect. Eyes on the plates for the side of Fnatic. Still going to be a significant amount of gold. And a split between Broxah and Bwipo here. Selfmade, though, still hovering, still ready to make that play.
It would certainly be death because he doesn't know where Nemesis is. Now that he has vision that Nemesis has returned back into the mid lane, they knew that Nemesis had kited up to the top lane. Now Selfmade should find some confidence to maybe make a play. And speed of plays, Pyrion's like, I cannot lane, maybe let's go bot.
And once again, the follow-up is insane. If he is able to make his way into the bot lane, maybe throw a few people back. But instead, we'll just opt to remove the blast cone. Walk through the jungle, will get spotted on this trinket. Coming through from the zombie ward, it looks like, and now returns to the mid lane. So Pyrion hasn't really been able to participate too much in the game yet, and it does feel like Fnatic are the team to dictate the pace. Ever since Nemesis got that kill on the bottom side, he's been pretty much in absolute control.
Yeah, Pyrion's flash, like you said though, about to come back up, so it's going to get a little bit better here. I still feel like while Nemesis has been the big... Hold it.
Oh, Hylissang immediately gets engaged on. Free hook for the Nautilus. Anytime Hylissang throws his out.
That's just a bit of a head scratcher. It's day one, guys. It's game one. Gotta get the rust off, maybe do some stretches. Excellent heads up play by Dreams.
And then, of course...
That's just one of those XD moments.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why you often see Nautilus picked into Thresh, is because you have the luxury of just throwing out your hook in response to Thresh's hook animation, but...
And then you just have, like, easier CC ripped onto your kit.
And deny him an important piece of his CC and damage, so... Difficult situation there for Hylissang. We say this about Hylissang, he takes risks, for sure. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. That one did not. Luckily for him, the kill does not go over to Crownshot. It will go over to Dreams. So their supportal combat can continue. But Crownshot, I think, would much prefer to have the gold for now, though. Eyes on the top side of the map. Sakura looking to line up a snare with the minions, potentially. Stepping forward, though, Bwipo looking a lot more comfortable in this lane. Very defensive itemization here.
Double Ruby Crystal into the Merc Treads.
Not interested in getting chunked out.
It feels like Bwipo has really, again, we're using this word weak side top laner, and it's not to imply anything about their skill. It's simply just the numbers advantage usually dictates it. You're not getting resources. The jungler's not camping your lane. No one's roaming up there. You're kind of left open on an island, and Bwipo, that's kind of been his identity for Fnatic in spring, and he is playing it much closer to the chest this time around with that defensive itemization.
Yeah, king of the weak side. The Gangplank champion. Of course, do the same on Gnar. See how it shapes up once we get those first items coming in. I assume it will still be the Black Cleaver for Gnar, though we will have to find out. Dreams and Selfmade stepping forward. Hook will connect onto the Nautilus this time. Brox is there for a lot of immediate damage. Aftershock has not been procced yet. James is going to be very tanky as he walks away. Selfmade goes down to Cataclysm, but an immediate flash out. I don't know if that was worth it.
I feel like that's one of those testing moments about how much damage and how tanky Nautilus really is. But they're going back for round 2.
There's no Aftershock on Dreams. He will get popped in a second if Fnatic do want to commit to the play.
Also, Sakurai there, making sure that he was pushed the wave forward, and because Bwipo is playing weak side and the wave is getting shoved into him, it opens up those abilities for the Neeko to start cheating towards that mid lane, possibly look to make plays with the team.
But Bwipo happy to have the pressure. Also the tower plate as well. You can see a pretty significant CS difference starting to build, but SK waiting in the brush there.
Big wave is pushed into Neeko right now, so it's not as big as it looks right now, so you should start to clean that up.
We'll see.
It's still like 10 CS,
yeah, absolutely.
It's not 20 CS.
I was like, well, my commentary was, how many CS is Neeko actually going to get under tower? And a few is the answer. Sakura getting about 3 or 4 there. And as you mentioned, still the 10 CS deficit. Almost a 2K goal lead now in the favor of Fnatic. 10 minutes into the game. 2 kills, of course, going to be a big part of that CS lead in the top lane, but feels like neither side really pulling a trigger on a major play yet. No towers have gone down, no big objectives have gone down. It's not a cloud, it is an ocean, so you do expect teams to fight over it at least a little bit in the early game.
And both teams are actually completely comfortable to take this gentleman's handshake if they want. Just decide, hey guys, we're cool farming it up. One team's got an Azir and a Xayah, the other one has a Sivir.
Yeah, let's talk, because we've talked a lot today about one-item team comps. You know, we've seen a lot of them. We've seen a lot of the Lucians. Aurelia, obviously a very strong champion on one. Is this a one-item game, or is this like a 3-item game? Are we just waiting for the 80 carries to get powered up and ready to go?
I mean, there's different bridge points, and especially with Aurelia running around with the Trinity Force at 11 minutes into the game, it can start to speed up. We talk about kind of like bridge champions or bridging points. You're looking at champions that have action in the early and the mid game to kind of like pass the baton, if you will.
Yeah.
This is a relay race.
So you carry here, I carry later. So like Elise
Yeah.
carries early game, presumably someone else can then impact mid to late.
And the terrifying thing about Aurelia is it feels like she never really has to give up the baton. She's like, she's got it in the early game, she gets it in the mid game, and then late game, she's still absolutely terrifying, which is why we normally see her banned.
What do you call champions that always have the baton, Frosco? Is there a name?
Usain Bolt.
Oh, I was, okay.
I went with the race.
I was, yeah, I was with the
sprint.
The sprinting metaphor. I was just going to say overpowered. But, you know, we each have our own.
He's still overpowered.
Can't stop him. Now, Fnatic, moving towards the bottom side, are set up to just continue to pressure here. Crownshot has to be very careful about stepping forward. Of course, does have the luxury of the ultimate as well as the cleanse. That is a very safe Crownshot. Will use the ultimate, does not want to burn the cleanse in the exchange. Clears out the wave as well, so nicely played, and Brox are just going to move right back up into the mid lane. Perfect vision on the bottom side for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is Fnatic exerting their power not through skirmishing and fighting, but through the control that they get over the mid lane and access to the river. And with that control wards, like you just mentioned, it makes it so much easier for Reckless and Hilly to pick up those free plates and then to immediately rotate topside and push SK off of this Rift Herald.
Which is important to do. Rift, they've already secured the Ocean Drake. And see if they want to set up for another objective. I feel like Dreams is perpetually looking for an engage here.
That's the Nautilus life.
It's so funny to me because there's so many parallels between Dreams and Hylissang. Well, I feel like Hylissang...
There's a lot of parallels between SK and Fnatic, like stylistically.
It's uncomfortable a little bit. Nemesis and Broxa, though, going to look to shift things up. Crownshot, of course, does have the cleanse, but does not have the ultimate. And Nemesis is very strong right now. Uses his stun, though.
Still diving Nautilus and Xayah. Scary. Now, Crownshot doesn't have access to ultimate, but he does have flash and cleanse. So I do like the fact that Fnatic, they're cheating that way. They are starting to build up small incremental leads for themselves in like their individual lanes, but they're not gonna just pull the trigger and throw everything away. They're being respectful still.
Reckless, though, out of mana. Means that SK can probably take control of this lane once again. He is going to back off. Most likely will return to complete his first item. See if he can actually get an optimal back timing here. Yeah, will be the Essence Reaver as well as the free boots coming through. Of course, nerfed since we last saw them, only coming in now 12 minutes into the game. Frostgren, 1 item on each of our 2 to 3 item AD carries.
I mean, I already told you that this wasn't going to be a one item game.
I know you did, but I want you to lie to me. Tell me they're going to fight.
They're not going to. I mean, they could. It's Fnatic versus SK, but again, right now it feels like Fnatic are in control of this game because they have the priority in the mid lane through the kill pressure, because Nemesis is
Aurelia.
really terrifying.
Yes.
And so it's Fnatic in the driver's seat and kind of get to pick, okay, do we want to fight? Do we want to look for picks right now? This is the Hilly special, gank in the mid lane.
The slow, steady walk forward. Now remember the ward that you mentioned earlier in the game, no longer there. So Hylissang does have the freedom to walk up here. Completely not going to get spotted out. And okay, Hylissang. That he is.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly, but also that was like that would have hit if he was like super mega challenger for sure. That's exactly where he would have stood.
Brox is looking for the gank. Pyrion, how much do you want it?
I feel like you could have waited on that one. Broxa. Pyrion doesn't even know he's playing Minesweeper right now, but he absolutely is. There it is.
Swing and a miss. That's 2 skill shots.
It's like, Pyrion, do you know you're walking through a minefield right now? He's like, what?
Strolling.
How many people are coming to kill me in the mid lane? Casual, though.
We've now got this tug of war where people just shove waves forward and then everyone starts cutting in towards the mid lane. Someone's going to get restless in a second and just try to force a play.
Yeah. Whippo was getting a little restless on the trade there. Goes in, obviously trying to fight for lane pressure, but does give up a lot of life in response. And Broxa, free access to this Herald. And I like how Fnatic have transitioned that bot side vision into some top side vision to secure this Herald. It's a good look overall. Reckless and Hylissang now moving into the mid lane as well. So just a nice shift up to the top side of the map for Fnatic, willing to give up some of those, some of that pressure on the bottom side now that the plates are gone to focus on the mid lane. Ulti hits, and that's going to be the hook he was looking for. Reckless grabbing the kill. Pyrion couldn't dodge them all. Well played.
And every single one of Fnatic's lanes is winning right now. And look at what a difference that means for SK and Selfmade in particular when he doesn't or he can't find a point on the map to attack. This just looks like a completely different jungler. When was the last time you saw Selfmade? 60 minutes in a game, 0, 0, and 0.
I don't actually think I've ever seen that, Frostgren.
It's got that good farm, but...
Yeah, and SK, look, they got the one objective thus far, but other than that, it's a 4K gold lead coming through for Fnatic. You've got a 20 CS lead for Whippo on the top side of the map even, but you've got a 20 CS lead in the mid lane as well. Yes, Brox is a little bit behind, but the plate gold that they were able to grab in the early game on top of the tower, and now the Mountain Drake as well. Fnatic completely in the driver's seat, and Mountain Drake on a team that wants to push, wants to take towers, and eventually could want to take objectives here is a frustrating prospect to play against.
And again, it's a reminder that if this was going to be a slower paced game than the last game that we just saw, both SK and Fnatic, probably in comms, are fine with that because they feel that they have the appropriate tools when it comes to late game. But I just feel like you gotta lean towards the Fnatic camp here. I don't think I'm out of line saying that they're probably the favorites coming to this game, especially for how they finish. 3rd place over SK's, miracle playoff attempt.
And also, Reckless saying that that wasn't good Fnatic. That was like a work in progress kind of Fnatic.
But this is new Fnatic.
True, but we also know that this is a work in progress SK because Sakurai has just joined the lineup. So while last split you might have given SK kind of some of the benefit of the doubt as we move into mid to late game team fights, as they do have some strength there, especially with a player like Crownshot on their lineup, we don't know how Sakurai is going to fit into this puzzle, what he is actually going to provide as we move later into the game.
Feels like the expectation should have been a lot more top lane camp, however, and trying to snowball him ahead. So it's always hard to tell what you're going to get in the game. There's still plenty of time left, but it just feels like they're kind of playing PvE.
SK trying to force.
That was good.
Going to go to the platform, the double flay. Crownshot, though, uncontested on the backside, is going to throw down a good amount of damage onto Hylissang. The lockup is there. The follow-up CC goes golden. Dreams now caught out in the middle of the team. We've got 2 TPs coming in. The fight stops for a brief moment, but SK, can they make it out? Dreams is going to be the sacrificial Nautilus. Will walk away. Sakurai not going to get anything else. Fnatic coming out on top once again.
I mean, that's Hilly getting a sick flay and then missing the death sentence on the immobile target.
Whippo fiercely stepping forward here. Megan R is on the way in. Can just look to extend the play. Where is he going to go? Flash forward, Gnar in the wall! Big moves from Bwipo. Selfmade is going to look to punish Sakura. He's going to get the shutdown, however. A bit of gold into his pocket, but the hook lands over the wall. Hylissang coming online in the mid-game.
As flipping those coins, and anytime it pops up heads, you're reminded why Hilly is such an amazing playmaker right there. 0, 1, and 5 right now on this Thresh, participating in only, or most of the kills, only a single kill outside of his death. Sentence. Nailed it. It's day 1.
Got it. I liked how you bought time to try to figure out what the percentage was on 5 out of 6, and you're like, why couldn't it be 4 out of 5? Why couldn't it be easier? Math on air, folks, very difficult. Some of you are mocking us. You're much better at mental math than we are. Anyway, 19 minutes into the game, just about a 6K gold lead for Fnatic. So
Just
I'd
like
say
a quiet 6K gold lead at 19 minutes, that's actually massive.
it's huge. We've had actually incredibly quick games today. I thought the G2 game was like an outlier, and it feels more like it might be a pace setter after the Misfits game we saw, and now this Fnatic game as well. So while in the past these SK games have felt very SK versus Fnatic games felt SK dominated, this one is a very different story.
Yeah, so right there, that's a sick play to catch the Jarvan right out, and you're like, yes, Hilly is back on the Thresh. We've got this, boys. And then this one is unfortunate. But it doesn't matter, because the rest of Fnatic, they responded, and they are able to chase down SK and really punish them.
Of course, this replay brought to you by Alienware. Tons of value in an Alienware, just like there's tons of value on that sick Gnar. Nailed it. Anyway, Bwipo makes it out as well, so just a highlight moment for him, but now the immediate turn. Oh, it's Dunk City. They're killing them all, folks. Now the dash over the wall. Sakura has to flash to safety. The cocoon lands as well. Broxton, no, you can't thread it like that. Period. Puts up a wall, tries to buy time, but Hylissang comes over. The shutdown going through. Sakura picking up all of the cleanup kills, but dies before he can pop off. The Blossom will not connect, and it's Crown Shot all on his lonesome, standing under that tower.
It's just disgusting. In the last 5 minutes, all the skill shots are hitting. They're being layered beautifully right there. That was another cocoon to land.
Oh, God, it's highlight reel after highlight reel. Crown Shot. Clean plays.
Dodges the cocoon with the ultimate, and then gets the flash to make sure that he locks down Broxah. Very nicely done.
Sliding, gliding.
This is a 1-2 step game.
Yeah, I like it. People are moving in this game. We're not even at 3 items yet, Frostburn. Already people are going in.
That said, Crown Shot, you did get the nice highlight play. Well done. It's still close to a 10,000 gold difference between the two teams.
Let's be clear here. We're praising him for the highlight play. SK is still getting smashed. Very difficult position to be in. 20 minutes into the game, Fnatic with a Mountain Drake, with so many of their members looking very strong. They don't have the fastest take in the world on that Baron, but given how far ahead they are, I feel like it's going to be much faster than people expect, and things are only going to get harder for SK. They've really yet to find a team fight. They've just been dove over and over and over again. They just keep starting these fights on the back foot.
They're going to approach this dragon, although I would really say that they should back off. I think SK agree.
2 items now coming in, forcing out ultimate there. Rekkles using his ultimate back. Dreams has now overstayed his welcome. We'll get the Aftershock proc, but it's too little, too late. Rekkles now dominating. Boomerang coming in for Bwipo. Can chase him down if he wants to, but will back off. Fnatic have their eyes on the real prize, and that is the second mountain. Nemesis and Broxah will get this one kicked off. So the control ward is cleared, and SK are just forced to match in mid lane.
And it just feels like SK just keep throwing the same punch, and unfortunately it's just not working. They need to kind of change up the playbook because they keep looking for these scrappy fights, these attempted picks, and they are just running headfirst into the meat grinder. Really unfortunate. Kind of painful to watch.
There's a lot of, yes, spinning blades on this team. Bit difficult. Fnatic, I feels like now that they have this deep vision looked in, if we look at the top side of the jungle here, it's just so hard for SK to move out. And is this just the point where Fnatic just take over this Baron pit?
I mean, Fnatic could play this game out in multiple ways because of how far ahead their solo laners are, as well as their ADC. Like, if they want to, you could just group up and you could use the Reckless, 3 items, 6-0-4 right now, and you could just mow people over. Or, if you want, you can play into the side lanes. Bwipo's got a Thornmail. Who can deal with him? Nemesis is massive on Aurelia. Who can deal with her?
Brox also has double Magic Pen items and is a level 11 Elise, so I don't think that there's... Oh, Crown Shot! That is both of the defensive options burned for one of the stronger members on the SK lineup. That is going to make the coming fights much more difficult.
And it was basically entirely in response to a single Q from Thresh and the Sivir ultimate for just, you know, the terrifying measure.
Just gotta scare him. It worked. Crown Shot, got hooked.
Makes it that much easier to walk over to the Baron and to either bait and just wait, because now the ADC, missing huge key cooldowns.
And I like this. They know that they have total control. Nemesis moves onto the top side, the member whose TP is on cooldown. Bwipo, the member who has TP, up and available, pushing in. Now, SK, I'll say, very brave move to move into that jungle without perfect information, but they saw Nemesis top side, so not the end of the world. And Bwipo now backing off, ready to TP in if needed. Do you ever miss talking about rage management on Gnar?
I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter. You're not super dependent on the Mega Gnars, like the game-changing
It's like,
moment.
honestly, if Mini Gnar TP's in, we're still probably fine. It's gonna poke him. Ooh. I wonder if they'll ever change that. That has to be the best feeling when you escape and the worst feeling when they don't. Guys, you don't need 3 members to do the Baron. Fun fact, 2. Fnatic have kicked it off. 9k gold lead for Fnatic, making it quite easy. SK don't even know what's happening because they see so many members of the Fnatic lineup on the map. Dreams, the only member wise to the play, is going to step forward, but it's too little too late. Baron will drop for Fnatic. 10k gold lead.
Yep, we've crossed over the marker, and now Fnatic full control. How do they want to close it out? Do they want to continue to play these side lanes? Do they want to group up? They can just hard dive the tower at this point. Again, Crownshot does have access to his ultimate, but doesn't have flash and cleanse. And maybe Fnatic decide that without those key defensive summoners, it's enough that they could look for the dive. Don't have to. Again, they can play the 1-3-1. You've seen Nemesis and Bwipo going out to your side lanes. The world is their oyster. However they want to attack this game, they get to decide.
And that's what I think is so frustrating about playing against a pick like an Aurelia, and why we do see her banned so much, is that she's a pretty good team fighter, and she's a fantastic split pusher. So very difficult to stop this champion from taking over, and even Bwipo has itemized for a bit of attack speed, happy to play more for the 1v1.
Look at how confident Reckless and Hilly are, that they just kind of go on their own adventures into the jungle, just hunting for kids.
Reckless talked about, he felt like the split was going to start off on a good note, and this is a pretty good note. 10k gold lead, 5 towers to 0. Absolute vision control on the top side. Bwipo's pushing in. Now matched.
Maybe this means that we need to reassess expectations, because it feels like, Dragos, you and I were feeling that this was very Fnatic favored, but ultimately, if you look at the history, SK probably felt pretty good going into this matchup. Fnatic didn't want to face them into the playoffs, didn't have the winning record against them in the regular split. And I think what's really interesting is kind of goal setting. Where are the goalposts for both these teams and what good looks like? For Fnatic, it feels like, either win Worlds or the fans will never be pleased. For SK, though, is it just another repeat into the playoffs, or are they looking for more?
Well, we heard from Selfmade in an interview that he talked about, there's nothing to be proud about, being a mediocre team making it into playoffs, not making your mark. And it feels like they had their aspirations set higher. And given that 2-0 you talked about already, it does feel like maybe we expected SK to come in on more even footing. As a team that showed us so much in their first split, we thought, hey, the second split has to be better right off the bat. But they have made changes. Things have been shifted up. And Fnatic have clearly only gotten more and more confident in the roster they started this year with.
I definitely expected a lot more out of SK than this. It really has felt like a bit of a spectator mode as they just watch Fnatic roll over them.
Yeah, sad state to be in. Of course, tons of target bans directed at Selfmade. Have to wonder if he is as comfortable on this Jarvan as he is on something like the Rek'Sai, like the Lee Sin, one of those options that was taken away, that was limited. But for now, SK holding on. Once again, late game, if you go late enough, can be a much closer fight than a lot of people may expect. But Gnar does a lot of damage. I'm holding that back much, much later in the game. So for now, SK very much on the back foot, doing everything they can to hold on to these inhibitors. Once one falls, it feels like probably the end of the game.
They are just getting chipped away at, not just their towers, however, but also their health bars. And this is one of the obnoxious things when you're facing the likes of a Sivir and a very strong Gnar right now, is dealing with that long-range chip damage.
Oof. 1 tower down, 2 towers down. It's like they synced it up. Inhibitor next on the list. Both bot lane and mid lane inhibitor. Of course, 18 seconds left on the Baron buff. Selfmade, though, flashing forward onto Bwipo, wants to get something kicked off. Will force the flash back. Not going to amount to too much. The hook going wide from Hylissang. Good control ward there to stop any vision being placed over the wall so he can continue to fish from Fog of War. And Azir Tower is going to buy a bit of time as well as clear out some of these minions, but now they're setting their sights on the top side of the map. It is a slow, controlled bleed out. Fnatic do not want to give SK a chance to get their head up from underwater. And instead, we'll just slowly close in and look to end the game.
Actually very curious that Fnatic played it so cautiously right there. Now the thing about SK's composition is when they are all grouped up, it can still be very devastating. Again, we always talk about like the Wombo combo. But the thing is they did a good job playing all 3 lanes to make sure that SK were never in a position where they were grouped up, where they felt confident to pull the trigger together. But without having access to the Flash and the Cataclysm, I thought for sure that Fnatic would be like, okay, it's time to end the game. They don't have one of their key engage ultimates. So I personally feel like they could have pushed the envelope a little bit more, especially if they do happen to wipe there. You know, there's not like you trade back a Baron. I think they're playing this one a bit more respectful than I think the gold difference says.
Ah!
Disaster.
Got him! Kobe! Anyway, nailed that one. Good job, Whippo.
That Cloud Dragon put up more of a fight than I think SK had this game.
Ooh. Fair. All right. Frostgreen, the one thing I will give Fnatic credit for is that they used every second that Baron buff felt like to good effect, that they made the most of all those empowered cannon creeps. And now that if they do want to kick off a fight, they still have a bit of time where Self-Made Flash is down, and they can just group as 5 and walk down mid lane and break these inhibitors. Whippo now stepping forward. Crownshot immediately has to run, though, burning the Flash as well. Snare is going to connect. Pyrion throwing back a little bit of damage. Broxa on the back side. Once again, small incremental advantages for Fnatic. Getting some of those cooldowns backing off. Not looking to overextend, but Self-Made and Dreams are hoping to find the punish. Teams really love death brushing in that specific brush.
It's a high traffic area.
Get him. Fnatic not going to take the bait. Will move up. Will they make a death brush of their own?
There's a numbers advantage for SK here, at least initially. If they find someone and can quickly delete them, they can, you know, turn the tides for themselves.
In the battle for the red buff, Crownshot does come out on top. I like that SK are always a team that are willing to continue trying, however. There are so many teams in the past in the LEC or the EULCS that we've seen just when they start to lose, they just keep losing and they bleed out. They don't really do anything, but SK are still moving, still posturing. Like, if they see that pick, if they find that opportunity, they will take it.
Just feels like they have a narrow window to look for those opportunities, because I have a feeling that we're going to see the ultimates come back up for Aurelia and Sivir, and then Fnatic are going to try a very similar maneuver where they literally just sprint at someone.
Oh, look, there it is. The sprint at someone maneuver. TP coming in on the backside. Self-Made might need to make his way out to safety. That is a mega Gnar. If he gets in the midst of the team, it will be disaster. But leaping forward, throwing it back. Not going to get much done, though. Pyrion's still alive. Nemesis going to the backside. Crownshot is there. They're focusing down the Aurelia. But no, not enough. Sterak's Gage buying Nemesis of plenty of time. Broxa leaping forward onto Pyrion. The double kill comes through for the Fnatic jungler. Crownshot goes golden, but he just gets to watch himself die. Another kill going over in favor of Fnatic, and that's going to be it.
It's over. We were just waiting for the cooldowns. Fnatic showed that they had the confidence. They couldn't make it stick the first time around, but they got the key summoners from Crownshot and made good on it the second time around. They will not be 4-0'd. Fnatic strike back against SK.
And with confidence, Fnatic opened the split. SK could not find their footing in the game, could not find any opportunities, and it is dominance from Fnatic in their first match.
And frankly, it just looked a little bit too easy. There was the staples from a Fnatic game, you know, the early TPs into Reckless's lane, but it was Nemesis who was the big beneficiary picking up those kills. And once he had control, once he had the power pick like the Aurelia, it was how he used that control in the mid lane into the river to just start pushing pressure around and taking whatever they wanted.
And how much attention Pyrion got. So difficult to play against. There's just so much setup CC. There's so much follow-up CC as well in that Fnatic lineup. And well played overall. Never felt like they were out of the driver's seat. Felt like they were in total control. Outside of maybe one play on the bottom side of the map in the early game, it was a story of Fnatic dominance here in their first match on stage. And for SK, I feel like we've been left a little wanting. Need to see what they can show in their match tomorrow. For now, they didn't get to show us a lot.
I feel like the SK dream is that you get Self-Made again on a very aggressive jungle pick, and I really want to see him team up with their new top laner, because that's what I've been hyped about. I keep hearing that this guy was popping off in EU Masters, that he can really be a carry, and I would love to see SK kind of diversify their playstyle with a carry-oriented top laner, and then just start going hard in the paint. Unfortunately, this game, very much a slow start.
Absolutely. And what was expected to be a slow start, you know, we talked about how this could totally just be that 3-item team fighting game. The thing that I liked about Fnatic is they did still see those opportunities, they did still catch it, and it feels like they set themselves up more for that thing that you're talking about where you're passing the baton, where they had threats in the early game. They had the Aurelia, they had the Elise, where it moved nicely into mid game, where you've got that 1-item Gnar, Sivir who can be that wave clear functionality, and Fresh, who obviously makes an excellent roamer, and seems like they really set themselves up for a game that they wanted to play.
It was actually a really good example of kind of the similarities and the difference between SK. The fact that SK Gaming constantly look for these scrappy fights. They're a very fast team to pull the trigger, whereas like Fnatic, they set up kind of that perfect moment where the cooldowns are all there. They know that if they catch you, that's how they end. And I feel like it almost feels like the evolution for SK Gaming would be to get closer to Fnatic's playstyle because there are such similarities there.
And it feels like at some points they did capitalize on that well, but they just weren't able to make more out of it. I think you make a good point. We'll look at this. Of course, we can take a look back at the big fight for Fnatic 20 minutes in, where we see a lot of that team fighting prowess, that ability to punish some of these small cooldowns not being available.
Trying to remember which fight this one was. Ah, I remember. It was the one Dreams disappeared in. That's a nightmare.
Really difficult spot for old mate Nautilus. And of course, reminder, we did see Aftershock nerfed. At level 1, you get the same resistances, but you do need to build armor and MR to get back to the point where it used to be. And even if you build a ton of armor and MR, it will only get back to an even state with the unnerfed version. And a nice highlight there that there might have been one very crucial member absent from the fight. But also a nice highlight here is this one, Shabloosh. That's the sound effect. They won't let me make it. They prefer the feathers sound effect. I prefer Shabloosh.
I would love a Xayah skin that's just sound effects by you.
That's the dream. Well, after the break, guys, we are going to hear from Broxah.
Look at that. That is a straight wall.
We got the cliff in a previous game. We get the wall in this game. Difficult climb for SK. Of course, Fnatic, though, making it look easy. And when you talk about it, I think it's hard. Who do you pick out in this game as your one standout player? Potentially your key player of the game.
I think each Fnatic member had their moments. I liked Nemesis in the early game, especially with the initial trigger on the teleport pole. I loved Broxah aggressive in Elise, and I think Hilly. Oh, did I get it? No, what?
Reckless.
Where's Nemesis?
He played Sivir.
And he had a really good KDA.
So many people. Had a really good KDA. Of course, Broxah set up a lot in the Elise in the early game, and I think that has to feel good for Broxah, because remember that he is, while it's not about Broxah underperforming, it was about Dan performing very well, it still feels like there has to be a certain degree of uncertainty, and that confidence from winning would be huge. But of course, vote for who you want to vote for. There are 3 options. Twitter at All Esports is the place. Coming up next, it is our final game of the day. Schalke, Nullfear, and Excel Esports take to the stage. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Good work.
Thanks. You too. As predicted in Champion Select. Now Nemesis though moves forward, a good side step from Dreams, but I still think he's going to get taken down. First blood! Can just look to extend the play. Where is he going to go? Flash forward, Nard, the wall! Just a highlight moment for him, but now the immediate turn. Oh, it's Dunk City.
Playing this one a bit more respectful than I think the gold difference says.
Ah!
Disaster.
Got him! Kobe! Stair escaped by Nemesis of plenty of time. Broxah leaping forward onto Pyrian. The double kill comes through for the Fnatic jungler. Crown shot goes golden, but he just gets to watch himself die. Fnatic open the split. SK could not find their footing in the game, could not find any opportunities, and it is dominance from Fnatic in their first match.
Powered up.
Get the Baron Buff Power Play with Shell V-Power.
everyone, welcome back. Laure here, and I was joined by Bwipo after this fantastic first victory. Congratulations, dude. So glad to see you again.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to not start the first day on 0-2. So it's better than last split, that's for sure.
I know. We'll talk about this a bit later, maybe. Let's get into it directly. We've seen the meta shift towards solo laners lately, so how is it going for you on the top lane?
It's going okay. It's a little bit tougher to be, like this game I think is a good example of that we're still interested in playing around our main carries. I think that's still our focal point. So, it's a bit tough of trying to navigate. What can I pick? What can't I pick? How can I play? Can I still be me? Can I still trade? So it's been a bit rocky, but I think so far I've been finding my place.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. We've seen Fnatic using all of their assets during last split, when everything was needed, obviously. Yeah. Do you think you'll still be able to do that with this meta?
Definitely. I think that in general, one of our focal points is that we can play around everybody in the team. I think everybody is capable enough. I think it's just a matter of making sure that we stick to the drafting plan, if that makes sense. So if we're drafting high priority on our bot lane or our mid lane, we should make sure that we're playing around these players and give them the support necessary to make the most out of their power picks.
Awesome. And you will have someone new in this lineup for summer splits. We've been used to see Asian teams use two junglers like Corsa, MLXG, Haru, Ambition. It's the first in Europe, I guess. So how is it going to work for you?
I think what's most important about the roster change is that it's a different outlook. I don't think it's necessarily something that should be alarming for people to say like, oh, we're going to replace Brox or anything. I think it's more we get a fresh look on the jungle position, and we also get to check, like, okay, when people are frustrated about certain things about jungle, like maybe, for example, me, if I get frustrated that I don't get enough jungle help or mid or bot, having another player to check, like, is it just the laners being babies? Are we just crying too much? Or is it actually that we are not putting enough, resources from the jungle into our lanes? So it's just, it's a double check after the last split, because we did run into some issues, one of which was that the laners sometimes felt that they didn't get enough resources. So, we kept working on it during the split, and that's why we came back with an 8-0 near the end of the split. But still, just having that double check of like, all right, let's see for real. Like, is it the laners being babies, or is it because we're not proactive enough from the jungle?
Awesome. Well, I mean, playstyle-wise, is it going to change anything?
Not immediately, I think. I think that we're still interested in playing League of Legends the way we think it's the best. That doesn't mean we won't throw any curveballs. I think that, of course, you're playing a competition. We'll try to stay innovative when possible. But all in all, I think we can just rely on good League of Legends as we have, and hopefully not finish third this time.
Awesome. Looking forward to see it. Thank you very much, Bwipo. Back to you, Shucks.
Thank you, Lo. You almost forgot. You're coming back to me. He said he doesn't know in the current meta if for them, if they're being babies or not, the solo laners or the laners in general. I know you guys play together a lot. So Vedius, is he a baby as a laner, or is he a baby as a laner?
He refuses to gank my lane at level 2.
That's because you play Nocturne mid lane.
And if we got ahead early, we'd win every time. But you know what? It's not about us. It's not about our synergy.
It's all about me.
The new synergies that we have on the Rift with the likes of Schalke and XL.
Well, first, though, it's about Fnatic. And the key player of the game, it was literally right there. Rekkles with 43% of the votes. It's funny because as the vote came out, we were in the caster room, and we said, well, if we put Rekkles in, he's going to win anyway. So do you guys disagree with the fans' vote?
Well, I think Broxah should have gotten it, personally. I think like Broxah's early game was like phenomenal. I think he played around mid very well, punished the Azir, who was very weak in the early game, and then he set up his top lane to just pretty much be self-sufficient, and then he started to play around bot side with the strong mid that he had.
Can you say something nice about Rekkles, though?
I mean, he had a really nice KDA.
Yeah, he did have a
just kidding, of course. Next up, though, as you said already, Vedius Schalke Nufia versus XL Esports. Two teams that come into the summer split making some key changes. We're going to start out with XL. I think it was a quite controversial change or sub that was added in the mid lane. Mickey together with Special. And in the bottom lane, of course, we have the return of the Kasing Yarnan duo. What do you think of the changes that XL brought in?
Well, let me just say, starting with Yarnan, I think it was a crime that he didn't have an LEC team to play on in the spring split. I think after making it to the semifinals with G2, he showed that he had unique picks in the Heimerdinger. He was also very proficient on the utility AD carries like the Varus and the Ashe. So I'm very happy to see him back in. I think that is a very positive change for XL.
What do you think?
I think it is ultimately an upgrade. My biggest concern is the ceiling. playing that I feel we have seen from the side of Hjarnan, given that he did go to the international event, make it to the semifinals, and compete at that international level. And I just wonder how much growth there is available on this XL roster.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is I don't think that XL needs, players that they're investing in to grow with. They don't need 5 of them, right? They need some talent right now that can push them up further higher in the standings.
That's fair.
What do you make of the mid lane edition? It is special. That'll be starting today, but Mickey is on that roster now.
I think it is a very controversial one. When we saw an interview with Kasing where he said that they wanted to take a little bit of a risk. They wanted to take someone who is a big playmaker and will take those gambles. And by getting him, I definitely think you're grabbing that. But then I bring into the question what exactly was Exile last split, because to me, he was definitely one of those high-risk, high-reward styles of players that didn't really work out for the side of Exile. So I question if they really want to get someone who's a little more extreme than Exile was last split.
Yeah, let's take a look how it plays out, of course, for XL. We're looking for more development because they were not a lot more than an upset team, a team that would upset a couple of other or a couple of games in the spring split. Let's see if they can do more this time around. And let's turn our attention to their opponents, Schalke 04. Big news on that lineup. The 2-time MVP Trick is back, baby. But the big question is, which Trick are we going to see?
Well, that's the ultimate question, right? Because when he went over to the LCK, he didn't have the best of performances. I believe he played for the BBQ.
Yeah, we don't want BBQ Trick.
Yeah.
We want G2 Trick.
We definitely want this guy, the MVP when he used to play for G2, the guy that helped carry the team to that MSI final back in 2017. He has the potential to be a hyper-aggressive, very early game focused jungler, which in this current meta could be very valuable. My question is, how well will he synergize with the likes of Abadage, who's a player we often talked about being very focused on, like utility mid lane champion.
Yeah, it was utility mid lane champions and also things like the Yasuo. And I think that for Schalke, it was very difficult to watch them because as a team, I didn't think they had too many problems. It was on the individual level, we saw a lot of mistakes, of the jungle and mid lane position especially. So when we bring in Trick, I have full faith that that is going to be a positive move for them. My question is actually around Abadage and the fact that they do have faith on this player. He's no longer a rookie. This is his second split. I need to see him step up if this team wants to make playoffs.
And that may work because also Trick might give him a lot of support where is needed. So do you think this changes enough to get them to playoffs this split?
I think I need to see a game. I think I need to see a game.
You went straight in and then you're like, hold up.
He's like, I don't want that anymore.
Yeah. I think I need to see a game.
Okay, well, let's watch a game. A new split, a new chance for Schalke and XL. Let's see what they can do in their first game.
Soft words, Betty.
It's true. But I'm ready to find out. I want to see what it looks like because this is one of my favorite esports narratives ever. We're big on narratives here. People complain about it, but imagine right now that you're Expect.
Okay.
And you look over at former teammate Trick.
Okay, I see it.
And who do you see? But Ignar. It's like the new significant other versus the old.
When Bay catches you with
dramatic
X.
music for this point. I'll take it. Like the Barbecue Olivers duo versus the G2 duo. And you feel like there's got to be something to prove for Expect.
I also think there's probably
nobody's second choice for Oscar.
I think there's probably going to be some smiles if Trick does just camp Expect's lane. Hey, remember me? It's fine.
All right, already we are getting into the thick of pick and ban, and your favorite ban
up
against your boy Hjarnan is there, XL fans. It is the Heimerdinger, guaranteed to happen every game this split. Maybe not every game, but starting off with it, Norelia's banned as well, Sylas, and the Xayah too.
And we had some conversation, do you go with the likes of Jessica, where maybe you don't know the ceiling of that player, you invest the development and resources, or do you get a guy like Hjarnan who, I agree with Ender, should have been picked up by an LEC team. And frankly, if he's going to get you a Heimer ban every single game, he is already worth himself right there in the draft phase.
I wonder if that's in his contract, if he every Heimer ban gets him a little tick up. We'll have to ask him later. Could ask him if he wins this game. We'll find out. For now, the Aatrox locked in. This is a champion that has not been allowed through. People do not want to play against this champion. It is now getting picked up by Odoamne and will be matched up against a Jace. So two incredibly strong top laners. Important to note, though, that Jace did get some small nerfs on patch 9.11, so we'll have to see how they match up. Trick hovering through some of his most famous champions, I assume, or we're actually going to see an Ivern. Let's find out.
We saw one at MSI. I'm actually holding on. Okay, that makes much more sense.
There it is. And you talked about mixed damage profiles. We bring this up a lot whenever we talk about it. Usually Elise jungles.
I was only joking when I said camp top lane. You don't have to do it.
You're not joking anymore. Now you're a prophet. Just take credit where credit is due. will Schalke lock in the Akali as well? 13 seconds left, of course, for Abadage. If they do want to pick his champion, could pivot as well, look to pick up something safer, maybe a support pick. But the Rumble, now the hover over, and will be locked in. Perhaps we see an Aatrox mid, perhaps we see a Rumble mid. Q 20-second rant about Rumble mid technically actually being a pick, but we haven't seen it yet.
I assume it's going to be the Aatrox in the mid lane position, but like you said, we'll hold on. We'll see where all these champions get slotted out. So far, though, you have a really good mix of damage, and you have a lot of big team fight potential with the picks that Schalke have put together. Whereas, there we go. Okay, lane domination coming out of Excel in their first two big picks with the Jace and the Renekton. We've seen a lot of teams kind of give some credit to the Renekton and secondary ban phase and take him off the board, but he slips right on through this time.
And remember that Expect has been kind of always about kind of these more aggressive top lane style picks. We saw him playing the Yorick a lot last split, and now we see him on the Renekton once again, one of his, I think, most successful picks.
Oh, good sir, do not get me wrong. I don't think that that is guaranteed to go into the top lane. We've seen Renekton mid in the LPL.
Calm down, Doinby. We'll find out where exactly it's going to go.
It's probably top.
It's probably top, yeah. But I would be excited to see if it is the answer to Rumble mid. Once again, just spitballing here. It's a new patch. We're seeing how teams want to approach things. The Nautilus,
We've been
the
so
Sona.
scarred when League of Legends like shifted over and everyone was playing everything that now we just like, we don't know. It goes everywhere. Everything's a flex pick. Where's Flexius?
Bring him home. All right, Nautilus, Kaisa banned as well. All right, so bot lane obviously being limited since none of these picks are going to go to the bottom side of the map, short of something truly crazy. G2's ruined us. We have to assume everything's a flex pick.
I mean, Kaisa is one of the big upset picks. Again, he obviously can play more than two champions, but his big two in spring were the likes of the Ezreal and the Kaisa, so that actually does take a big weapon out of his wheelhouse. And if they pick up Ezreal here,
would be interesting. Of course, after we made the top 20, Upset actually reached out to me to talk to me a little bit about the list. And he's like, hey, I feel like you guys didn't respect the fact that almost every game I played, I had Lucian and Draven banned against him. And I said, hey, that's something that pretty much everyone had banned against him. And he's like, oh, no, trust me. This was special.
this was banned against me for a reason.
Me. So I am wondering if Excel are on the same page, if they're thinking, hey, it's just going to be a guaranteed kind of Ezreal pick here. That is the upset special. Ezreal obviously a good champion.
But what I also really like when he does get picks like the Ezreal or more self-sufficient champions into the lane phase is that Ignar is so successful when he gets to roam around, but Upset throws the gauntlet, says, no, you're staying with me because I'm playing Vayne.
That is surprising. Vayne and now the Braum as well. Okay, this looks a lot like a Fnatic draft to me on the side of Schalke.
The pressure bot lane is immense here. The gank potential there between the Braum and the Elise. Now, I will say that Vayne, with the Rage Blade changes as well as the Vayne changes, has been, I feel, tapped quite significantly.
Absolutely.
Now, there's still power there, but it's no longer the same Vayne that we saw in spring. I actually talked to Jat about this at MSI, and he's like, no, it's still good. Like, I feel that people are overreacting. This is my best Jat impression. I feel like people are overreacting to the Rage Blade changes. But there also has been kind of some versatility in some of her build paths. Some people are looking for that Infinity Edge. Dr. Papa Smithy, he's like, yeah, I think more Vayne players will have to rely on it. So we'll keep our eyes if he goes with the standard Rage Blade Vayne, or if maybe he feels that the changes were enough that you're starting to see different build paths.
And I like the way this is shaping up. We talk about the 80 carry picks. Hjarnan picking up the Jinx. Hjarnan going to be about the team fight, going to be about 3 items. Vayne going to be about dueling a lot of these kind of bruiser style picks with the Jace, with the Renekton. Of course, the luxury to flex both of those picks back and forth to match where they think it's best will be Renekton into Rumble. God, so many like Season 3, Season 4 throwbacks today. And now Aatrox versus Jace into the mid lane. Both teams building quite exciting comps. I really want to see how Upset is going to perform on this Vayne. Of course, very small champion pools we talked about in spring, much larger in 2018, but spring we really only saw the Ezreal and the Kaisa. So seeing the Vayne here, I think, could instill a lot of confidence in the drafts to come.
And I just want to see what the first look for both these teams is going to be. Schalke with a very disappointing back half of their split. Excel maybe went above and beyond expectations initially. I don't think that there were really any to begin there. Maybe slayed a few giants, but this time around, big names that you can grab hold of, and this is a new breath, a new start for Excel to really get their foot in the door.
And it was in that first split, it feels like people gave them, said, hey, this is your first split, it's a new lineup, you had some of these big games, these big upsets. But now is the split where we do want to see more, and for Schalke, how many times are we going to have to watch them miss playoffs from second place, from making it to that final? New roster, not able to make playoffs, crushing to kick things off. But here we are, the final game of the day.
Yes!
Great sign, that's all I'm going to say. The final game of day one of the summer split of the LEC. And things are getting kicked off, and I like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of lanes for Cadril to gank where he has excellent Sejuani synergy. 2 melee champions, 1.5 melee champions, we'll say. On the opposite side, we have Elise, the quintessential win or lose in the first 15 minutes style of jungler.
So I feel, and I'm going to lean towards this idea that I think that Elise or Trick on the Elise here does have a bit more options into Ignar. The thing about Braum is I just think he makes the 3v3 bot side so very strong with how he's able to apply his CC with his passive in the Winter's Bite. Whereas I feel like Cadril should probably be about river control and bouncing between the strong points of Special and Expect there. Renekton and Jace, very lane dominant champions, and if one of them does find a snowball, you can very quickly rip a game out of control. And the nice thing about Sejuani is she herself early game does a lot of damage, so we'll see if that's what really pans out here, but this is kind of what I'm looking at as we start this game at level 1.
And for me, I'm just looking at, once again, the story of the day has been setting expectations for a lot of these teams. And I think for 2 players in particular, it is Hjarnan and it is Trick. But as we haven't seen in a little while, Trick, of course, kind of fallen off, looking real bad in LCK, now coming back. A lot of expectations given his previous success. And for Hjarnan, trying to prove that he's more than the guy that got benched from G2.
But the thing is like, is Trick the actual answer for Schalke? Now, Memento was quite vocal on social media. It felt like there were some mental issues that were happening in the team, confidence issues, if you will, that people just kind of lost faith, lost trust into each other. And so I'm curious if Trick is going to have that decisive forward action, especially when you have such an inexperienced player like Abbedagge to the LEC stage, now going into his second split of his first season on this stage, that Trick can hold the reins and really help guide this young mid laner into success and guide Schalke towards playoffs.
And especially in this match, where he is going toe-to-toe with Cadril. Cadril, the guy who did set the pace. Once again, we see so many of these newer teams being kind of defined by what their jungler can do on the map. And very often it was Cadril and Expect versus the world in a lot of these games. Yes, there were 1 or 2 games where you saw big performances from Jeskla, big performances from Special, or even Exile when he was playing with the team. And now, have to see what the form of this team will look like. Cadril for now invading into the top side, trying to lay down a bit of vision. Imagine he will hit the Scryer's Bloom here, will spot out Trick as well. And tracking this Elise in the early game is incredibly crucial to stop her from going for any kind of crazy play.
But it's also the decision to say, do I give away my position? Because by hitting that, Trick obviously knows then that Cadril's on that side. I'll hold it.
We'll lay down a little bit of damage here. Now trying to engage onto Cadril. Cadril, of course, tanky for now. Will leap out, but Trick is just going to chase him down. Special's coming in as well. Abbedagge trying to block out Special from getting into the fight. Trick willing to chase this one. Has the red buff. Cadril now running. Special going to be in trouble to flash out. Trick fully committing to that play to force the flash.
And the thing is we just talked about the river control that Expect, Cadril, and Special should have right there, but he picked the wrong moment. It was just as the waves kind of crashed back and sent both his top and his mid laner underneath their towers, and now Trick has full control to look for a play like this.
Talked about it. Expect, though, with a lot of fury, can't heal up off this wave if he gets it down. The flash over, huge stunt. Trick goes up, has to come down, though. Has to come down on top of Expect. Oh, the Vengeance will not find the kill quite yet. Former teammates. It's been a long time, but still, perfect predict from Expect. Flashing out of the way, the immediate stun. Very well played.
And he didn't have a lot of wiggle room there. Very well done from Expect on the Renekton. Fancy footwork. We'll see if they're able to punish the flashless Renekton. Obviously, he wants to be far forward. He wants to trade aggressively. Hold on, Special.
Trick not afraid, giving up some of his resources. Special now going to be in trouble. The Aatrox follow-up is going to be massive. Flashes over the wall, breaks the Infernal Chain Tether, and will walk away. But another flash burned by Trick here in the early game.
And it's only 4 minutes into the game, and it feels like Trick really has breathed new life into the Schalke lineup. It's him who's leading the charge, it's getting Abbedagge to team up with him to leave the lane and make these aggressive plays. This is exactly what Schalke needed.
Absolutely the case. But of course, still the first game, still just 5 minutes. It has been a fantastic
I'm all
5
aboard
minutes.
the hype train. I'm excited.
Look, I put him on my top 20 list, and that was a questionable decision, I'll admit it. But so far, it's looking good.
And why I'm excited about it is the idea that Schalke always had really good team fighting. I think for Abbedagge, where he did fall down kind of in the back half of Spring Split in the lane. He had some of the highest isolated deaths that we have at any mid laner. His team fighting was very, very consistent. And when you look at a guy like Upset, who is probably the best team fighting ADC that we have in the league, like if you get Schalke to the point, they can be incredibly impressive, but they needed a jungler to pay attention to them in the lane phase to get them over the hurdle. And so far, Trick has done that.
Has so far. And something I do want to point out at Abbedagge is that so many of his deaths felt like moments where he was the one who got over aggressive. As we take a look back at that play in the picture-in-picture, once again, just beautifully played by Expect, continuing to be kind of a standout on this lineup and surviving what, in many cases, should have been certain death in the tower. But Trick going to go up, going to come down, just continuously laying pressure down on the map. Of course, once Kadril gets level 6, though, we are going to have to shift our attention to him instead of Trick, because that is when the Sejuani really feels like it starts to take off. Already, though, with the control ward here on the top side, Odoamne will have to be careful. Level 6 Rumble, though, notorious for the 2v1. Level 6 Renekton is a similar story, but Odoamne has to be careful. The dash in, the flash out to safety. Finally, Kadril able to make an impact somewhere on the map.
Yeah, and Expect also now taking over from level 5 to level 6. So you just talked about it, the ability for these two champions to be able to 2v1. And now both without Flash. So I thought it was going to be about the bot side. I thought it was going to be Trick teaming up with the Braum, but instead it is Trick blitzing into Kadril, and then Kadril finding his options where he can get something back for Expect up here in the top lane.
Yeah, and Expect capitalizing on that overheat window where Odoamne didn't want to fully commit, did not want to go in all the way, and tries to get a good opportunity. Just stays in lane as well, faking the back. No, will return to the lane. Looks like the second Odoamne didn't try to push. Expect knew his opportunity was gone. Of course, Kadril still on the top side, could look to make a play here, but Trick is here as well. Now, the vision advantage is in favor of Excel. They will see Trick coming. Expect should start to back off if he's a good actor, but now it is the pause coming out.
So it feels like this is a good read by both junglers to be into the area. I think what's curious here is that if he's helping cover Expect for a possible back, and that Expect just wants to shove the wave up, or if they are really looking to play around a counter gank with that dominance.
And we'll find out. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the reason for the pause. It looks like it is on Upset's PC, whatever the reason might be. We'll let you know as we find out more. And I think right now, I feel like we've seen Expect do good things. We've seen some good things come in from Kadril. So I think that's Expect last split. We knew that those were two strong points for the team.
But that's also what this composition, I mean, these are the conversations that we should be having in the early game. Because you look at Hjarnan and Kasing, that's a Jinx Tahm Kench bot lane.
True.
You know, at this point, if you're talking about the Jinx, the Tahm Kench, and how they're just popping off, something went horrifically wrong for Schalke in the bot lane.
Horrifically right for XL. Got to put the positive spin on it. So you're right. I think that's what we're waiting to see, right? Is we're waiting to see what Special is going to do. Obviously, Mickey, kind of the player that most people expected to start. We'll see when he does come onto the stage. And for now, see what the bottom lane can do. On the opposite side, Trick, everywhere on the map. Hasn't given up a ton in the CS department either, which is quite impressive. Actually ahead of the Sejuani, 35-27. So overall, in a really excellent spot.
Kasing in his Red Bull interview talked about some possible visa issues, but the big thing that I really took away from it is the fact that he wanted to reunite with Hjarnan because he wanted to focus on his own gameplay. He didn't need to micromanage his ADC or try to train up a new ADC. So we should also see...
Oh, instant engage. Now the fall comes out. The equalizer is there, but it is first blood coming through for Excel. Well played on the top side before the level 6 even came in. Fantastic.
So it wasn't even a counter gank, just a straight normal gank right there. Ignar and Upset.
Oh, Trick.
Oh!
Trying to go for Expected. He's going to go right back out.
I was going to say, with Ignar and Upset knowing exactly where Kadril is on the map, they decided to try their luck to go aggressive, but very explosive gameplay happening on the top side.
Freeze frame.
Have you ever casted in PowerPoint?
That's...
Because we're in Excel.
Thank you for cheering. The cheers make all the difference. That's the shift between Frostkern is so cringe today on Reddit and Frostkern is hilarious. Thank you, audience. You're the MVPs.
It's a fine line. I bet he proved that.
There's no coming back, so I'm just gonna pretend like it wasn't said and we'll do what's called a reset in caster terms, where I'll just say, hey, look, guys, gold, dead even. 8 minutes into the game, 1 kill in favor of Excel. Ignar running away from Hjarnan, who is now level 6. Kasing giving him the tongue. And meanwhile, Kadril riding a pig, living a good life. As Frostkern tries to get control of herself on the caster desk.
Ooh. Tom Kench, my favorite champion.
Yeah, Tom Kench and wordplay is a dangerous.
The thing is I'm waiting for the Tom Kench top to come out, and I actually really liked the priority that Origin had over it. Not only as like because obviously when Sona and Taric get split up globally, we've seen the Sona and the Tom Kench. But I'm curious if like Tom Kench is going to become such a flex pick and kind of be that terror and solo queue on the top side of the map in the LEC professional play. Because I don't think his duos really matter by himself. He's really obnoxious to deal with at this point.
Yeah, especially with Glacial Augment. Because I don't know if you know, but he's not going to be building a lot of slowing items. He is just looking to get the auto attack
You just
slow.
can't get away from him if he ever gets you.
Yeah, and it's difficult because if Upset goes all in on Hjarnan, that Tom Kench is going to hit him. Going to hit him hard. For now, though, relatively calm game. Of course, first item for Vayne is going to be very important. And remember that Vayne has been toned down since you last saw her in a competitive game. The tumble cooldown no longer immediately 50% off, will scale up 30, 40, and 50 between level 6, 11, and 8, or 16, respectively. So I just recite patch knowledge to buy time for what could be a gank.
What's really impressive, though, is that you did it off the top of your head. Now, everyone in the game has access to their ultimates, and
if they fight in multiple places, it gets really difficult. Zoom out, brilliant observers, well played. Kadril has to flash out to safety. Won't get anything. So Schalke, it feels like, despite the fact that overall the gold is relatively even, the pressure game feels like it's continuously going in the favor of
But what I
Schalke.
thought would happen is that between the Jace and the Renekton, and I think Kadril thinks it too, he's like, this river is mine, and he keeps trying to enter it, but Trick has laid down the control ward, he has planted both feet, he's like, no, this river is mine, and every single time Kadril approaches, he just gets shoved all the way out. And when you take out Kadril, who is such a key member for Excel, they are starting to fall apart at the seams here as now a Rift Herald is being given to Schalke.
And this is going to be huge, too.
Because while the gold lead is still in Excel's court, with this Rift Herald that can transfer into a tower, and so you're basically looking at Schalke taking control of the gold lead with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it's 10 minutes and 40 seconds, right? So the plates are still on the table, so it's actually a lot of potential gold that can come through. Now we have to see how Special is going to play this one out. We'll get spotted on the control ward. Upset and Ignar here, they do not have the luxury or the safety of a Tom Kench, but obviously Condemn on the Vayne as well as the Braum ultimate. A lot of tools to keep her safe. Kadril and Special will instead focus on the Infernal. So let's say it will be objective traded for objective in the end. Infernal for the Rift Herald. So power later, traded for power now.
Yeah, they saw the Rift Herald go down. They think that they have a window here, especially with the back timer coming from Abbedagge. Doesn't have access to the TP, so it's not only a pressure advantage and that bot lane was shoved up, but it's also a numbers advantage here. Expect even walking back to the top lane to make sure that he doesn't burn the TP in case things get really frisky.
Will not happen in the end, though. Schalke not going to pull the trigger, but Trick is sneaking his way onto the bottom side of the map. Kadril could look to come down. Of course, the ultimate is available, but has to be careful. Once again, the 1v1 against the Elise here. It'll be very difficult. The Runic Echo is obviously a very strong item, but now we'll get spotted. Ooh, maybe not. Never mind. These two junglers pathing around each other. Kadril now in no man's land, has to be careful here. It's going to get spotted out, but Abbedagge is right there, putting a lot of faith. TP is coming in, but it might be too little too late. Kadril in the midst of everything is just going to get taken down. Abbedagge has now grabbed a kill, but 4 members of Excel are in the midst of the team. Equalizer split up to buy time. Expect now in the midst of everything. So much damage down to Upset. He's going to flash back to safety. The knockup, he has on the Hjarnan as well. They're going to go over the wall. The lust for blood is real. Schalke hunting for more. Ignar does not hesitate to continue to chase, but Kasing is so slow. The Tom Kench starts coming through. He flashes out to safety with the flash. Abbedagge, it's too clean, and Upset grabs the kill.
Passing it over into the Vayne right now. It's only a single kill in Upset's pocket, but it's so much control over that bottom side of the map. And you can see what Excel were thinking. They're like, we've got the Abyssal Voyage, so maybe if we make a play down the bottom lane, it's my team who can rotate first. But he was wrong. Schalke just pile in. They get there first to the punch, and they blow up Sejuani before the fight even starts.
And Aatrox, so strong, did so much work in that exchange. 2-0-1 now the scoreline for Abbedagge. He's often been the Achilles heel of this team in the early and mid game, but is having an all-star performance thus far. And they're going to actually leave the Herald here just to auto-attack, grabbing the 3 plates, immediately backing off, and may just look to swap lanes now.
And there's that gold lead. Yes, they didn't have it when they had the Herald, but by picking up the fight, by grabbing these plates, now you can see that Schalke are in control, and they've got the power exactly where they want it. The Blade of the Rune King completed on Upset.
Excellent place to be. Double stopwatch as well. It's going to make the playmaking difficult on the side of Excel. Of course, very reliant on the Sejuani ultimate to get things started. If that does not connect, things are only going to get more difficult. Not a ton of really strong engage options here on the Excel side. Have to play this one out smart. May want to slow the game now. For now, Lanes are just going to return to normal. Bot lane will return to bot lane. Top laner's there as well. Or will return to top lane, rather. So, just a normal reset here. I thought maybe we'd see the swap with the 3 tower plates taken down already, but take a look at exactly how this unfolded.
And again, Caedrel's been tracking Trick this entire time. They had so much vision. He was trying to skirt underneath them, and the Abyssal Void comes in, so maybe the call is, okay, my team can rotate faster, but he doesn't have the health. He gets burnt down, and then Schalke just say, okay, we're piling into this one. We've got it. The last cone over the wall, too, did not help.
And this is brutal, because right here, oh, those Tahm Kenchners feel quite bad.
Ugh, feels good. Just feel like this is the sound effect replay. I was expecting you to do something, but...
Yeah, I appreciate your sound effects. I was just like contemplating in my head if it was unintentional that Upset took the kill there, but no. He took it right out of his mid laner's hand.
Right out of his mouth, actually. That was...
Hagen the glory. Of course, good on Kaseng to move up instead of sideways. Could have gotten them both killed in the exchange, but they split. Kaseng hoping to be the tastier bait there, but nope. Interested in killing the Jinx, and now Schalke set up to just take control over this mid lane. Trick, of course.
Their river control has been nuts. They had 3 control wards up into the top side of the map when they were playing around Herald. Now all of that control ward has been moved into the bottom side. Again, Trick has just like placed his feet and said, Caedrel, you will never be able to play here. And with this kind of invisible hand or this pressure, Schalke have just been slowly but surely grabbing their gold leads in this game.
And you said it earlier, you said Trick is back. Was it 5 minutes? It was 15 minutes now, and Trick is definitely looking really good. This is the kind of dominant, aggressive playstyle that you got used to seeing from Trick when he was so successful. And the synergy between him and Ignar is looking good too, which is something you did not really see on BBQ Olivers.
Now, on the other side, in Excel's core, I do like the fact that they have been trying to look for plays. You can almost tell that they're trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube. TP top, though, so I'll hold the point. It's Upset.
Be careful. Slow going there. Expect can go over the wall. Don't know if he knows who the opposition is here, trying to dash to safety, can dash over, blast cone away. But I don't know what the out is here.
Oh, well, he's trying to buy time for bot lane, because if you look at Jinx and Tahm Kench, they're trying to approach the tower.
Abbedagge will dash over the wall here. Expect, does he have the cooldowns up?
He's out!
Nice sidestep.
He's out! Yes, that was God tier play there from Expect. Fancy footwork.
How many people did it take to save Private Ryan? That's my question. It took nobody to save Expect. He saved himself. Strong, independent top laner, folks. But Upset is also going to do a ton of damage here. So while it's a small kind of win in the sense that he survived.
Oh, no. It's a win because Jinx and Kench still got that bottom tier tower, and Upset's still working on this one.
We'll take it down. So Schalke will hold on to their gold lead, but relatively both teams' gold is just going to increase here. And Expect looks really cool doing it, so.
I'm a big fan.
There you go.
He'll get it.
And, oh, there you got him. Yeah, I love you guys. You guys are great.
Okay, all the ultimates up right now, though, and it feels like Excel have been hunting for blood. Caedrel certainly must be feeling very impatient because he keeps trying to find something and keeps getting thwarted at the last second.
Ignar, though, carefully in no man's land, has to back off here. And everyone's backing off. Everyone's putting up their defensive vision. Yes, Excel has some good vision on the top of the side, but of course we check in on the gold. Tjarnan actually the leader. Upset just tailing barely behind, and Abbedagge, no surprises there. But things actually very balanced overall in terms of that gold graph.
So at this point in the game, depending on kind of who the loud voices are in comms, you can look towards the Jinx and say, okay, you're sitting at Infinity Edge and your Zeal item. 3 items obviously is going to be the big point for Jinx, so maybe this is a gentleman's agreement where team, unless it's like free on a platter, let's just farm this one out, wait till I'm very strong, because our team fight and our front line with a Renekton and a Sejuani in front of a Jinx is very powerful, and that's what they should play for.
But now it looks like Ignar wants to get things kicked off. Kaseng has to be careful here. Will be spit out. The ulti is going to come in. Will force the flash away from Kaseng as well as the heal to try to escape. The cleanse is now coming through as well. Caedrel ready to try to find the turn. Waiting over the wall. Shock Blast going to connect on a Spiderling. And Special will not get engaged on. Abbedagge with a pretty decent XP lead, level 12 to level 11. But it's not going to fully commit there for the play. Expect now looking for the 1v1 versus Odoamne. Of course, ulti up and available for Odoamne. Probably wants to turn the corner. Can throw it down for the slow. Won't even need to. Now looking to turn as Ignar makes his way down. As the ulti fades from Expect, he's going to be in a tough spot here. Rage, though, will continue to build at 100. Is going to get that healing off the Q with the Empowered there.
Expect has access to the Hexdrinker as well as the Merc Tread, so obviously the lane assignment that he wants to find himself in is across from the likes of Odo Omne. As long as he has his flash available, I just don't think that there's a situation where Odo finds the kill there. Like, Expect would really have to opt into that all-in to go down.
Yeah, Rumble obviously not the most scary champion of the game to be chasing you when you have so much mobility already in the kit. And of course, Flash is up for expecting Cadril now as well. So really so many tools available for XL to make plays if they want to. But it does feel like, as you mentioned earlier, they're in a situation where they want the Jinx to scale up and are okay maybe being the more passive party.
Yeah, I think that that's what they're going to be waiting for. So the Hurricanes now come in, whereas Schalke, you can tell how aggressive they are. The fact that they were flashing forward, trying to find those picks, recognize that, hey, we have our own scaling option, so that's fine. Like, hoover up farm in that mid lane. It is going to be the Rage Blade, Bork, Vayne build coming through. So we're in a situation where it should just be both ADCs telling to their teams, just wait for this item point, then we can go crazy.
And of course, when you talk about Rage Blade changes, it is a pretty decent drop in power, getting the Phantom hit every 3 hits instead of every 2. And Vayne, not a champion that uses the buffed aspect of it, which is the immediate armor pen and magic penetration. Does not get that off the true damage. Ender mentioned it earlier today, so still a good item on Vayne. Do not get me wrong, it is just not nearly as suppressive as, hey guys, I have 2-item Vayne, I am now full build, like it was when we saw it previously.
Whereas we'll see what wins out. Is Upset able to abuse this 2-item window that the Vayne can have while Jinx is kind of in this trough? Or will Excel be able to stall out long enough that they can get the extra gold, the next possible Zeal item coming out of Hjarnan, and then start grouping up and looking for fights?
Of course, Jinx, pretty solid wave clear overall. Is just now going to pressure this mid lane. Schalke, though, moving in position to respond. Throw down the slow there. Good chunk of damage laid out on a trick. Abadage looking for the flank, is walking on a ward, however. Cadril biding his time, does not want to step into vision, knows that he can dash over the wall if he needs to. Both sides just going to back off. Rocket going to stop Upset from retreating there. That's going to be an important decision. We'll delay the back time, or may just give Excel access to break down this tier 1 mid lane tower.
It's the fact that they got eyes again on Odo Omne, so they Excel really respected the fact that Rumble was starting to rotate up and backed away from the mid tower.
Unbreakable has now been used. They're engaging immediately onto the Tahm Kench. Kasing goes golden, TP onto the backside. Both teams committing for the full fight. Rumble ulti does go down. Abadage on the back will get a lot of healing here, but is immediately locked up and stunned. If he gets killed here, the new Aatrox ult is not going to save him. That's the shutdown. Expect running for his life. Hjarnan, lethal tempo now procced and activated. Good acceleration gate. They can turn. They can look to keep this fight going, but Excel now backing off. Both teams tested each other's weaknesses. It is overall the 1-for-1. Schalke, with the wave in their favor, may look to continue to push, but the wave clear is there for Excel, and both teams will back away with just the 1-for-1.
The best case scenario for both these teams that are pretty AD-centric right now, one, because one has Upset, two, because it's Jinx played by Hjarnan here, is that the mid towers are up. And since these mid towers are up, you can't really play anywhere else but the mid lane because it gives you access into rotating into the jungle and setting up your Baron control. So until these towers fall down, this should be just kind of like the ARAM back and forth that we've seen.
ARAM, obviously, not the best mode for Tahm Kench here.
Excel thought that they had bought themselves enough time with Rumble reappearing bottom that they could approach the mid lane tower and chunk it out, but did not account for the fact that the TPs were immediately going to come in and didn't respect the long-range engage that Ignar was able to provide on the Braum to slow them up to start this fight. Now, it did trade back and forth. It was a shutdown that I believe went to Jinx, so again, we're snowballed that much closer to that third item, that big point where Hjarnan says, okay, now, it's my time to shine.
And 2.5 items is not a bad spot to be. So Jinx already with a decent amount of strength here. More than 50% crit chance, and now Trick contesting this red buff. I don't think this is where we're going to be where we see the fight. Jinx ulti used quite early.
Especially not when we use the ult to try to snipe the red buff.
Hjarnan using the ult for utility purposes a lot this game. Little Ashe impression, just, you know, no stun, just stopping back timers. And one thing I will give credit to in that fight is it feels like if there was not such good CC layering on Abadage, that would have been much, much more Schalke favored. So well played to Excel to only lose a little bit here. And now they're just going to walk in, break down mid lane. Hjarnan's going to get excited and walk away. And now they're in a good position to lay down a bit of Baron vision. Potentially start to contest that. But ooh, donating some of that. I thought they were going to donate it all to Hjarnan. Special's a little greedy there.
He gets the big one. And now it's just the waiting game. I feel like this game is really going to come down to big team fights. Now, again, this is something that Schalke really excelled with in the early part of their split. I don't really know the ceiling to this iteration of Excel's team fighting prowess, but they definitely have the composition to do so.
And of course, you just look across the board, there's a lot of really fantastic team fighting champions in this game. Jinx, of course, the one that you immediately see, but also the Rumble ult equalizer, Sejuani's potential to stun so many targets with essentially triple melee threats on the team if need be. But it does feel like it's going to come down to execution and engage. You can see Kadril looking off to the side, fishing.
I mean, it feels like it's easier for Excel to fight front to back because they have traditional tanks versus something like a Rumble and an Aatrox, whereas Schalke should have a bit more diversity in terms of diving backline. You have a Rumble ultimate that can reach into a backline and really cause havoc, as well as the pressure between Aatrox and Elise to blitz down there. So I like the fact that Ignar went for the QSS because, or excuse me, Upset went for the QSS, because he might be left to his own devices pending how these team fights play out. You know, it might not just be his team standing in front of him and him trying to just eat through those tanks with Vayne's damage. He might have to do some fancy footwork while people are diving.
Now Ignar stepping forward, ultimate going to be used, but Schalke just wanting to threaten the engage to force down this tower will drop in their favor. Gold lead, 1K on the side of Schalke. But Special is responding with a tower of his own on the top side of the map. Schalke are now moving to respond. They don't have the luxury of a Tahm Kench, so it will be a slow response. Special will grab this one. The solo gold does drop into his pockets, a nice little extra 300.
But Daniel, now that we finally have dropped these mid lane towers, we can finally stop playing in this ARAM that we've been situated in for the last 10 minutes. Both teams now have access to the jungle. We can play around different monster objectives, like the Cloud if we choose, or possibly the Baron.
That's a tough choice for Oscar. And would you rather go faster or win? Those are choices. It's a hard one sometimes. So for now, Schalke, of course, I feel like you mentioned the QSS on Upset, and I love the amount of defensive itemization coming through, but it really feels to me like these team fights are only going to get harder if Hjarnan is left uncontested. That said, new Aatrox, especially now that Abbedagge has finished Death's Dance, if he does not get immediately hard CC'd over and over and over again until he dies, with the combined new healing part of his ultimate where he gets increased healing from all sources, he will not die. He will heal back to full on every single Q in these fights. So it does feel like Upset has the potential to go completely unanswered in a fight, where Hjarnan might have to spend a lot of time just running away from Aatrox.
I feel like it's easier for Excel to execute on their competition, but there are really creative ways that Schalke can play out the fights. You just brought up, Abbedagge on the likes of the Aatrox. But, ease of execution is usually what I prioritize. But I do love when games are decided by, execution of team fight versus someone actually just got outscaled and, the game goes past 35 minutes and it's over anyway. So.
It's a 2018
Knife's Edge.
2018 spring was the era of 50-minute games and scaling 80 carries when sustaining lane was too strong. But Kadril going to get the fight kicked off. Abbedagge now locked up. Upset immediately stepping forward onto Kadril. Expect trying to make his way into the back line, but the retreat is coming in from Schalke. They're buying their time. Expect is taking too much damage. The ulti comes out from Jinx, but it's not going to do anything. Kasing now the one in trouble. The fall from Roto1 is beautiful. So many slowed down members. The flash forward, Ignar ready to keep this fight kicked off, but the cleanse is there from Kasing, and no one has died yet. All the cooldowns are burned, and the Jinx is still alive. Schalke have to be incredibly careful. All it will take is one reset for Hjarnan to absolutely tear through the team, but nothing is going to go down.
But no one is dead! So good disengage from Excel, and Ignar doing a lot of work there to deny the damage from Jinx. You can saw that as the rockets were just hitting into the Unbreakable, that basically just tickled Schalke.
And some team fights are just two teams kind of throwing their faces into each other. We have those, the big Wombo combo teams.
It's not only that, no one died and no, massive summoners were used on either ADC. Yeah, you're missing the flashes on both junglers, but it doesn't mean nearly as much as if your Vayne or your Jinx don't have flash. So we should see another big team fight and a breaking point of who's going to blink first, who is going to mess up and have to burn their flash and then get punished on, the second rotation.
And both teams are pushing that, right? We saw Schalke be the first team to pull back. They recognized that they were not in a great spot. They knew Kadril had burned his ultimate. Expect comes forward, they back off. They know they will get torn to shreds by the Renekton. And then they attack, and Excel are the ones to retreat. So it really is this dance in these team fights where both teams are fishing for that overextend, fishing for that opening.
Interesting, I like the Warmogs on Kadril and kind of the sense of if you can disengage away from things like the Rumble ultimate, just kind of dive back in, heal up, and then immediately look for possible re-engage targets, especially when you do have strong poke with a long-range Jinx and a Jace. And playing more of that hit-and-run poke style of play rather than the immediate all-in, everyone must die on this cooldown or we lose.
And so often that's how a champion like Elise feels, right? Where she feels in the late game like a shotgun. Yes, her sustained damage is pretty good in the Spider form, but she's so squishy, so it's kind of the battle of the one-shot, one-kill Cocoon-style champion versus the opposite side where the sustained impact of a Sejuani can just be so massive when you factor in that stun. Ooh, Cocoon does land though. Sing taking a lot of damage. Not going to connect there though. Those Abyssal Chains, or the Infernal Chains rather, missing. Not going to be great for the team, but a great block from Ignar to stop any kind of re-engage.
And you can see how important the Unbreakable is. Oh, Ignar playing with fire right there. If that Zap had connected and the red buff. But when the...
Upset. Fishing for the 1v1 in the 80 carries. Trick now stepping forward. Cocoon not going to connect onto anybody. Special retreating. Odoamne eyes in the Rumble ultimate.
When the Unbreakable is up and Ignar is in position, he eats so much of Hjarnim's damage. That feels like such an important cooldown that Schalke need to play their team fights around. And as soon as he doesn't have it, they need to respect and disengage. Because again, Rapid Fire Cannon Jinx in rocket form, she's going to hit you for like half the map.
And it's difficult because the cooldowns that both of these champions can eat, right? Because Braum Unbreakable, when you think about the gold value it can contribute when you remove a Jinx from a team fight for, let's say, 4 seconds, that's an insane amount of damage just mitigated. But the opposite is true for the Tahm Kench. Both teams, the vast majority of their cooldowns up and available. No ultimate on Kadril is a big deal, but for now, Excel happy to just take the top side of the map, get secure vision control around this Baron, and now looking to reset.
I wish that Schalke would experiment a bit more with Abbedagge playing off into his side lane, either picking up more farms so he can feels confident that he can match lane assignments no problem, pending if it's a Renekton or a Jace. But right now, it feels like he's grouped up a bit too often with his team, which is a lot of posturing for a fight, so maybe wants to make sure that he's in the area in case things go down. But this Aatrox really could be the opening for them to play this game out differently once he finds that confidence to say, okay, I'm just going to start playing a 1-4 style of play instead of just grouping up and following you guys around.
And while we did see a lot of really good movement from Schalke in the early game, and especially from Trick, it feels like the game has slowed down. It feels like as we get later and later, obviously the stakes are rising because one single teamfight win means more and more.
Because the death timers are even more punishing.
And there's a Baron, and there's so many objectives, and it feels like one teamfight can decide this game, and it feels like both teams are painfully aware of that and are just not looking to be the team that messes up.
No, I 100% agree with that situation. You're looking at, I mean, the obvious one is like the Sejuani ultimate, but again, I just think it's so unique to play around the poke tools of long-range Jinx and Jace. Haven't really gotten the ability to do so yet, and I think an issue then comes from the vision control. Both teams have basically been in the ward wars, where they move into an area, they place down their vision, and then unless they have perfect vision, because they know it is so close, they don't feel confident to look for kind of the game-winning fight, really, at this point.
And it also just feels difficult because Odoamne, you know, this 1v1 matchup has been really interesting. There's so many times where it looks like Odoamne right here, for example, is winning a trade, but never able to really have any kill pressure, and Expect just continuously able to be a nuisance.
And Expect also respecting the fact that Schalke were probably sending multiple members.
Dash. See, those double Cloud Drakes combined with Vayne passive does make it very scary to get chased by her.
Also when she has red buff.
Also when she has red buff. Also 3 items. Upset though, taking a big chunk of damage to the face. Definitely not ideal if they do want to get a fight kicked off.
And it's now at this point that Excel need to be a bit respectful because they don't know where Rumble is, and he could be underneath them. He is underneath them.
There you go. Shock Blast though continues to hit home. Odoamne now showing himself, gives free license for the Renekton to push forward on the top side of the map, and Odoamne immediately now going to have to respond by moving down. Of course, Odo's TP not available quite yet, hence why he starts to move up after every single wave.
You want to take bets? Who's it going to be? Who's going to get impatient and force a fight?
Ooh, single player or team? It's going to be Excel. It's going to be Baron, and they're ready to get it kicked off. Of course, changes to Sejuani can just repeatedly proc that passive. Good zoning now with the traps, but they've opted to commit for this. Ignar now stepping forward. The CC is coming in. Baron getting lower and lower. Who's going to get it in the end? It has been secured by Kadril. Baron in favor of Excel. They just need to disengage. They've gotten everything they could possibly want in the exchange. Sharnan flashing to safety. Kasing making it out as well, but Upset determined to find something back. It's going to be so much damage. Kasing taken out. The hunt continues. Kadril not going to get the chance to back. Will be forced to use the Blast Cone. Baron has dropped in favor of Excel, but Schalke have the wave on the top side, and they're going to look to push in, knowing a single member is dead, looking to extend the plays. Does not want to give Excel the opportunity to back and reset at least one tower, now in the favor of Schalke.
The question was, what could they get into return? And I want to draw everyone's attention to Odoamne. This TP was not available when the Baron was started, and when it went down, it just came up. So Excel find the smallest of windows to climb in and to grab that Baron, rip it from Schalke's hands, because they didn't have the team fight presence, the immediate response from Rumble.
And well played to capitalize on that opportunity. Of course, now things are going to get more difficult. Have you ever played against a Baron buff and Power Jinx? Actually, I know maybe you haven't played against, but I know you've played it.
I'm a Jinx one trick.
Lover of 3 to 4 item 80 carries that you are. You have 2 tricks. The other one is Sivir.
It's my meta.
And now with Baron buff, obviously it's only going to get harder, and you can see that there's both a red pot and a bloodthirster active on Hjarnan. So a lot of sustained healing there. Going to be very difficult to kill that Jinx if you cannot just one-shot her.
And obviously in a duel, you usually give it to the Vayne. But the issue is that with the range of the rapid fire cannon and at this late in the game, Jinx can hit Vayne before she's able to respond at all, especially for tanks that are sitting in front of her. So again, ease of execution, I always favor Excel's composition.
Late game rapid fire cannon is just such a strong item. And now the Cloud Drake though will get picked up by Schalke as XL moving to the top side of the map and want to lay down a bit of vision control. All right, Cloud Drake. Triple Cloud, the Nikes coming out for XL.
They're going to need them if they want to get into these flanking positions, because that feels like that's how Schalke are going to have to approach these team fights. Again, start applying pressure on Hjarnan, so the movement speed could actually mean a lot for them.
Let's see if the fight is going to break out here. Abbedagge doing what he can to clear the wave. Odoamne has his ultimate. Can use it to clear probably a single wave, but would immediately cost them a team fight if XL are able to find and engage.
And XL playing this out beautifully. You basically have your little cannon and Jinx, and you're just escorting it. President Hjarnan here with Secret Service XL from tower to tower.
Hjarnan, ooh, good combo there, but Tomcat's just gonna say no now. The counter engage comes in as Cable throws his ult off to the side, but Hjarnan remains untouched. Odoamne flashing forward though. Good bit of damage, but it's not enough. Hjarnan just immediately is healing back up. That's the GA coming in for Expect. Hjarnan though can't be careful, has to be careful. Step 2 forward, immediately deleted. That's gonna be the turn. The lust from Blood is now alive for Schalke. They turn the Aatrox ult to Vayne. Immediate double kill, quick pickup, a single moment where Hjarnan oversteps and Schalke turn the fight.
With great power comes great responsibility. Got a little bit too excited, ran to the front line, and immediately right into a cocoon. Trick just annihilates him, and Upset gets the kill.
And they want to keep the tempo. They want to keep the pace of the game moving forward. Upset immediately teleports to the bottom side, ready to move forward, ready to contest that tier 2 tower. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, though, as it will just force the Renekton to respond and is not going to commit quite yet.
So now what you're looking for Schalke is they know that Hjarnan doesn't have the access to the flash, and they need to make sure that they can sculpt a fight that isn't just kind of stacked down. They got very fortunate there that Hjarnan decided to walk too far forward and get punished, but they really want to play in either the jungle or in the mid lane where they can use this triple cloud, that they can try to find that flanking. Because again, you saw it, they were trying to get back and reach her, and that works much better if you have more angles to attack from. You don't want to be, you know, narrowed off into the top lane when the only way to walk forward is through all of XL.
The two things we have to watch here are Hjarnan. You can see the Devour now used. Of course, still a very long cooldown for Tomcat. And it looks good right now. Hjarnan untouched. Odoamne dead. He says, this is my time. These are my resets. But you can see steps forward. Kasing. Where's the Devour? Does not have it. And just... You don't get to make mistakes, realistically, against a Braum Vayne, because they just turn fights so quickly. Anyone else actually probably could make a mistake, but Hjarnan does not get that luxury. And we can see in the itemization for Oscarin, he doesn't have any, he has a stopwatch, yes. But Kasing is the one with the defensive itemization. That Devour is Hjarnan's defensive itemization, because there is double cleanse basically on Kasing to make sure that he can cleanse out and eat Hjarnan to keep him safe.
And that's exactly his responsibility. Now, that said, good news for XL fans is that, yes, you lost a lot of the tempo with the Baron.
Maybe there's a lot more tempo here. Beautiful JCC. Cadril now dead.
Okay, bad news for XL fans. Cadril just died right there. Good news is that you didn't lose the game because you were so far forward. It wasn't like Schalke got that pick and then transitioned it into a Baron. That said, Vayne, very powerful right now, has basically full itemization, including the GA. So again, if Upset needed to be self-sufficient, have access to a QSS, to a GA, because his team needs to dive the backline, he has all the tools to do that.
And things are getting harder now for XL. First time in a while, it feels like Schalke with complete map control. Obviously, still a bit of vision in the favor of XL. That now being cleared out by the side of Abbedagge.
It's a very tense, very close game. I think a lot closer than people expected.
Now, when you look back at XL's previous split, and the highs for Schalke were incredibly high last split, despite the difficulties. And this is
they didn't know.
Very tense.
They were waiting for someone to walk around the corner. They would have caught him anyway. It didn't matter if they were in the bush. Just unfortunate word.
Nothing worse than the Death Bush feels bad gamble where you're like, someone swept this, right? You're like, yeah, probably. But spotted out, and a special will now be feel free to clear out the vision, realizing that the entire enemy team was waiting for him in a bush on the bottom side. But still not a lot of Baron vision. Good bit. Upset now going to step forward. Hjarnan is once again overstaying. Kasing is there, wants to spin him out over the wall, but locked up, knocked into the wall. Hjarnan, the flash over, Upset! He's not looking for the 1v1, he's looking for the 2v1. Upset now tearing through the team, the rest of the team there for backup as well. Trick will grab the kill. Expect going golden under the tower, buying a bit of time, but this train is not stopping. Schalke rolling through the XL line. If it came down to Upset versus Hjarnan, when it mattered, Upset stepped forward and found the kill he needed.
But having the confidence, the mental fortitude to just play this one out to the end, it looked like it was going to be Excel's game. They had the Jinx, they were ready to go, they were moving her around, but Schalke kept their cool and are now knocking on the base doors.
Trying to break through the tower, buying a bit of time. Upset takes a lot of damage. K-Drol and Special still have to be respected, but also have to be careful. The flash forward comes in from Trick. Both sides now going to back off. A single inhibitor knockdown will give them the Baron setup if they want it. Will they push to end? 17 seconds remaining. 15 on Hjarnan, counting down. Schalke now on the retreat. Could just look to go straight to Baron. Could look to set up another Death Brush if they want.
Oh, there's no need. That was scary for a second. There's no need to attempt to force the end right there. The cooldowns aren't very low. You have the inhib. I think this is a bit daring. I think the idea is maybe they burn it down fast enough.
Vayne kills things very quickly. Give us a vision on 4K. K-Drol locked up once again. Now going to get taken down, knowing that the Baron's gone. Excel maybe see this as an opportunity. Schalke have not gotten the chance to reset yet. They have not gotten to spend the gold as they earned in the last fight. Their health bars are still relatively low, but Excel do not get the opportunity to capitalize.
They can get the Elder, however. Schalke really need to stagger their backs if they want to try to contest this one.
TP going on to the bottom side of the map. Odoamne will show up, so they could try to contest it. Obviously, Rumble ult in that pit could be massive, but once again, despite the team fight win for Upset, Jinx is still incredibly strong in this game. A single fight will decide it.
And the thing is they're not punished for not backing because we're so late in the game. What are you backing for? Everyone's basically full items.
Absolutely. 39 minutes into the game. Elder Dragon, massive for Schalke. TP on the flank. It is going to be Abbedagge now coming in.
Reminder, this is where this composition thrives. When you can get to the back line.
Coming through, splitting the team off. Expect now has access to the back line, but he has to walk through the equalizer. Hjarnan immediately deleted. Once again, this 80 carry will not get the chance to play League of Legends. No buttons pressed. Schalke absolutely wiping the floor with Excel in these fights. Ignar gives his life, but Schalke are now here for the punishment. They cannot even get the support in the exchange. 5 members alive and well from the side of Schalke.
Split decision, Upset trying to pick up the clean kills while 2 members of Schalke are marching down the mid lane. There's
Special
one.
Turning back. Schalke absolutely playing with their food, stopping the backs, coming through to secure the win. Their first win of the split. It was a close, contentious game, but at the end of the day, Hjarnan caught out again and again by the Schalke lineup flawlessly, means that they will find the first win.
That was a doozy. The longest game of the day, longest game of Summer Split in the LEC right there. But again, the mental fortitude, the fact that they had the endurance, that they were not exhausted. They said, it's fine, we can team fight, we can find our moment, and they did.
And a good look for the Schalke lineup. We did not see some of the characteristic weaknesses of Abbedagge that we saw in the previous split. Trick was incredibly active in the early game jungle, was not a liability as he was in his final splits in the EULCS, as it was named at the time. And Schalke looks pretty strong right now, honestly. But overall, still not the clean sweep that many may have expected in a Schalke versus Excel lineup. Excel showing us a lot more, but still, Schalke proved to be the better team.
I mean, the big hurdle was how long the mid lane tower stayed up, and I think that really extended the game. And then once Jinx was able to get access to the 3 items, I think then it was, okay, we now must wait until we have access to our 4 items, our 5 items on the Vayne before we can successfully team fight it. Huge shout out to Trick on the Cocoon, catching Hjarnan on the front lines. I think that was really the start of the turn, a very difficult position to fight from, but as soon as Schalke had that momentum, had that wind back into their sails, they picked the right fights every single time.
Yeah, crazy how a single play like that can turn an entire game around. Felt like once Schalke got the momentum, past that 25-minute mark, that they were able to just keep that ball rolling. And Upset showing off to Dylan Falco. I imagine some sick damage numbers.
Look at how much damage I did in the 40-minute game.
Spoiler, 80 carries do a lot of damage. Probably. It's a Vayne, a lot of true damage too. Bigger question is how much CC? That's what I want tracked. But I think overall, Excel, new roster, I think can be pretty happy with the performance. A lot of things went better. Their bot lane was not a liability in the early to mid game. That was a struggle for them previously.
I actually think there's good takeaways for both teams here. I want to throw back to the thing that I was talking about with Misfits, and that if you have a team that is really struggling on the back half of spring, and if they come in and out of the gate they lose, I think it's such a morale killer. So I think that this is so important, a moment for Schalke heading into summer to kind of, again, that mental reset, that breath of fresh air of, you know, it worked, bringing in another jungler, having access to Memento, and now Trick, and starting off on the right foot.
Absolutely. I think overall, Schalke can be happy with their first day's performance. On the opposite side, Excel, not able to start with the new mid laner that they were able to pick up. And of course, a difficult day for Excel if you missed it. They were originally slated to play second. They ended up playing fifth due to some delays, I believe, with their flight. So that's obviously never a fun situation to do and has to be frustrating. Not exactly like you can come in 100% perfect mindset. So they have some excuses. They can say, hey, look, it's a rough day one, but we can come back cleaner in day two. And already I feel like we've seen a lot of improvement from this team compared to outside of those one or two upsets. I think that this is a much cleaner version of Expect that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Expect had some crazy plays up into the top lane. Again, it was kind of small moments. Yarnin overextending slightly, but otherwise played a lot of that game very cleanly right there. So I think that there are good takeaways, again, for both teams. It feels rough to lose like that, but again, if we're setting goalposts and expectations, I don't think Excel came in with the idea that they were going to come flying out of the gates and win all of their games. I think it's about long-term development.
Absolutely has to be. I mean, they're in a position where they built an entirely new organization, or not entirely new organization, but new to the LEC, obviously. A lot of new players playing together.
Roster.
They've made a ton of changes coming to this split as well. So Excel, this feels like not just a growing split, but potentially a growing year. I'm excited to see what the ceiling looks like for a team like this. Obviously, a lot of names that you know, Expect, Yarn, and Kasing. Interested to see as K-Drols continue to evolve as a player, what else they can do. But at the end of the day, Schalke showing us a good first performance. Feels like a Schalke that will be fighting for playoffs this time instead of being cut just short. But you can vote for your Kia player of the game after that one. @LolySports on Twitter. Trick, Abbedagge, upset are your options. Spoiler, it's
top 20 Trick.
It's upset.
Oh.
He killed Yarnin 3 times. The one person that could win the team fight. I feel like that's when you flash forward aggressively as Vayne, you win. That's just my opinion, though. Vote how you want to vote. Democracy, it's a beautiful thing. We've got Laura sitting down with Odoamne. Laura, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and thank you, Odoamne, for joining me. New split, new Schalke. What did you think about the first game?
Kind of sloppy, to be honest. I know it didn't really go as we usually play in scrims. So I think there was some like jitters going on, but I mean, you have room to build. If you manage to transition what we're working on in stage, I think it's going to be a lot better. And compared to last split, I think we're kind of more consistent. I don't think that even if we start, so strong in summer for like going like 7-2 or whatever, I don't think we're going to collapse like we did in spring. So yeah, even though the first game kind of sucked and we didn't really do that great, I think we have room to grow, especially because I think this game went kind of bad because we didn't really have any tools to like force a fight. So it was kind of hard when they just outrange us and they have Tahm Kench to kind of control side lanes to get good plays in.
So do you think the draft has to do with anything? Playing something
I mean, for this
maybe?
game, I think our lanes were kind of strong. Even though mid lane kind of got counterpicked, top and jungle were pretty strong, and I think we should have maybe snowballed more on top side, but I got ganked at one point when we didn't expect it. And I think that kind of like messed with our game plan a bit. But I think the draft was kind of okay, but I don't know, we just didn't really have the tools to like force fights, and we couldn't really get to objectives first, so it was kind of hard.
Okay, still a win is a win, and it's a nice way to start the split, I guess. What changed for you? I know I asked this question a million times already, but I didn't see you for months. So what changed for you between the splits? What did you think about to become an even stronger version of yourself?
I don't know, every time we fail, or like I fail personally, there's stuff to like learn from. I think the version of myself after spring split is way better than it was in spring. So I think even though it doesn't really like, show towards the end of spring split, I still feel like I'm improving with like every game I play. And hopefully with this iteration of Schalke, I can show it.
Can you tell me a bit more about the new jungler you brought in? Trick, 2-time MVP?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he makes it MVP this split as well, but I think Trick is a great guy. I think he's a really great fit for us because we kind of lacked someone that could like coordinate the like monkeys in our team with like me, Abedag in my bot lane. Because the thing is, Jonas was also a monkey, so it didn't really like work, you know.
Okay.
So it's not really like his fault, you know. But I don't know, we just had too many monkeys in one team, and I think with Trick, he kind of can keep us under control, you know. So I don't know, it just feels a lot more stable playing with him because we always have like a clear objective in mind, and it feels more natural to like, you know, play instead of doing animal plays like we did in Spring Split.
So Trick coming here as a monkey trainer, I see. That's nice. Is there any last words you would like to say to the Schalke fans who have so much expectations from you?
Well, I'm sorry for like sucking at the end of Spring Split. Yeah, that wasn't really fun for you guys, but I really feel like this split we can kind of repay you guys for how much we sucked at the end of Spring Split.
Thank you very much for these strong words. And thanks to you guys in the audience. To wrap up the day, we're now going to send it back to Shox for post-game lobby. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox, joined by Ender and Vedius. We will also have Upset joining us in a little bit. I know how you feel, Duamne. I work with monkeys as well.
Whoa! Wow. Okay.
Don't say that about Vedius here. He's great.
Just kidding. What did we make of that Schalke win?
I thought I agree with Duamne. Felt like it was messy. Felt like that. I mean, Upset can give us a little bit more insight into exactly where it kind of like fell apart. But I think that they had to rely on a couple of the mistakes that we saw from XL in the late game team fights and some couple of pop-off performances from Upset as well. And when you kind of rely on those situations, then I think that's a little concerning coming into the split when it's very reliant on getting an early game lead, snowballing from the lead, and then kind of looking very convincing. So.
I believe he may be ready, Upset. You can join us if you want.
Come on
down. No, we can. Yeah, go ahead. He's being held back.
I was being held back, yeah.
If it was safe to come. Hi, nice to see you. I just asked the guys, but what did you think about the win and maybe kind of the difficulties in getting that win?
Yeah, I think it wasn't that easy for us, as we maybe would have expected, because XL is probably one of the weaker teams in the league. But we didn't really manage to snowball early game at all. I think Trick played really well. We had like so many points in the game where we had a lot of pressure, but then we couldn't follow up on like blowing the sums or something. So it was like a slow game, stacking dragons. We got Herald too, and then there was like.
Tell me about this.
Oh, I mean, this fight was pretty crazy. They snuck a Nash somehow, even though we were like in control, and then they actually win the fight. But then Yanin goes a bit too far forward and. The two-time EULCS MVP Trick. That's the cocoon.
Wait, that literally looks like he misclicked too, because he was like well within auto attack range,
Yanin
but
was
just running in.
Too aggressive there, I think, and then that was pretty nice. I mean, at this point, I think we were really in control. We already got the Nash, and yeah.
Yeah, we're also on Vayne, so like at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I actually didn't play Vayne at all, I think, for like the past 3 weeks, but when they picked like Rennick and Sejuani Jace, I think first 3, and then they blind Tahm Kench, it was kind of a perfect situation for Vayne. So we felt in control of the game, especially later on in team fights, because just of the way we drafted. But yeah, definitely have to look at the early game again, and maybe we have like more opportunities we missed on making plays.
Yeah, with the experience now that you had out of Spring Split, which of course wasn't too successful for Schalke, what are kind of the main things you're looking at that you need to fix sooner rather than later to have success in summer?
I mean, I think our Spring Split, especially in the first half, we were able to get a lot of advantages, but our only advantages we got were basically through killing the enemies. And I think in the beginning of the split, where teams were much less coordinated and worse individually maybe as well, because they come off a break, we were able to like stomp a lot of lanes or get like random kills with ganks and stuff, but we didn't really play the game too properly. We were always playing for kills, and if we don't get to kill them in good matchups, it was really hard for us to close out the game. But now with Trick, it feels like we have much more direction in game, and we like don't feel so lost as a team. And not just our late game macro, I think, is like better, or at least like everything feels more controlled. Also, our early game macro is like much less random. We don't rely on getting random kills. I think last split, like most games we lost, the lanes didn't play so well with each other or with the jungler, and we like ended up losing a Herald, and then we lose one turret, and then we lose another turret, and then I lose my bot turret too, and then the game is kind of lost. But now we got Herald, so so our early game macro seems like quite good, at least judging from scrims. Obviously, stage we don't have too much sample size yet.
Yeah, when you talk about your macro improving overall, especially like, you know, early game, I assume is a lot to do with Trick. Late game too, is that still Trick making those calls, or is that, you know, more of a team effort with, you know, the coaching staff helping you guys out?
I think Trick is helping us a lot, definitely, and also I feel like both Memento and Abedaga maybe needed somebody to help them more, like in game, to lead them. Like both kind of needed a leader and more direction, but the problem was like they both couldn't give the other one what they needed. And with Trick, right now at least, it feels like he can give Abe a lot more stability and like teach him how to play the game with him. So yeah, it just feels a lot more controlled right now.
It's a lot more elegant than Odo put it.
You didn't hear it, but the way Odoamne put it was that you're all monkeys in game, and you needed someone that would be able to keep you. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I disagree. But
just about yourself or the rest of the team?
Yeah, I disagree. But yeah, I mean, definitely Trick is really smart, so it makes us a smarter team. But I think we can't take too much from this game, because I think we were like all a bit nervous. Like first game on stage as a team again, like obviously it will be like a lot slower. But in scrims, I think I can see like a lot of improvement already, the way we play.
Trick is the key player of the game for this one with 42% of the votes. I think we're gonna run out of like credit to say two-time MVP really quickly, so maybe we stop after today. But he's also the key player of the game for this one. I like what I'm hearing. I don't know about you guys, but you know, we were pretty disappointed with Schalke in spring, and it seems like they really have a grasp on what needs to improve, Edius.
Frosk and I talked about this at the beginning of the day, where if you looked at the first half of Schalke, like they from spring, they demonstrated that a lot of the pieces kind of are very strong, right? On paper, this roster always looked very strong, and at the end of the first half, I was even saying that this team reminded me a lot of like 2018 Fnatic, right? Like in how they felt like they could play through every lane. It felt like that they had very few weaknesses, but as Upset was saying, like that was somewhat masked by the fact that they often drafted winning lanes and they found kills in those winning lanes, and then the moment they couldn't, it kind of fell apart. And the one thing I think that they were lacking was structure, but also like I think internal mentally, maybe Upset can comment.
No, yeah, for sure. I think like we got a lot of confidence in the first. I mean, we were like 7-2, right? So usually if you're 7-2, you will make playoffs. But after we started losing more and more, and also the patches changed a lot, we kind of kept sticking to the same thing, which stopped working for us. And once it stopped working, players also lost confidence, I feel. And once they lost confidence, we couldn't even win on the stuff we were like good at. And then we like ended up being in a position where we weren't really good on anything, and at least on stage. And our stage games were all very, very like, we did really weird mistakes that are like uncharacteristic, I would say, of like pro players. And it just ended up like a negative spiral, and we like got worse and worse. And yeah. So now with Trick, I think it's just a new beginning for us, and we hopefully like get to win some games early on, so we build more confidence. And overall as a team, I mean, I'm kind of repeating myself, but I see like a lot more structured play.
Yeah, well, to be devil's advocate, of course, we also saw Memento's tweets. He later came back on those and said, this isn't how I should approach things. But do you guys have any help in terms of like mental coaching or psychological help, or just an awareness that that is something that your team is struggling with?
Yeah, definitely. Last summer split, when we went to the final, we had like a sports psychologist who did a lot of good work for us, and he's just a great person, I think. But he went to Origin.
Then they got second place.
Exactly. And
Fabian, yeah?
Yeah, Fabian, exactly. And now in spring, we didn't really have any person like this. And for summer split, we also hired a sports psychologist, or like a psychologist again. And she's like helping us a lot with mentality and staying positive, even though so far there wasn't like really any big bad moments that happened to us. So we will see.
Good. So far, so good.
So, yeah, I mean, first game.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we put more emphasis on also like mentality and staying stable even through hard times, and show a better performance.
Yeah, very happy to hear it. I think that's just very important for any team. Just to talk about also the other teams that won today, of course, Schalke, but also G2, Origin, Misfits, and Fnatic picking up their first wins of the summer split. What are your general takeaways, analysts, Ender?
I mean, it felt like the games today were pretty one-sided apart from this last game here. Like the teams we came in and sort of expected to win did win. The biggest one that was up in the air for me was the Misfits Rogue game because, you know, we had some higher expectations for Rogue. You know, yes, they were bringing a lot of rookie players.
We saw a lot of cool stuff. We definitely saw a lot of cool stuff, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was impressed with Inspired and Larson. I think if they had a bot lane, then this may have gone slightly differently. The fact that they were down like 50 CS by 10 minutes.
But wasn't it the
and-
enemy topside tipping bot and diving them?
I mean, admittedly,
I
right?
don't
like-
think they got off 2v2 bot.
No. Admittedly,
There's
right?
some bad
Admittedly,
analysis right here,
the bot
I
lane
think.
was removed from the game, right? In the
Yes.
sense that like
You
they were
weren't
playing
flaming them.
3v5.
Just to be clear, you weren't flaming
I was
them.
not flaming them. Like there was like they got removed from the game through consistent
That definitely
shutting
sounded
down.
like you were flaming.
But like they couldn't play the game, right?
Yeah.
Like they were non-existent.
No.
The guy was level 5 at like 15 minutes into the game, right? So the fact that Larson and Inspired had a great like duo and 2v2, I think was a great debut for them.
I agree.
But unfortunately, they were not put in a position where they could utilize any advantage that they gained. So
I actually feel kind of different about this game because if you manage to kill the enemy mid laner 2 times early on and he still goes bot and dives your bot lane, maybe you did like something wrong because they were still getting pressured at a lot of points. And I don't really blame Rogue bot lane too much for what happened. I mean, I think the way they drafted was not really optimal, but I obviously can't go too much into it. But with the bot lane matchup they had, obviously Lucian Nautilus will be able to stack a wave.
course, yeah.
And if then the enemy jungle comes and they DP, and there must have been like a lack of communication, we can't really know from where, the game can just be snowballed. And then I think right after they got dove bot, they didn't feel safe bot anymore.
Yeah,
so
I
they went
agree.
to top side, and the bot wave was pushing towards Misfits bot lane again. And then after this, the game was just over for them, and they got like dove 2v2 top. So I'm not sure how much blame to put on the bot lane. I think it was more of a team issue, not being aware of the situation.
Yeah, nice nuanced opinion there. I like it. So then the Misfits did win, and we have huge expectations for them, as we have had for a while. Ender, how much do we take away from the way they won that game?
I don't take away a ton personally because I think when you see, like, you just look at those two rosters, Misfits should be like miles ahead in terms of favorites. Now, of course, we had a lot of questions about them and how they were going to be able to perform after a very disappointing spring split. So I am cautiously optimistic at the moment. They got a win. It looked pretty good overall. Now, for me, it really is going to be the next 3 weeks. I think for me, my verdict will be by the time of Rift Rivals, if this team looks like it should, which should be, you know, playoffs at least. Otherwise, they should make changes.
Playoffs at least is low, I
but
think, for those players, no?
But I didn't really see like something new from Misfits.
I
Like
agree,
they
yeah.
stomped
I
bot
agree.
lane with like a good TP play, and then they won the game because their bot lane was like 100 CS up at some point.
Yep.
And then they just won the game, but no one like ever was wondering if Misfits could win a game if they like get many kills on bot. The question is more if they can win a game, if the game is like more even and they have to play versus someone where they like don't get so big advantage
Or
on
even
bot lane.
playing through a different lane,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
it's almost always that we tell the story of like, oh, if Hans Summer gets Draven or
Summer, yeah.
Lucian, and then you play through them, and then they get ahead, right? Like, I get more concerned around the fact that the meta seems like, to me, it feels very mid-focused, right? Like, if you have a strong mid that can move to sides, I think it's very impactful on how the game plays. And I think that the fact that the team has never really demonstrated an ability to play through Febiven is a little concerning for me. There's still a lot left of the split to see how it goes on, but that's right now my biggest.
10-man roster, who's the first person who gets booted?
I would swap the mid lanes.
See, I would actually be interested in looking at the jungle position personally, because for me, Febiven today obviously did not look that great, but last split was actually surprisingly like a consistent performer for them. No, they didn't really play through him all that much, but you know, he was consistently ahead in CS and you know was piloting champions like the Irelia to a pretty good extent. Yes, Leader was incredible at EU Masters, and I would be very excited to see him come in, but I think that Febiven should still be given a pretty good chance.
I also apologize for the phrasing booting. It is a 10-man roster, so it's just, you know, using another player on that roster. But there are mental implications there, right? And some players don't deal with that as well as others. So I think in general, this is very interesting for Misfits. Upset, what do you think about the fact that there's now a player extra for each role?
I mean, it might help them a lot if maybe the issue was motivation and stuff like this, so they get some pressure on them. Or it might hurt them if they can't deal with the pressure of having like someone behind them. But overall, it should be better for the team if you have like more players. Just for an individual, it might be worse if he like doesn't get to play. But in general, it should make the team stronger if you have more players to choose from.
Yeah, we'll see how that evolves for Misfits. Moving on to our next topic of conversation, of course, if you missed it, G2 Esports, they won MSI. We talked about it just a little bit soon. So the big question is EU the best region in the world? And I bring this up because it's obviously, you can't say that, but we do have the best team in the world. But how do we think that that might kind of influence the rest of the league, and how might that level up the league, or might that not happen at all?
I mean, I think it has to be a good thing. And for me, the coolest thing about G2 winning MSI is them now returning to the LEC and us having a way to measure international performance. You know, it's the thing Frost talked a lot about, that, you know, when you have a team that does end up getting first place, now every team that competes against them has the opportunity to see how would they stack up against other international competitions. So today, a team like Splyce looked about as good as Team Liquid did against G2, but perhaps not as good as a team like SKT did against them. So there still is a lot of room for them to go.
That's fair. How did you kind of live the MSI victory moment as another pro player who wants to be there? Do you find a lot of joy in that, or do you think that no?
I think, I mean, there's like two sides to it. On one side, I'm happy that a European representative obviously won the whole thing, and it kind of shows the strength of our region, because I play versus players, and I personally don't feel like individually I am outmatched or something. But on the other hand, as a competitor, it really hurts to see somebody else succeed so much while you're like sitting at home and watching it. So yeah, there's two sides to it, I think.
Mithy talked about the fact that it reignited his belief that we could do it as a European region. Was that similar for you, or had you always believed that you could get there?
I had, like, ever since last Worlds already, I have been believing that EUs can win Worlds if they have like a really good run. And I think this G2 MSI run kind of showed how strong EU can be.
I agree. Thaddeus?
So I think the conversation is interesting because it depends on your perspective, right? You could argue that region strength is based on the representatives that it sends to international events, which means that in our case, we could argue that would, right now, for argument's sake, Origen, Fnatic, and G2, would those teams compete internationally at the same level that G2 alone could, right? Alternatively, you can look at the strength of the entire league. So that includes your bottom teams as well as your top teams. Personally, I'm of the opinion that when you look at the best region, you always have to look at the bottom teams as well, because they're the ones that ultimately challenge the top teams and help them get better. And if you're only gaining valuable practice from the top teams around you, then I don't know if you can make the argument that we have the best region.
So that's why Korea is probably so strong, because even KT and Jin Air are like,
yes,
they could beat G2.
Better than G2.
They could beat G2.
Yeah.
Was he making that joke? Because you guys started talking over it. Okay.
See, I think we should just use academy leagues to judge international strength. If we're looking at the whole landscape of the pro scene.
I love that production sneakily. They made an exclamation mark out of the question mark. They're going to get flamed for that. We can bask in the glory a little bit. But that's what's so interesting to me, because now kind of the stakes are, I feel like they're even higher than they were when we didn't win, right? Because now it's like, oh, it's like when IG won, it's like, all right, the whole LPL, we got our eyes on you now. And now everyone's looking at whoever gets to Worlds, and they better not drop the ball, you know? And that's a lot of pressure, because Worlds, you could say it's hard. It's easier because it's not the #1 representatives from each region, but it is still freaking hard to get out of those groups.
Yeah, I mean, we've never had a Western team really, I feel like, go into an international event and feel pressured, you know? Like, honestly, like, we've never felt that, like, even like Fnatic going to Worlds last year, you know, we thought they could go far. But
I'm going to disagree there. I definitely think there was pressure for
I mean,
Fnatic
sure, like, once you get to that point, you know,
Yeah.
you're in the playoffs and you've proved it that much, then, of course, there's pressure. But I think, like, the community looking at it, going into an international event, the West has not really felt that much up until this last year.
I think it's a different kind of pressure, probably, because the pressure is not like to win the whole thing. Like Korea in the past had like the pressure to SKT has to win Worlds, or it's like a disappointment. For Western teams, it's like the pressure is to get out of groups, and if you don't get out of groups, it's like a failure. And most of the time, like if an EU team gets to semifinals, people were like already quite happy, like, oh, they lost to like IG, or they lost to a Korean team. But now it kind of feels like, at least for G2, that the sky is the limit and they can go even further. And to the point of like comparing regions, and if you would have to compare all 3 representatives, I think for sure Korea and China would probably be stronger right now, because I see like a Griffin and Kingzone probably being better than Origin and Fnatic. And in China, there's like so many good teams, so they're really stacked. But what would help Europe maybe is if the two best mid laners wouldn't be on the same team. And, like, somebody would like maybe
how dare
swap
they?
some
What are you
players
doing?
around. Yeah.
I mean, we proved that you need 2 mids to beat Faker.
Yeah.
So far, that hasn't been enough to beat Rookie, but maybe we'll get a third one.
Yeah. I like that perspective, though, Upset. We need to keep our feet on the ground because, as you say, LPL and LCK still look incredibly stacked, and that ups the pressure for any team that will go to Worlds out of EU. Yeah, I just think, I don't know, man. I'm still thinking about your point because going into Worlds, I think you have to decouple it. And I decouple the EU from NA. I don't always go into this West narrative anymore. And we definitely had high expectations for our teams going in the past few years. And I'm not saying winning the finals. I'm saying get to the semifinals.
But I think you chose the right word there. Expectations is the better word. Pressure, of course, you're playing like you're a pro player. You're going to be pressured in every game you play, right? But it is setting your expectations. I think the West always had it set a little bit lower. And now that we saw Fnatic get second place, it was like, okay.
I did for you. Like, I don't know.
No, but I mean, honestly, I think collectively you look at it and you say Fnatic got top 2. So from then on, the bar was, okay, if you're a Western team and you can get top 2, that's awesome.
But I'm not sure if we should use the term Western team.
No,
because
exactly.
Like EU and NA are like really different regions, right?
Yeah,
So,
because you get them together, then it becomes different, right?
Like, I
because
think-
you have...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one had like the expectations of NA teams going like super far. I mean, Liquid now was like the first team that did it, so now the expectations are different too. But in general, like I wouldn't put like EU and NA together and just say the West.
Yeah, I think realistically you can decouple. Because since 2015, I gotta say, you know, that's when we were like, damn, 2 teams in the semifinals. Then you got to put more expectations on them, as you put it. And from now on, I'm looking more at the LCS as well.
I also think that in the case of G2, they're actually a really rare example of like all of the pieces fitting together perfectly. So like one of the ultimate debates that you have amongst like analysts and pros and everything is like, does G2 actually have the 5 best players in every position on that team, right? And like Upset will sit there and tell you no, right? Obviously. But the debate is there, right? But regardless of whether regardless of whether you think that's the case, they have a winning form, like a perfect formula, right? And every once in a while, these teams come about, right? We can think about SKT in the past. We can think about Samsung. Potential teams like Samsung White,
Maybe
people
even
said that was like
2015.
Fnatic 2015, right? Like there are certain combinations of players and teams that just come together and they just seem to work, right? And I think that when we look at Europe, what I often see is like what Origin was when they played against finals in G2 is the conventional skill level that we've had, like the top end, right? And I think that G2 is a unique instance that I think other teams can now look for in terms of finding that perfect synergy. And Upset has already talked a lot about what Trick has done coming into this team and how he's completely changed the environment. Like very rarely have we ever seen a combination of players in Europe where they all seem to have the same mentality, the same perspective on the game, the willingness to play everything. Like it's very difficult and rare to have this combination. And I think it's a different, like we always talk about pressure and that like, I just think it's so unique for the position that they're in that I don't know how it will change the landscape. Like I'm hoping that it makes Europe better and it increases our competition, but it could also just be a 1 in a million team that we end up making.
I'm kind of leaning to,
right?
I don't know. I mean,
and then we might not get that again. And if it disassembles, then we might not get there
as he
again,
said it, like they picked 2 of the best mid laners and then put them together in the team. Like when does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of talent in Europe overall. But like you said, you have to find like the perfect combination for other teams that are not as stacked as G2. Because, I mean, G2 has like, they have the MVP and Wunder was like close second MVP, I think. And Jankos was like kind of my MVP too. And their bot lane is really, really good too, right? So obviously they have really good synergy, but they're like also just super stacked. So for other teams that can't be that stacked, you like really need to find a good mix. And I think some teams have it, like Origin, for example. They're like really good as a team, I think, and they obviously have strong individual pieces, but yeah, it's not like comparable to G2. It's more the synergy I think they have.
You said 4 players, so the you guys could vote at home for who you think will do the best by, or in summer, you voted all 5 G2 players. You said 4?
I mean, obviously, and Perkz, I mean, G2 will probably like win 90% of their games in EU and win the final very likely again. So if you're on a winning team, you will always look much better. Just how the game is designed, because if you're ahead in gold, you can do so much more if you're behind in gold or if your team is losing. And if you have like players that give you a lot of space in team fights and stuff, you can look really good individually. But if I think like if Perkz had to hard carry a team out of the AD carry position, I'm not sure how good he would be compared to other AD carries. But overall, obviously, he's a phenomenal player. And his champion pool is like not comparable to usual AD carries because he plays so much more. And just his mind for the game is like really unique and special. So I don't want to take anything away from Perkz as a player. I obviously think he's like a great player.
Yeah.
But as an AD carry, I'm not sure if I would put him like as the best AD carry because...
Yeah, if you had to draft an AD carry...
If I compare myself to him and if I would think like I was in G2 and I have like
those resources.
All the resources, I would think I would do really well too. But obviously, like I said, Perkz is a great player.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I get you trying to be nuanced and stuff, but I think a lot of people will understand your point,
No,
of course, especially in that
agree,
team.
yeah. I think
Not
it's very
taking away anything from Perkz, and we'll see what he does tomorrow. We have actually a rematch of the spring finals. Origen is going to gear up for another showdown with the LEC champions G2. 6-0 for G2 so far. Of course, with the
7-1
playoff
is
run.
the ultimate spring record.
7-1.
Origin did get that one game.
Oh
so
my God! How to throw down the gauntlet in these like matches?
Just holding the trophy.
MVP trophy. Yuktech doesn't need no MVP trophy. So what are we thinking here? Does OG have a chance? They had a very good game today.
I mean, Deficio told me, are you ready to watch G2 get smacked? So I'm assuming...
So are you voting for them?
No.
Let's remember what happened the last time these two teams played against each
Remember
other.
the
But
last
I
time?
think if there's a time for OG to win, it should be now.
Yes.
Because G2 just came off the break. But on the other hand, like G2 doesn't really seem to need too much practice together because the meta just seems like it's made for them and it's just natural how they play. So I think Origen are still the underdogs, but they had like much longer time to prepare for the new patch and for like the start of LEC while G2 was winning MSI. So I would say like it's 70-30 for G2 still, but Origen has like a realistic chance of winning too, especially if the draft goes well for them.
Do you know when you're playing them?
G2?
Yeah.
No.
No, it's just
You don't have to I don't have to know. I don't want to know.
Let's take a look at who
Eventually.
you're playing tomorrow, though, because Origen versus G2 is our final game of the day. Of course, plenty of action. Before that, Schalke is up versus SK Gaming, which could be interesting. What do you think of that matchup? They, of course, have the new top laner coming in.
Yeah, I think SK is like kind of a weird team because they're kind of inconsistently consistent because they have like a lot of good games where you think like, oh, they actually play well as a team, and they have like, I think their mid jungle is quite strong, even though people are blaming Pyrion a lot. I think usually he's like a huge pressure point for them, especially self-made playing around mid mostly. But some other games they like kind of just roll over and die, especially if they like don't have a really good game plan, it feels like. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to play them because it can go either way tomorrow, but I think we should probably be favored judging how I see us play as a team in scrims, and like even on stage today wasn't too many hiccups. I think we have a good matchup.
Will Trick keep Selfmade down then, is the question.
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely
I think Trick is really underrated so far.
I mean, he's not played very much.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Because we say in
but
Korea
because he was like in BBQ, and then he was like in Turkey, and it didn't go so well. But you can be a really good player, but you can be on a losing team, and you might not look as good as a worse player on a winning team.
Yeah.
So it's like really hard to compare people, I think, if you're like don't have a lot of insight in all the games and also what's happening in the team.
You're dropping so much knowledge here in this piece. I love that. Like, whoa. Anyway, you're playing G2 week 4, by the way.
Oh, okay.
We just checked, so
Yeah. I mean,
let's prepare for that.
Trick can maybe get some revenge or something.
Oh yeah, super
maybe
epic.
hype for him. I hope we win for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be a nice moment. Guys, what else are you looking forward to? There are actually a lot of very good matchups, well, all of them since it's only game 2, but like Misfits Fnatic is also getting my attention.
So I think Splice Vitality is interesting because they both played against the top 2 teams. So we actually saw nothing from Splice. I felt like we saw a lot of mistakes from Vitality and very conventional Vitality. I'm curious as to how that'll change tomorrow. And then Fnatic versus Misfits, they only played against the bottom teams. So did we necessarily see a lot from them is still up for debate. So I think, again, both those 2 games will be a good representation of where these teams are at coming into the split.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in Excel versus Rogue. Like, honestly, because both these teams made a lot of changes coming into the split, you know, you can say, you know, Misfits may be a better team than Rogue at the moment. And now now we, in theory, get to see two teams of pretty level playing field go against each other. There's a really good opportunity to try and test a player like Larson in the mid lane, or even Hjarnan down bot lane coming back.
Great point. So very much looking forward to that tomorrow. But for tonight, be sure also to stick around for LCS Academy. It's going to be starting at midnight with CLG versus Team Liquid. And after their last game, we'll have a rebroadcast of the LEC. So a lot of league to kick us off immediately. That will be all from us here on the first day of the Summer Split. Thank you very much, Upset, for joining us. Thank you, Thaddeus and Ender as well. We'll see you tomorrow for more action in the LEC. See you then. Yay!
So who wants to kill the king?
Looks like the engage. Norscarin zoned away perks for now. The Colby's already low. The culling is deleting Splice where they stand. Xerxes goes. That's a flash pop Blossom. Not really going to do a lot, but Humanoid's left alone.
Well, you didn't say anything, but...
Ready. He was ready. Oh, the Shy and Rookie.
This is the Empire. Yeah, just for the highlights. It was worth.
Here comes Vitality, defensive flash. That was greedy for the tower, but it might just be worth it. Cataclysm will get interrupted by the Emperor's Divine, but there's just not enough survivability. Jack Shot's Cosmic Radiance was unavailable.
Get back in here!
Jizuke, get back here! Jizuke is just toying with Origin right now! And the ace for Patrick in Origin. They take down Vitality.
No one in Mission does not get it yet, but Prophet's going to find the burn. The Rakani Gauge is there. Rogue finding the turn in an instant, but Zoaz wants to fire back. Vander, easy kick pick off there in the midst of everything. Silas, caught in the midst of this team, is not going to be able to get anything done, and Woolite is simply too far behind. Femivin is just going to eat him for lunch. Just a highlight moment for him, but now the immediate turn. Oh, it's Dunk City. Nemesis going to the backside. Crown Shot is there. They're focusing down the Aurelia. But no, not enough. Sterex Gauge by Nemesis have plenty of time. Broxa leaping forward onto Pyrian. The double kill comes through for the Fnatic jungler. Crown Shot goes gold, but he just gets to watch himself die. This is the Empire. That's the GA coming in for Expect. Yarn though, can't be careful. Step too far forward, immediately deleted. That's going to be a turn. The left for blood is now alive for Schalke. They turn the Aatrox Ultimate. Equalizer coming through, splitting the team off. Expect now has access to the backline, but he has to walk through the Equalizer. Jordan immediately deleted. Once again, this AD carry will not get the chance to play League of Legends. No buttons pressed. Schalke absolutely wiping the floor with Excel in these fights.